Welcome to the Regenerative Legacy Summit. I've asked Matthew if he would please give us a prayer. Put him on the spot here, but he's a great man and appreciated willingness to do that. So we're going to dedicate this to God and pray that the technology works. We're all a little bit subject to that, including myself in a remote area, and we get it. If we go dark for whatever reason, it's not because I got tired of listening to you guys or seeing your faces. It's because there's an issue, and we will get you back on as soon as we can. So with that, if you guys would like to join me, Matthew's going to offer us a prayer, kind of an invocation to start this.
Well, good morning, everybody. Just get right into it here. Lord, thank you. Thank you for all of us being here. Thanks to Jared and everybody else that's responsible for putting this on. Thanks to everybody participating. And Lord, we ask that you please, as Jared said, keep the technology tracking, and that we can all be invested as present as we possibly can, given our schedules and the multitasking. And again, just we want to express our gratitude for our lifestyles that we're in, our lifestyles that we're working towards being in, and our opportunity to get together here and grow and learn. Everybody responsible for putting this on, and the Sorensens for all their work and continuing to do this stuff and bring in.
Amen. Thank you, Matthew. Surely appreciate that. So welcome, everyone. We, on behalf of Ag Steward, welcome you to the Regenerative Legacy Summit. This is going to be an awesome event. I'm truly looking forward to interacting with each of you, hearing from the speakers, and making connections here over these next 2 days. So this is just the kickoff. We encourage you. You've signed up. Show up. Be as attentive as you can. Take notes. And so we promise to make this an event whereby you're going to walk away with clarity on what your next step is on your regenerative journey. So why the Regenerative Legacy? Why that name? Well, there's things that I'm passionate about. Faith, family, freedom, stewardship. And now we've come across this buzzword, regeneration. And what does that truly mean? To me, regeneration is that every day things get a little bit better. Every year things get a little bit better on our landscapes. And so those of you that are joining here live, we invite you to go ahead and mute if you can. We'll unmute you as needed, but we'll kind of maintain the integrity of this if you can self-govern and mute yourselves. And Margot is in the back of the room. If you have technical challenges, just privately message Margot and say, hey, we've got issues. What do I need to do here? And she'll help you out. So regeneration, that's the new buzzword, right, within agriculture. And we want to use that word and give it true meaning. The meaning of every day we're going to be better. Every year we're going to be better. In the sense that we are increasing our capacity. On the land, we're going to increase our carrying capacity, meaning that we're growing more forage this year than we did last year, even through drought cycles. With ourselves, we're going to increase our spiritual, our mental capacity, our emotional resilience and capacity. We're going to increase our relationships. And so this summit may be a little bit different than ones that you've attended before. Yes, there's going to be a lot of tools and practicality for things that you can apply on your farms and your ranches. There's also going to be more of a holistic view of looking at us as stewards and how we can best fulfill our stewardships and help them to grow so that we can be truly regenerative. The legacy part ties into, we want it to last for generations. Just show in the chat here, how many of you are generational farmers or ranchers? Just give a thumbs up in the chat. So let me know if you guys are put in a first generation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 generations. If your generation, if you guys are just starting out, yeah, Matthew first, fourth, third, first. Yeah, 6th generation. Holy cow. I didn't know that was possible here in America. Like, I didn't think we'd been around that long. Maybe you're not from America. I didn't even know that came and went so fast. It doesn't matter. Each of us started somewhere, right? And whether you're a pioneer, you're a first generation, you're a 10th generation, we invite you to come and to participate during this summit, to be able to glean what you can, learn what you can, take away the bits and pieces that'll help you in your operation. So my wife and I are third generation, raising the fourth generation. We've got some amazing guests and speakers here that are going to be with us. To be able to get the most out of this, again, we invite you to participate in the chat, to come on video if at all possible. Even if you're multitasking, we get it. Some guys, sometimes I'm joining Zoom meetings from my horse, from my tractor. A lot of times, like Clay, it's a steering wheel view. You know, we get to see it on the dashboard, and that is just fine. We get it. We get it. This is a busy time of year, and we appreciate that you would sign up and take the initiative to help yourself to grow. So as we get started here, we're going to talk a little bit about maybe some of the ground rules, some of the things that we're going to do during this. Again, yeah, type in the chat where you're from if you're just joining. First of all, let's start with why. Why are we here? I'm here to be able to share information, to make connections, to be able to help you on your regenerative journey. At Ag Steward, we're committed to helping family farmers and ranchers become highly profitable, regenerate the land that they steward, and create legacy businesses that last for generations. That's more than just our motto and tagline. That's a deep part of who we are, part of who we were before Ag Steward was even conceived. We've done that for years, not only on our own operation, but we've been able to influence others as they've come and gone through our ranch and through the influences that we've had. And now we get the privilege to be able to do these virtual things where, you know, we connect with people worldwide. And it's such a pleasure and such a joy. So in life, we tend to get what we intend. So what are your intentions? What is your why? Go ahead and take a minute if you're able. Pull out, I encourage you to, this is one of the best tools that I have on the ranch. This is a leather bound journal. Need not be leather bound, but I like that because we raise cows. Write down 1, 2, or 3 intentions for being here today. Again, you've committed to 2 days of an immersive experience. But why? What do you hope to get out of this? What do you want to see? What results do you want to walk away at 4 o'clock Pacific time tomorrow morning when we close this thing down? What will have made this the best investment of your time ever? Like, it's not an investment of money, but I get it. Time is money. And we're treating this, and I hope you treat this like you have paid $500 to be here. A $500 event. What will make it worth that? And even 10 times that, right? Because it's not just a dollar for dollar, an hour for hour. We want to be sure that when you get an investment, you're going to receive a return, an exponential return on your investment. And yeah, let's go ahead and type some of those in the chat. What are your intentions for getting here? Connections. Very good. Reinvigorate the family. Thank you. Self-sufficiency, lifestyle, food scarcity, some information on electrical fencing. So some of the principles. What else? What are your intentions for our meeting here today? If you get to the end of it and you say, I didn't get what I wanted to out of it, well, were you clear on what you wanted to get out of it? And this is the opportunity. Just take a couple minutes. Think about it. What do I hope to get? Put Bear out of business. My wife and I are looking to start an organic farm business. And this is jumping pretty fast here. That's all right. So if you guys look through that, sometimes the questions in the comments in the chat can be just as instructive. Don't let it be distractive, right? But just as instructive as anything that the presenter can be saying. So that's why I encourage you to find that. Feed my jerseys more economically. I like that. These are good intentions. Yeah, thank you for that, Ashley. We appreciate that you guys are here, that you're clear. And we encourage you as you go throughout the day. So when I take notes, I kind of do it in 2 forms. I take notes on like the principles that I'm learning. And then usually at the back of my journal or on a separate page, I'm gonna make an action, a to-do list. And that's where the magic really happens. When you commit in the moment to take action. Don't leave the scene of an epiphany without making a commitment and taking action. So the action that you take is to write down what you're going to do. You've taken action, you've fulfilled on that, and then you go back the next day and you revisit that. You might revisit the notes that you took, but also go back and revisit the to-do list, the things that you're committing to yourself and to our community here that you will do as a result of that inspiration or the insight that you've received. Very good. I've got some artwork going on here in my background. Okay. We want to thank our sponsors. We're grateful for those who have made this, helped to make this possible. The AV Hub out of Northern California, Abby, Andrea, and team, they are awesome. If you guys haven't had the opportunity to see what they're doing, I encourage you to do that. I'm affiliated with them and grateful for the work that they are doing in scaling the cause of regeneration. So they are one of the Savory Institute hubs, and they're the closest one to us, and they're the one that we're affiliated with. Also, Country Natural Beef, you'll be hearing from one of their representatives during this. They're helping family ranchers to have a more sustainable marketing option for the hard work that they do in raising these cattle, raising calves and yearlings, and being able to put them into a branded program. And we appreciate their efforts and the efforts of their founders, the Hatfields and others who have carried on that legacy. So this is our family a year ago. It's expanded by 3 since then. We welcomed 2 grandchildren and 1 daughter-in-law. My wife and I are blessed to have 9 children, aging and ranging in ages from 6 to 26. And it's just truly a blessing. And this is why we do, one of the reasons why we do what we do, is to perpetuate this legacy. So to begin, let's talk about how best to learn, how to get the most out of this experience, right? You've got your journals, right? Or maybe if not, you can pull out a note, open up one of your notes on your phones and be able to take some notes there. And we encourage you absolutely to do that. So just to kick this off for the next 15 minutes before we bring up our speaker, we want to prime ourselves to get the most out of this event. Right? Because how many of you ever been to an event? It's like, I don't know if that was really the best use of my time. And I get it, right? There's a lot of things that we can do here. This is an opportunity to be able to like truly get the most out of it. So fast learning, FAST is an acronym. Those of you that might have been on the event, you can help out in the chat and type what F stands for if you want to. The first one is forget. Last week, we had the opportunity of having Bob Kinford on the ranch to teach us instinctive migratory grazing principles, AKA stockmanship on large scale landscapes, being able to graze intensively and manage the herd in a manner without using fences and other tools. And by the end of the first day, I was pretty frustrated. I was like, man, I've worked with Bud Williams and I don't get it. This seems to counteract what I know to be true. And then I had to remember this principle, Jared, you've got to forget what you know. But what, we're here to learn, right? Well, yes, we are. But to be able to learn, sometimes we have to unlearn. You know, it's not what it's not the lies that get in the way. It's the things that we think are true. Those things that we hold on to. And so as I forgot, right, set those things aside for a few days working with Bob. And I just pretended like I know nothing, which isn't hard for me to do. And I said, okay, I'm just going to follow blindly what he says. The principles began to click. I began to see, okay, this actually does relate to what I know. His approach might be a little bit different. So forget for the 2 days. When you leave, definitely pick back up what fits. But you also might challenge those paradigms of what you think is right, but maybe isn't. And you can leave that behind. The A in FAST is be active. That's why I encourage you to jump on the chat here to be able to interact with your fellow students. Sometimes if I see that the energy is waning in the group, we might get up, we might do jumping jacks. You be self-governed. If you find that, man, your mind's wandering off, just bring it back into focus. be active. Manage your state, meaning your state of being. Um, don't sit, don't slump, stand up if you need to, go get a drink of water. Make sure that helps you to be able to learn, keeps your synapses firing. Okay, so let's put that in the chat, what we have so far. F stands for, type it in. Yep, forget. A, be active. S for managing your state. And T, anybody can guess what T is? Let's see if anybody gets it. What do we do? Who learns the most? Those are good guesses. The teacher learns the most. So take notes like you're going to teach this to somebody else. Don't just be a passive student here. I get it, we're on Zoom, but you know what? This can be just as transformational as if we were sitting knee to knee, cheek to cheek, learning in a one-on-one environment. And so the way that we do that is to follow this. So T is for teach. Absolutely. Thank you, Marianne. You got it. Okay, be prepared to teach. And some basic rules to be able to help us to get the most out of this, right? Have a high level of respect. This is family friendly. We've encouraged our presenters to keep it G-rated. We get it. We've got kids in the background, so keep the chat G-rated. Have a high level of respect, meaning mute yourself. If you need to go to the bathroom, turn the camera off, leave your phone, come right back. This is going to be, we're not taking breaks during this, just to honor the time of the presenters. And this is in different time zones throughout the world. So our break at noon here Pacific time might be the middle of the night for people the next day in Australia. So we're just going to roll with this. If you need to get up and get a snack, do that, come right back. We as presenters, myself, my family, my co-founders, God and Selena, we've checked in with each other. Selena's my wife, and we are here to deliver at 100%. We ask you to be here at 100% as well. And then be present. Present isn't just staying and staring into camera. It's making sure that our mind is focused, closing the apps on your phone or your laptop. And the only thing that I have open when I'm engaged in a meeting is either my journal and the Zoom meeting, or occasionally I'll have a digital notepad open up. So Google Docs I'll have open up, and I'll be taking notes on one side of the screen while watching the other side of the screen. And that's a good way to do it because you can take screenshots and you can copy and paste it onto your Google Sheets or. Okay, so who can tell us what those 3 rules are? We'll see if we get that. I just removed them. This is the test, the first quiz of the day without looking. We have number 1 is to, okay, I'll give it to you. Respect. Number 2, 100% engagement. Number 3 is to be present during this. Okay, you got it, Shauna. Absolutely, Brad. Thank you. Ashley, you guys are awesome. We appreciate you participating in the chat. Remember, those that participate gain the most. Once there's a story that I really like. It's told by Stephen Covey, and it's kind of legendary. We don't know if it's true or not, but there was a sea captain, and they had been doing some maneuvers out at sea in a battleship for several days. And his subordinate came to him and said, "Captain, there's a light directly on in our course." And the captain says, "Well, signal him to move 20 degrees." And the answer came back, "I advise you, Captain, that you redirect your course 20 degrees. And the captain said, "You don't understand. I am the captain of a battleship. Adjust your course 20 degrees. And the answer came back and said, "I am a lighthouse. I advise you to adjust your course." So we need to check in. What are principles? Principles are like lighthouses. They're the things that are eternal. Those are the things that we can adhere to that will never change. Sometimes we get hung up on the practices and we say, well, that won't work here. We can't do that cell grazing, whatever, instinctive migratory grazing, whatever name, just to pick on grazing or use that as an example. We can't use that here because of such and such. And they don't get it. My environment, my circumstances, my cattle are different. Well, absolutely they are. Of course they are. Things are going to be different in Alabama than they are here in Nevada. They're going to be different in Zimbabwe than they are in Canada. I get it. Things are different, and absolutely you must adjust. But what is the principle? What's the principle? Don't get hung up on the practice, right? If somebody, one of the presenters suggests something that just kind of rubs you wrong, look deep. What is the lighthouse? What is the thing that, if applied to your operation, could make a difference? It doesn't mean that you have to. You get to choose. You are the steward. You decide if and when and how you apply the principle. And certainly there's going to be some practices. Like I like visiting with other grazers and other stewards throughout the world because it doesn't matter where they are. There's going to be little bits and pieces that we can pick up from them and tools and hacks that will help us. So as we begin here, principles versus practices, we want to invite you. This is the opportunity throughout this event, but we encourage you. The system, meaning the system, the universe, God, rewards those who take quick action. And all of you have had the opportunity to be able to, and we applaud those who've signed up for the VIP experience, which includes a family pass, a business pass to the next event. It's $47. This is truly a $5,000 event. Like that's the level that we're teaching because it's one-on-one. Whereas the summit is more high level, more general. The profitable steward event, we're going to get down and we're going to talk about your business and how to improve your stewardships. And who is this for? This is for individuals who are committed to stewardship, to becoming truly regenerative in their practices by adhering to correct principles. And that's the sign up page, event.agsteward.co. We encourage you to jump on. Yes, it's $47. But for those, and maybe we'll have the opportunity to hear from some of the students that are in this class that are back for the how many times, I'm not sure if Tom Nichols and Matthew and others, and I haven't had a chance to look through everybody who's here, have been on these events, but they keep coming back because each time they glean things from it that help them in their operations. So become that learner. And yeah, Margot, thank you for dropping that in the chat. So that's where you go and you register. We would love to see you on that next event. So last thing, what to expect. This is a virtual summit. We're going to roll pretty fast through this. We've got over 20 speakers here who will be speaking to you over the next 2 days. Some of you have asked, well, what's the schedule? Who's speaking when? And I barely found out this morning who's speaking when. The most important time that I show up here at 9 o'clock and that I'm going to be speaking at 11:30 Pacific. The other one that we know for sure is Joel Salatin is going to be speaking at 12:30 Pacific, and he does have a 1 hour time slot. Everybody else has got 30 minutes, and these guys are experts, and they could speak for 3 days and not cover the same material twice. So you're going to get the cream off the top in these 30 minutes that you have. So truly, to miss a minute, you might miss that piece that you really needed to be able to transform your life and your business and your family. So we encourage you to just stay tuned in as very best you can. If it's earphones on your horse or in the tractor, I get it. But be willing to put the clutch in, stop for a minute, take notes and say, hey, I'm going to take action on this principle. So most of the speakers, excluding Joel and myself, we're going to have 30-minute time slots. We're going to roll through them pretty fast. Very quick introduction. We're going to jump right in. Quick Q&A. If you need to take a break, absolutely do that. Go to the bathroom, grab a snack, come right back. And at the end of day 2 tomorrow, generally we open it up for a little more informal discussion. But during this, because it's being recorded and we're going to break these out, which, yes, people have asked, can you get the recording? Yes, it'll be posted to YouTube as soon as practically we can. Probably the raw footage will be out right away, and then we're going to break out each individual speaker as soon as we can, which would probably be about 10 days. This is kind of what our team averages. So we also want to thank Amy Walker and her team, Margot, and all those that are in the back of the room that are helping to manage this and make this event a success. Like, it's wonderful that I just get to show up and do what I'm passionate about. That is connecting the audience, setting clear intentions, sharing some principles, connecting you with others, wonderful speakers within the industry. So with that, we're grateful to welcome our first speaker up to the stage, and I believe that is Melinda. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I have on my schedule anyways.
Awesome. We're going to make you co-host, and that way you can share the screen as you like. But we're grateful to have Melinda Sims here with us, and privileged and honored to be here. Melinda, is there anything that you sometimes I like to ask a question. Is there anything maybe out a little bit outside the presentation or your bio that people may not know about you that's just kind of one of those things that just makes you you that you'd like to share with this audience?
Um, the one thing that comes to mind right away is I'm a heavy metal listener. So what you see on the surface is not necessarily what you're going to get.
I never would have guessed that, right? Each of us go to our own creative spaces, Melinda, and
That's right.
I love it.
That's right.
Okay, well, we're gonna roll with this. Take it away.
All right, let me share my screen here. Okay, so as you said, I'm Melinda Sims. I am the CFO of our family's Operation Sims Cattle Company in McFadden, Wyoming. We are a fifth generation operation with 4 generations still living on the place. We've managed holistically since 1989. And we do our best, like Jared said, just to improve every day, improve our animals, our people, our money situation, and our resources every day. And I wanted to start off this talk with, why is ranching or farming for the next generation important? There's a lot of people that are first generational farmers and they're very successful. And I don't want to take that away from them. But I do think that by not making our operations generational, we're crippling people coming into that are going to manage our places, whether they are brand new owners or further on down the line. I like to start off with some definitions. I really like words and I like what their meanings are, and it makes me feel like I'm staying on track with what the true meaning of something is. So let's look at regenerate. So it's to improve a place or system, especially by making it more active or successful, or to improve a place or system so that it is active or producing good results again. So again, just generally improving the place. The next definition I want to look at is generation. So that's what we're talking about, is passing these on, making a legacy. So a body of living beings constituting a single step in the line of descent from an ancestor, or a single step in natural descent. I like that, natural descent. It's not by overtaking or overthrowing, as human beings, animals, or plants. And finally, this definition, wisdom, the quality of having experience, knowledge, and good judgment. So why exactly do we need generational operations? Why is it important for all types of agriculture to keep these generational? Well, if we look at early man or indigenous cultures, they were able to pass on their land management, their animal management, and their people management tactics for countless generations. It was orally or by stories on the wall or later on in written terms. And they pass those on to each new generation. Think about the skill of learning to build a fire. They learned that skill, but they didn't make the next generation learn it all over again. They taught them how to do it so that the next generation could focus on maybe how to cook meat and so on and so forth. And that's exactly how agriculture came to be. The old generations were able to pass on the new generations the information that they had learned, building upon their knowledge with each generation, if you will, compounding their knowledge, kind of like compounding interest. This allows the next generations to focus their time and energy on new problems or making life better in different ways. The new generation didn't have to start at square one. And so that brings us to the agriculture that we have today. But are we crippling ourselves? A lot of these places are not generational now. They're being lost. They're being sold. They're being, taken over by people who are not native to that area. And so they also don't have guidance of elders leading them to what are some of the best practices that they found on that place. So are we able to continuously improve, or are we starting at square one all of the time? And I really appreciate this quote. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So how do we regenerate our businesses so that keeping our operations generational is even an option at all? And the first thing that we have to do is look at the whole. And I like this definition. It's so very simple. While our whole is so complex, the definition of it is very easy. Not in pieces. It's a single object, thinking about everything as one. When we're talking about our businesses, there are 4 parts to this whole that we have to consider. We have to consider our land, our production, our money, and our people. And we have to consider these things equally. We can't get them out of balance. A lot of you may or may not know, I'm also a ranching for profit instructor. And so I use a lot of materials from that school. And so you may have seen Stan Parsons' illustration of the African cooking pot with the 3 legs when he's talking about the whole. And we have adapted that in the newer schools as well. But it's actually really hard to find a picture of a cooking pot online. They usually come up as witches' cauldrons. So I use the illustration of a stool because it serves the same purpose. So if we're looking at our business as this stool, there are 3 legs to it, and then it supports something. So the 3 legs are represented by our land or our resource base, our production, our animals, our crops, whatever it is that is making us money, our money itself, or our finances. And finally, all 3 of these things together go to support our people. If we get one of these legs out of balance, for example, if we are not taking care of our resource base or our land, that leg becomes shorter. And we can prop it up for a little time. Maybe I can stick my toe underneath that leg and prop up that stool, but it's not sustainable. And then if I can no longer prop it up, I fall off the stool. The business is no longer taking care of me. And that's not the point of the business. The business is to take care of our people. So how do we keep this in balance? Now, with this being a regenerative summit, most people are quite versed in keeping the leg of their land functioning very well. It's holding up its own. The soil health movement has really made great leaps and bounds for helping people keep their land or their resource base healthy. In general, we don't see a lot of ranches that are really lacking on the production side either. People generally know how to grow good animals, and they generally know how to grow good crops. But especially in the ranching for profit schools, where we see people lacking is in their money management and in the supporting of their people. This money management or one of these other legs is shorter than the other, and the people are tipping over. So what does it look like when the people aren't supported by our business? And what does it look like when our money is out of balance? And those are the 2 areas I want to focus on, because like I said, most people have a grasp on their land and production. And you're going to hear from a lot of other speakers later today that really are much more versed in land and production than I am. So when our money is neglected, we see things like poor gross margins. We see overspending on a project that actually hurts our bottom line and is not profitable. Even though it may be really, really good for the land, We can't afford it. We see unsustainable practices that the next generation can't financially support. And we see a big lack of wealth management. Once people are profitable, they don't know what to do with their money. And going into the next generation, it's really important to, number one, be profitable. And number two, be able to manage that wealth once you are profitable. Now, what does it look like when our people are not supported correctly? We tend to see people who don't have a separation between their business and their life. Their life is their business. They can't get away because they have so much going on the land or with their production that they just, that is their identity. Their operation is their identity. We see a lot of the newer generations not wanting to be a part of that family business because it's been so darn hard on mom and dad or whoever it is ahead of them that they don't want any part of that. Why would kids want to come back to a place where mom and dad are working themselves to death? We see people not have an identity beyond what is just their everyday lives. And we see a lot of burnout and people ending up quitting and breaking that generational passage of land and knowledge onto their children or whoever is next in the succession. And then finally, we see a lot of people that are very worried because they have no clarity on what is coming down the line for them. So let's talk about money first. What can we do with our money that can help us be successful in passing these operations on to the next generation? And I want to be clear, the next generation does not have to be blood, but it does need to be somebody that is willing to be mentored. Plus, the old generation needs to be willing to mentor them and spend the time and pass this knowledge down onto them. So with money, the first thing we need to consider are economics. Our economics define whether we can or should have specific enterprises on our places. Are these enterprises actually contributing a decent gross margin and creating profit? We can use enterprise or economics to look specifically at enterprises, and we can also look at it for projecting into the future what our business is going to do. And we see a lot of people that just don't know if an enterprise is actually making money. And a big problem that we see is finance. People are not very well versed in finance. Where does the money come from for specific enterprises or other expenses? And how does the cash flow and how and when do I repay debt? There's a lot of operations that are severely in debt and continuing to throw good money after bad without understanding what it's doing. If you continue to grow debt, the next generation can't and doesn't want your operation. And then finally, when I become profitable, how do I manage the wealth that I've built? These are all questions that need to be answered in order to have a generational operation. This is another definition that I like to have out there, and it's profit. It's the proceeds or revenue as from property or investments, the monetary surplus left to a producer or employer after deducting wages, rent, and cost of raw materials. This is very close to the exact definition that we would use in a ranching for profit school. We have to be paying people's wages, the rent of our land, the fair market value, and all of our other costs in order to consider the money left over as a profit. Now, the people side, let's focus on that for a little bit. What does it look like when people are actually being supported by the business? They are allowed to have autonomy. They are allowed to make decisions for themselves and have thoughts of their own. That's the old generation and the new generation, both. It's a necessary thing for people to be wanted on a place, to feel wanted, to feel like they're actually contributing. People need mastery. They need to feel like they are becoming experts in their area. They want to be able to feel like someone could come to them for advice. And people need purpose. They need to know that what they're doing is actually going towards something bigger than themselves. People need security. A lot of times with ranching operations, that ends up being financial security. A lot of places are not paying fair wages, or they are relying on sweat equity to pay their labor. And people actually need money. They need enough money so that money's not a worry. They don't need money so that they just feel wealthy, but they do need money so that they're not worried about it. Then they can focus on autonomy, mastery, and purpose. And finally, we need clarity, especially the new generation coming in. They need clarity from the old generation of knowing what is going to happen to the place. What is their role in the future of it? Once we have these areas filled with our people, then we can go on to this next definition, fulfilling, because that's what we're giving our people, is a fulfilling life. It's satisfying or rewarding, especially by meeting the emotional need for meaning, challenge, growth, and success. So I've given you these 5 main words: regenerate, generation, wisdom, whole, profit, fulfilling. These are all words that are applicable to all of us, and they're all words that we need to know the meaning of if we're going to be able to pass these farms and ranches on through the next generation and have a legacy and have that generational knowledge. So as you go on further into this summit and you listen to the other speakers, I want you to keep these 6 words in mind. And like I said, I'm kind of a nut for definitions. And so maybe we can come up with a new definition, or almost a new word, because this word was not in the dictionary that I found. And that's regeneration. A body of living beings descending from an ancestor that is profitably improving a place or system with experience, knowledge, and good judgment as a single undivided object, all while discovering meaning, challenge, growth, and success. How can we do that for ourselves? Because if we can do all of those things in that definition of regeneration, then we will be able to pass on and actually have a legacy and carry on that generational knowledge and be able to make advancements in agriculture without becoming stagnant. And I want to leave you with this last quote. The most dangerous thing in ranching is to do things the way Grandpa did them. The second most dangerous thing in ranching is to forget why Grandpa did things the way he did them. We can break paradigms and we can do things in a new way that leads us more towards our goals. But it's really dangerous to forget why the generations before us did the things that they did. They have a lot of knowledge base that we need in order to keep these ranches moving on to the next generation. If you'd like to get a hold of me, here is my information, melinda@simscattlecompany.com, and we do have a website. We're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, and by all means, if you want more information on ranching for profit, please visit ranchmanagement.com. And I've left quite a bit of time for some questions, so if anybody has any, I would love to hear them.
Perfect, Melinda. Thank you so much. Way to be so concise and just pack in some great information and principles there. As you've taught the schools, the ranching for profit schools, what would you say on the maybe on what we might label negative and positive? On the businesses that are struggling, are there any commonalities? And then on the businesses that are successful, are there any commonalities that you might share?
Yeah, so one thing I didn't mention, the businesses that are struggling don't have clarity for what's going on for the next generation. That is one of the biggest things. And Alan Crockett always talked about every problem is a people problem. And so if you get the people part of it right, that leads you to be a successful business. And there's some tools that we have that can help with those people problems to create clarity. Things like organizational charts and position agreements, management succession plans. That is a big one that most operations don't have. Not necessarily how is the asset going to be passed on to the next generation, but how is it going to be managed? Who's going to manage it? And when is it going to change hands? Are we waiting until grandpa's 95 to pass that on to his son who's in his 70s? Or are we going to do that and pass it on to somebody who's in their management prime, say in their 40s and 50s? So some of those tools are ones that we see if ranches are using them, they become much more successful at passing these on to the next generation. The second part of that is the money part, because like I said, people have a pretty good grasp on land and animals or production, but if they can get their place profitable, they're going to be successful, because what kid wants to take on somebody's debt? What kid wants to take on, something that there's no prospect of actually, putting away money and being financially secure. So I think profitability is another huge one for those that are successful.
Perfect. Yeah. Yeah. Amen to that in our experience as well, both personal and with clients. Somebody asked the question in the chat, what's the newest regenerative system you've implemented on your ranch? How does it fit into the framework of being financially sustainable? If you need further
So,
clarification, Maggie could come off mute. She asked that.
okay, well, one of the newest things that we've done is really focusing on our animals being adapted to our environment specifically. So the newest thing that we have done is completely close our herd, and we we raise all of our own bulls and heifers, and nothing leaves our place. It's within our holistic goal to have adapted animals, and that's one of the ways that we have found to do that. Living at 7,200 feet in a cold desert, it's a hard environment to bring animals into. And that has definitely made us a lot more profitable. We're no longer spending thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on genetics. We're raising them ourselves, and we're actually able to raise both bulls and heifers very, very inexpensively in our environment.
Nice, nice. And how long have you been doing that?
The heifer part of it, which is weaning heifers at 10 months, leaving them on the cow and keeping them here, we've been doing for 10 years. And we have completely had a closed herd for going on our 5th year, I believe, 4th or 5th year.
Nice, nice. That's cool. Who I always like to ask this question: who have been your mentors, Melinda, in your regenerative journey?
Yeah, the first one that comes to mind is Burke Tykert. Um, his knowledge base is absolutely phenomenal, and we're lucky enough that we're along his trekking route whenever he's traveling the US, and he stops by and says hi. And so we get to talk to Burke a lot and have a lot of input from him on our management practices. And he's the one who first told us, in order to love cows, I have to love grass. And in order to love grass, I have to love soil. And that has really stuck with us and just made it, very clear what our focus should be on. We have to start at the very base, which is at our soil.
Yeah. Cool. Maybe one last question. What, a lot of us are here because we are soil nerds and we love that. What are some of the things that you've done to be able to improve your soil, and what are the results from that?
Yeah, so back in 1989, when I said that we became, holistic managers, my father-in-law and his brother went to a savory school, and they came home and immediately started dividing up our pastures. And we're on 26,000 acres, and we currently have 144 permanent pastures with the ability to split those down, even further to triple our pastures. that has let us, more intensively graze. And change in our area is very, very slow. But we have seen an increase in our carrying capacity. It's taken, a few decades in a cold desert. It doesn't happen annually. But we now we're able to rest about a third of our uplands every year and hold that in reserve either for land health and just building organic matter, or in a drought situation, we have those reserves to be able to go ahead and graze and, not have to sell our factory when everybody else is also liquidating.
Mm-hmm. Cool. That's good. And then follow-up question, are you using any synthetic inputs either on the land or the livestock side?
On the land, we definitely have quit fertilizing. That was a big jump of faith, and we are liking what we see with that. Lots more diversity in our grasses. With the animals, we do still vaccinate. And I would say that's basically about the only synthetic thing that is being brought in is vaccinations for cows.
Yeah, no wormers or insecticides or things like that.
Actually, we do delouse. Yes, we do delouse because in the cold environment, bald cows is kind of an issue. We
Sure.
do only delouse cattle that are raising a calf through the winter, so only half of them,
Okay.
and they're not going to get, deloused every year because they may have a steer calf that gets weaned and then they're not going to get treated.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, very good. That's been awesome, Linda. Thank you so much for being a part of this summit. We appreciate your expertise. And again, Margot just put in the chat the way to be able to connect with you. And you're probably going to hear a lot about the Ranching for Profit School from different speakers. If you haven't been, like Wally Olson said, maybe you need to put that on your to-do list at the back of your journal. Sign up for the next available Ranching for Profit School. We love what they do, and they've been a great supporter in the regenerative movement, because it's really being regenerative on the land. If we can't sustain it economically, then it's truly not regenerative. It's you've got to be profitable to be regenerative, right? So
Absolutely.
any final thought, Melinda, before we switch to our next speaker?
Well, just thank you so much for considering me as a speaker for this. I'm really honored. And I do know that there are open spots available at our Kennewick Ranching for Profit School in September, of which I will be one of the instructors. So hope to
Oh,
see some of you there.
perfect. Yeah, well, thank you again, Melinda. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
So with that, remember the FAST principle. The last principle in that is to teach. Here's your opportunity. Take a couple minutes and let's share some insights, some takeaways, epiphanies, action items, things that you gleaned from this so that you have the opportunity to be able to teach the rest of the audience. And truly, this is great. Like, somebody else might hear something that I missed because I was focused writing notes or whatever. And when they type it in the chat and share that, it's like, did she say that? Oh, that's good. That's golden. I'm going to write that down. So here's the opportunity. Take a second, type that in the chat, your insights, your takeaways. We'll get the next speaker queued up here and ready to go. So what have you got, guys? Don't be a zealot. Do what is right for your livestock and your environment. I like it. I like it. Yeah, good ones. Right, for me, what it says, where we're at in our regenerative journey, a transition to that next generation. Having an asset that the next generation truly wants, like that's more than just a value on a balance sheet. Like, it's something that they want. That to me just kind of hit home. And asking myself that hard question, would I want this ranch as it stands today? Love the soil first, then the grass, then the animal. Very good, Holly. Thank you for that. Candy, I like the part of having everyone feel important and having a job that is theirs. Yeah, that autonomy, that was super awesome. Shauna says the stool is a great and easy example to follow. People and profit together. Ranch needs clarity and people having purpose. Very good. On the people side, purpose and having a say. Yeah, wonderful, you guys. Thank you so much for sharing those. Let them keep pouring in, and we're gonna queue up. Clay Conroy is our next speaker. Uh, how many of you in the chat have listened to the Working Gals podcast? Is that kind of like on your automatic podcast playlist when your phone connects to your Bluetooth in your pickup? I'm sure for many of us it is. We just get to hear Clay's voice and the great people that he interviews. We're honored to have Clay here with us. He's been a guest on one of our webinars before, and it's truly an honor to have him here. He's interviewed so many people from the agriculture industry and regenerative agriculture. He just has a very balanced perspective, and we're honored that he's able to come and talk to us about. What are you going to talk to us about today, Clay?
Biblical stewardship.
All right. Yeah.
Biblical stewardship.
Biblical stewardship. We love it. We love it. Well, let's run with it.
All right. Sounds good. Well, yeah. Jared, the honor is all mine, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be a part of what you've got going on here. Looking forward to the opportunity. And I want to start out with a quote from Johannes Kepler. He said, "Science is the process of thinking God's thoughts after him." Science is the process of thinking God's thoughts after him. The vast majority of scientists before Darwin were Christians. Johannes Kepler, Louis Pasteur, Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Mendel, all of them followers of Jesus, believers in the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. And they made their discoveries in science because of their Christian faith, not in spite of it. And so today what I want to do is look at a couple of competing narratives or differing narratives and just kind of compare them, contrast them, and then look at the difference what the story we believe we're a part of, what difference does that make? If I believe I'm a part of this story versus that story, what difference is it going to make in my management? What difference is it going to make in the way that I handle the resources entrusted to me and some of those things? So the first narrative number one, is his story, as in God's story. And the best place to start with a story is in the beginning, right? We start with, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And then just a few verses later, we have Genesis 1:26 through 28 that says, "Then God said, let us make man in our image, according to our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, and over the cattle, over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth." So God created man in his own image, and in the image of God he created them, male and female he created them. Then God blessed them, and God said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth and subdue it. Have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, and over every living thing that moves on the earth." And again, that's Genesis 1:26 through 28. That came from the New King James Version, because I would stumble over the old King James, and as I've found out recently, pretty much any other translation at this point. So I'm in a rut of the New King James, but Genesis 1:26 says that we're created in God's image. And I think that there are three big things that means. That means that we were created on purpose. We weren't a cosmic accident that came about because of an explosion. We were created on purpose. God intended us to be created on purpose. He did it, and he set out to do it, and we were the result of what he intended to do from the beginning. The second thing is that we're created for a purpose. God created us for a purpose, created us to do something. I think that purpose is to worship God, to declare his value, his glory, his beauty, to lift up his name in all the earth. So he created us on purpose, he created us for a purpose, and he created us with dignity, value, and worth. He created us on purpose, he created us for a purpose, and he created us with dignity, value, and worth. Every human, from conception to natural death, has dignity, value, and worth. And those are the three things that I think being created in God's image means. As I understand it, there's more, I'm sure, that we could dive into, but we've got just a few minutes here today to consider some of these things. So what is our purpose? Our purpose, according to Genesis 1:28, is to fill the earth and subdue it. God created the us with the purpose of filling the earth and subduing it. Now, what does that mean? Well, as I understand the narrative of the creation story, that God created everything in 6 days. The last thing he created as the pinnacle of his creation was man, created in his image, male and female. He says everything is good on the first. He says the light is good, the trees are good, the grass is good. He says the waters are good, everything is good. Then he creates man, and he says this is not good. And we know this, right? Instinctively, we've all been to the single guy's apartment. You've seen the socks in the sink and the dishes in the dryer. As he's hiding things as people are coming over and to visit. We understand it's not good for man to be alone. That's the only thing God said in the creation narrative is not good. And so God created woman to complete man. And then he said, this is very good. And he gave them a mission. He gave them a mission to fill the earth and subdue it. Well, he had created the world, but then he created a garden. He planted a garden. And he created man outside the garden, then he placed him in the garden, brought the wife to him, presided over the first marriage ceremony. And he said, I want you to take this garden pattern and fill the earth with it, to go out and to steward creation. Now, obviously, this is too big of a job for just Adam and Eve, and it was going to take generations and generations to fill the earth with people and to spread out over the earth and do this. But basically, they were supposed to take that garden pattern from Eden and fill the earth with that abundance and fruitfulness and all of those things, right? Well, we look around today and we see maybe not everything is good, right? Everything isn't necessarily good. And so there's obviously more to this story, and we'll get into that towards the end. But that's the first narrative, is that we are created in God's image with a purpose, on purpose, for a purpose, with dignity, value, and worth, to fill the earth and subdue it. To fill the earth with, the knowledge of God, but also to take the pattern that was in the Garden of Eden and spread it out to the rest of the world. So then we come to the second narrative. The first narrative, his story, that is God's story. If I, to be cheesy, I could say it's history, but his history is his story. The second narrative is to trust the science. Narrative number 2 is trust the science. And this is that man is an invasive species. Basically, when we see that, when we look at the world and we see, well, everything has come about through random, undirected processes, then we will come to the conclusion that man is an invasive species and that man is not good for the creation and that we need to preserve areas from man's influence. Well, we've seen how that goes. It doesn't always go well. In fact, in a lot of places where we have preserved creation from man's influence, those places go backwards. They don't get better, right? I mean, this is one of the things that Alan Savory has told us in his experience, was when they killed the elephants in Africa, the speed of the desertification increased. So it wasn't about removing the animals. It wasn't about removing man's influence. It was about actually implementing the influence of man. It was about actually moving animals from one place to another. And I just recorded a fascinating episode with Tom Kravitz from Athabasca, Alberta. And we were talking about how the Native Americans were really, in large part, played a large role in influencing the patterns of the bison. And that when the smallpox pandemic broke out, spoiler alert, this is coming out in a few weeks, but when the smallpox pandemic broke out and the native populations declined, then the buffalo started to overgraze and their population started to decline as well. And so that's kind of some of the contrasting narrative that has been brought to bear on some of those things. And so if we don't need to remove man. Man is not an invasive species, according to his story, according to the story of the scriptures. Man was put here to fill the earth and subdue it. And I think that's what we're doing when we use regenerative principles to manage our livestock. I think we are obeying that command. We are using our minds to look at the world and see how God designed the world and match our management to his design. So we are not messing up creation. We are not an invasive species. We are here for a purpose. And I believe that man's influence can make land better than it can be apart from man's influence. Now, is that always the case? No. Does it still happen that we are causing desertification in the landscapes? Absolutely, 100% yes. I was talking to Alan Williams the other day from Understanding Ag, and he said that in the same week in Alabama, a place that gets 60 inches of rain per year, they had a dust storm and a flood in the same week. Well, it's a broken water cycle, right? And it's in large part tillage that's causing those issues. Leaving the soil bare, giving it ability to cap when rain comes and the water to run off, and then it's dry and the wind blows and it's a dust storm. So I mean, we've got this broken water cycle. So man's management isn't by default good. We've got to look at the world, examine the world, figure out how God created the world, and then work to make our management match those things. So when we match our management with God's design, the earth is an abundant, fruitful, self-healing, self-organizing, self-regulating system. When we match our management with God's design, the earth is an abundant, fruitful, self-healing, self-organizing, and self-regulating system. And we just look and say, when does the microbiology thrive? When does the grass plant live its best life? When does the water infiltrate best? Well, it's when we give appropriate recovery periods. It's when we shorten the graze period and give appropriate recovery and get as much animal impact in a concentrated area as possible, right? We give all these things, the ranching for profit, grazing principles, the 3 rules of adaptive stewardship from Understanding Ag, right? When we get all these things put together, I think it's just us in common grace figuring out how God designed the world to work best and matching our management to his design. And then we see that the earth is an abundant, fruitful, self-healing, self-organizing, and self-regulating system. The fact that rewilding these landscapes didn't work without management from mankind was as I said earlier, was one of the fundamental observations of Alan Savory. And he shows the pictures of the fence line comparisons between land that is preserved from animal impact, from man's influence, and land that is managed. And so what does this have to do with legacy, right? This is the Regenerative Legacy Summit. So what does this have to do with legacy? We should probably answer that question. Well, first of all, I think it gives us a better story. To think that we are created in God's image on purpose, for a purpose, with dignity, value, and worth, and that purpose is to fill the earth and subdue it, is a great story, rather than man as an invasive species and his influence needs to be taken away from certain areas of the world. Secondly, it brings satisfaction, right? We're doing what we were created to do. This, like, contrary to what you might have heard, the oldest occupation in the world is actually a farmer or a rancher or a gardener, whatever, an agriculturalist, right? That's what Adam and Eve were put here to do. And that's what they were created by God to do. And so we are created for that purpose. And we get satisfaction from knowing we're doing what we were created to do. The third one is meaning. It gives us meaning. Every task has meaning. It's not just a mundane task. Oh, here I'm again reeling up the polywire, right? No, this is me fulfilling the purpose with which God created me to do, to fill the earth and subdue it, to uh, bring life, to foster life on this planet. And so it brings us meaning. This is the contrast, right? Oneism and twoism. Is it oneism, which is everything's in one box? We're no different than the plants or the animals or the trees. We're just slightly more evolved than the animals. Or is it twoism, that God is one thing and he created everything else? And he placed us here with a purpose to fill the earth and subdue it. Now, some invitations. How do we line up our lives with this story, with his story? The first one is to repent. We stop trying to take control of our own story. Stop thinking it's all depends upon us. It's all up to us. Just repent from that story. Change your mind. That's what it means, is to change your mind. Change your mind about the story you're living as a part of. To turn from your own self-direction, turn from your own life, and turn to Christ and submit to his lordship. And that's believing that the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ was the only sufficient payment for your sins. That's the point, right, of what I said earlier. Everything was good, right? When God said everything was good, everything was very good. But then we look around now and we see everything is not very good, right? Everything is not very good. And so we have to say, what happened? Well, man chose to go his own way. Man chose to eat of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And man chose to do his own thing. And so now we have to stop trying to do our own thing and believe in Christ. And then we become part of this story. I think I'm unmuted.
There we go. Sorry, Clay, you're back on.
Okay. You can hear me now?
Yep.
So then we join the story, right? We participate in the story. We become participants in this story of what God is doing in the world, and we get to join him. And we get to see our work as just a participation in what he is doing and what he created us to do, right? And one thing that recently came to my mind is that this changes the story we believe we're a part of. And it changes the story, and it's the difference between gifts and door prizes, right? If you were to receive a door prize, if you showed up at an event, and just because you showed up at the event, they put your name in a hat and they drew your name out of a hat and you got a Milwaukee grease gun, let's say. That's cool. That's fun. But what if somebody was paying attention and they were watching you work and they were watching you take care of all of the equipment that you've got and make sure that it's in good working order, and using a grease gun for, a few minutes or whatever every day, diligently taking care of that. And they're like, you know what? I bet he would really appreciate a Milwaukee grease gun. And they went out and bought you one and gave it to you as a gift, right? That's the difference, I think, between these two narratives. We see one thing as it's just a door prize. Well, this is just the land that my family was on, and I'm lucky enough to be here, and I'm lucky enough to get to live a life that I really love and I enjoy, and do work that I really enjoy. Or we see it as a gift from God who loves us, and he says, this is for you, and not only is this for you, but here's purpose: fill the earth and subdue it. Fill the earth with the knowledge of the glory of God as the waters cover the sea, as it says, I think, in Hosea. It's a gift. It's not just a door prize. It's not just something that we got. We were lucky to get our name pulled out of the hat. No, it's God loves us and he gave us this gift, and he's saying, now enjoy it. Be fruitful, multiply, fill the earth, and subdue it. And so I wanted to leave some time for interaction and discussions, but return to this here at the end. Science is the process, as Johannes Kepler said, of thinking God's thoughts after him. As we go out and we look, one of the accusations against creation or Christianity sometimes is that, oh, it's just the God of the gaps. We can't explain all of this. And so just because we can't explain it, that must mean that there's a God that created it all. Well, I think that when we were employing those arguments, those gaps were maybe smaller. Those gaps were not as big as they are now. Those gaps are getting really big, a lot bigger, and as we start to understand just in the soil, all of the billions of microbes. When I started this podcast, 7 years ago, almost now, be 7 years in November, I think what I was hearing was in a double handful of soil, there are as many living organisms as there are people on the earth. And now it's like in 2 teaspoons of soil, there are as many living organisms as there are people on the earth. And so we just keep on learning more and more and more about it. And as we learn more and more about it, we're discovering what God put in place at creation, as I understand it. And that's what I mean when I say science is the process of thinking God's thoughts after him. So feel free to reach out to me. Leave me a voicemail. Tell me what you think. I'd love to interact with you more about this. My email is there, howdy@workingcows.net will come right to me. If you want every episode I've put out in the last almost 7 years, ranchingpodcast.com is where you can find that. So thank you again for the opportunity, and I'll stand by for questions.
Awesome, Clay. Yeah, let's give Clay a big round of applause, virtual round of applause, air clap. Wonderful job. We appreciate him being part of this event. So Clay, one of the questions is, that definition of dominion and kind of what it means in God's terms to have dominion over the earth and fishes of the sea, the animals, and how is that synonymous with stewardship? Kind of what are your thoughts there?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think that we are I think that when we see these rewilding projects, they don't go well. It doesn't get better when you remove man's influence. And I that's what I'm talking about, is that it's if we just remove man's influence completely, it's not going to get better. That's what I mean by subdue.
Yeah.
And so we want to use the minds that God gave us to look at the world and see how does it work best. And we've had some great thinkers who've helped us make those discoveries. And this is the concept of common grace, that God gives people the ability to look and think and see, and they've made those discoveries and they've shared them with us, and many people have implemented them on their operations and seen the same results. And so I think that what I'm talking about when I say rewilding is totally removing man's influence, and I don't think that's gone well as far as I understand it.
Yeah, very good. I definitely concur with that. With all the individuals, amazing amount of people that you've been able to interview, I don't know, is there maybe a two-part question, and you can definitely have full permission to be biased here and take it for what it is, but is there one that you're just like, man, that's the one that I would recommend people go and listen to, and why? And then are there any commonalities between the speakers? They're like a common theme between the speakers. It's like, this thing must be important because I keep hearing it.
Yeah. I think humility is a big one. I get this question a lot about favorites, or and I think that I'm too close to it. I end up listening to every episode at least 3 times before it gets released, and then it's too hard to keep every one of the 380 whatever episodes straight, that I've got recorded to this point. And so there are definitely some highlights, uh, but I think that it's hard for me to pick a favorite or one. But I think the humility, just being willing to learn from anybody. Uh, I think that goes to your point of forget, right? The fast learning, forget. You got to be willing to forget what you know. You got to be willing uh, to forget what you know and just be willing to learn from anyone. And I mean, I've said, uh, I going back and listening to the early ones is kind of painful, but it is. I mean, Dallas Mount on episode 2, the 4 pillars of a ranching operation, what Melinda just shared, was one of those that I think continues to be basically, that's every other episode is just a fleshing out of one of those 4 principles, one of those 4 pillars, right? Of land, animals, money, and people. And so, yeah, I think that's always going to be a highlight. And Dallas was the guy who inspired me to start. He's the one who said, somebody in this room should start a podcast. And so that one is always going to be a special one to me, I guess.
Yeah, appreciate that. That's great. Yeah, those of you who go ahead and start typing in the chat what your epiphanies are, what your takeaways are, practice that principle of teaching to this community here, what you've gleaned from this. Somebody asked, what's your greatest aha moment, Clay?
Um, well, I think it's just been a series of aha moments, but just I think honestly, one of my biggest aha moments was when I asked Nicole Masters if she struggled with the imposter syndrome. The imposter syndrome is like, I don't have a right to be here. I don't have anything to say. Everybody here knows what I'm going to say, or is smarter than me on these subjects, which is every day of my life. And especially on an event like this, I feel that way for sure. But she said, yes, absolutely. Every day. I'm like, you're the world renowned agroecologist and you struggle with the imposter syndrome, you know? And I think that just goes to show that it's something that is common to man. And so we need to fight that, resist that, and just realize we can learn from anybody. And sometimes if we just the way we've been seeing things is different enough that it will help somebody else, help somebody else learn differently too.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I don't know if that was on record or not with Nicole, but man, it's kind of what I needed to hear because
It
certainly,
was in Patreon bonus content, which there's a preview of that in the freebie that I put together for this conference or the summit. I'm not sure if I've ever released it to the broader feed, but yeah. So
Margot just dropped that in the chat. Basically, if you go there, it should be pretty self-explanatory how to be able to pick up on the gifts and offers that each of the speakers or some of the speakers have to offer. Not everybody had that, but we welcome that and encourage you to go check that out. Yeah, definitely. Humility is great. And, we appreciate your humility, Clay, in coming here and being able to share from your heart the message that God's put upon your heart and to be able to share that with this community. You've definitely added to this event. So thank you very much. Everybody send Sensei Clay some love in the chat. Let him know of our appreciation for him coming and joining us today. Take care and God bless, Clay.
well, thank you so much for the opportunity. I was humbled to be asked.
Absolutely. Yeah, grateful that you were willing. Very good. So yeah, thanks, Clay. So how are we doing so far? We've got 2 speakers down. We're about an hour and a half into this. Anybody need to get up and shake it out a little bit? If you do, go for it. I mean, don't make sure that you're getting blood flow to your brain, right? Okay, so our next speaker, we're going to bring up who have we got here? I've even got to look at this. Sally Calhoun. I'm grateful that she's able to join us. Sally, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hey, welcome. Welcome,
Thank you.
Sally Calhoun from the Piscinas Ranch, right? And you are neighbors with our last webinar guest, Jeffrey Mundell, is that right?
Yes.
Not too far from the guest. We're kind of for some reason centered around California right now. Joe Morris was the one right before that. So you guys are kind of all in that same area. And I was just through that country not too long ago. So
Oh, you didn't come see us though.
well, now I know you. Yeah, I might be back through in October.
All right.
That'll be awesome. Well, welcome. And I think we've got you queued up, and your co-host is going to be sharing screen here in just a minute. But so
Okay.
let's jump right in, Sally.
All right. Well, yeah, thanks very much. I'm sitting here definitely dealing with my own slight version of imposter syndrome. But I'll get through it. Definitely don't really think of myself as an expert on ranching. So the conversation here is going to be a little bit different. I am currently the owner and manager of Piscinas Ranch, which is on the central coast of California. You can see that it's 7,600 acres of rolling grassland and savanna. My husband and I purchased the ranch in 2001 after a tech career. And I had the great fortune to learn about holistic management about 3 months later, and it set me off onto this crazy journey that ends up with me sitting here in front of you. I had no ag background. I was an avid organic backyard gardener. I now consider myself to have been a suburban environmentalist. And I sort of just dove in. And one of the things I took my first holistic management training class, I think, in 2004. And my colleagues said that my totally unfair advantage was that I had nothing to forget, only things to learn. And a lot of holistic management and the principles involved really resonated with me as a gardener. So that has been my entry into the whole regenerative space. On the Piscinas Ranch, we raise sheep. Sheep are our main product. Next slide, please. You can see our sheep flock here, I think. We also raise a variety of pastured meats, beef, pork, turkey, and chicken for our direct sales. And then wine grapes, you'll hear more about that later. And we have a thriving hospitality business because our other unfair advantage is that we are an hour from San Jose, California, and within 3 hours of about 7 million fairly affluent customers who care about how their food is produced. So the challenge we've got, as you can see, this is a picture probably from the summer. We are in a Mediterranean climate. We're part of the 5% of the planet that is Mediterranean. And what that means is that we get absolutely no rainfall for between 5 and 7 months. Usually from the beginning of May until the end of October, it will not rain a drop. It's not that we have a drought or it's dry. It doesn't rain a single drop. And so it's quite warm in the summer. And we have a historic rainfall average of 11 inches a year. And we've seen between 3 and 25 inches a year in the time we've been here. So, and it's a totally non-native annual grassland at this point, a very stable non-native annual grassland. And it's a challenging place to be a rancher. I don't know. I once looked at somebody in Colorado and said, I don't understand why you bother to ranch here. And you could absolutely say that to me. This is kind of a crazy place to try and raise animals. But sheep do seem to do pretty well here. So we've been practicing holistic planned grazing for almost 20 years. But then also, about 15 years ago, I founded something called the No Regrets Initiative. And the goal of the No Regrets Initiative is to regenerate the agricultural soils of America and the communities who steward them. And next time we've decided to try something hard after we've whipped that. But that's what we're focusing on for 15 years. And the question is really how to deploy various types of capital to accelerate this change in farming. I think of it as a change from farming based in chemistry to a farming based in biology and the abundance of life. And we have 4 entities that we do that through. We have Cienega Capital, which does for-profit investing. We have the Piscinas Ranch, where we are trying to figure this out on the ground and how to regenerate our own place. The Piscinas Ranch Learning Center for sharing what we're learning and convening people from all over the world. And then the Globetrotter Foundation, through which we make philanthropic grants. We've been working nationally for the last 8 years. We're in the process of transitioning to work more at a regional level in New Mexico and along the western coast of California. We had over 90 philanthropic grantees last year. We've made over 50 investments in farmers, ranchers, and food businesses. And we've been hosting workshops since 2010. And we've also hosted many gatherings. I think the next slide is probably up. not quite. Back to the last slide. Sorry, I should be in charge of the slides. Let's go back one for the moment. So the focus of our work is really quite broad. And when I was invited to this talk, I actually thought, I'm not a legacy rancher, and my kids aren't interested in ranching. What could I have to contribute to this conversation? At first, I'm like, I shouldn't do this. I feel definitely like an imposter. But I decided that I have done a lot of thinking about legacy and why we're doing what we're doing, why I'm spending my life at this point doing this. So I thought I would share that. As I said, my kids aren't interested in the ranch. People are always asking me, though. They come and they have a wonderful experience, and they're like, "What will happen to the ranch when I'm not there?" It's never stated explicitly, but what will happen after me? And I thought for a long time about what I think people wanted me to do. I think people want me to set up a nonprofit, to have the ranch live on, to have the work live on. I thought about that, and it's like, I don't really think that's the right thing to do. I feel incredibly strongly that land should be stewarded, must be stewarded by people who love it and who are really, really connected to it. And I think that often doesn't happen in the context of a nonprofit or a trust or foundation that owns land. And I also think that's like trying to control from the grave, which I'm totally opposed to as well. So what I've come around to is, for me, what matters is what happens now. And it's the ripples that go out from what we do on the land now. And the people who come after me, for whom I have a great deal of respect, whether that's my children or other people who end up owning this land, I'm confident that they will do what they need to do in their context, and that they will know what the world needs in 20 years or 50 years far better than I know now. So I've decided to be present, to work in the moment, and to let the future fall where it does. But all of my work is centered around the question of this gathering, which is, how do we make it so the next generation can thrive as land stewards, attempting to create regenerative landscapes and also regenerative economies? So next slide, please. As our work in the No Regrets Initiative, we are often forced to step back and think about how to deploy capital. And we often get asked questions about capital, though almost only about financial capital, because that seems to be what the world is interested in solely. So our little diagram here we like to share, and this is kind of the last 50 years. By not labeling the axes, we can be a bit vague and hand wavy, but it's about the last 50 years. And if you think about financial capital, that's the black hockey stick. And this is sort of global capital. This is the 1%. This is the money that moves around through Wall Street in New York. And there's just more and more of that all the time. But we see that at the same time, ecological capital and social capital or human potential have sort of cratered in the opposite direction. That this increase in financial capital is really based on the exploitation of people and planet and land. And we've recently added this line for agriculture, because if we think about the financial return on agriculture, it does not look like that black line. I'm not even sure that it should trend positive the way it does. We're having a discussion about what that line should actually look like. It might be flat, or it might even be negative if we take out government subsidies. So we believe that we need to think differently about capital. We firmly believe that we're probably going to have to change our definition of market rate return on financial capital in order to change what's happening with like ecological capital and social capital. I do not believe that the investors of the world can become impact investors or environmental, social, and governance investors and expect to get market rate returns, do well by doing good. I think we need to fundamentally rethink return, broaden our view, and think about all of the kinds of impact that our money is having in the world. So I give this thing and I'm like, ugh, okay, that's depressing. This is a giant economic, social system change. I have no idea how this happens. So in the moment, I am a land steward, though, and I feel passionately about what I want to happen going forward on the land. So what can I do? I guess I've asked the question a lot. What can we do in the moment that has an impact? And what can we do in the moment that improves the situation for current land stewards and then also for future land stewards? So this is really just a conversation about maybe thinking differently. I'm not proposing that anyone do anything. I don't have any special knowledge about ranching. What I'm going to do is give some examples of what we're doing and what some of our neighbors are doing, and just to get people to think about non-obvious ways, perhaps, to support the incoming generation. And I think the big thing is to kind of think more like an ecosystem, or at least that's the analogy we use. So we are all managing ecosystems. We're all trying to regenerate ecosystems. We think about, many of us are trained in holistic management. We think about the ecosystem processes. We think about increasing diversity, cycling resources, which in this case we would say includes things like money, as well as water and energy and nutrients. We want to think about how do we move from a place of competition to a place of collaboration and interdependence, because we know that's how natural systems work. How do we move from thinking about scarcity to thinking about abundance? And these things are all easier said than done. And exactly how any of us do that is different, completely different, depending on our context. But I think there are things that we can all be thinking about. And I think that the three sort of practical suggestions I would have are that we all need to be innovating and sharing what we innovate. We need to be training the next generation, and we need to think about how our decisions support the broader ecosystem. So in terms of innovation, you guys are all learning all the time, or you wouldn't be on this call. All of us farmers are learning all the time. But I think the question is, how many of us do our experiments away from the road rather than on the road? How many of us share our experiments at the coffee shop or at lunch with our colleagues? I think a lot of us don't. There's a lot of fear of failure. There's a lot of fear of looking different. I had the advantage when I arrived in agriculture that I was different. There was no way I could look not different. So that I never had to worry about that. But I would like us to move toward a culture of innovation. I would like to make the experiments and the learning the stuff of the coffee shop, to go from having judgment around that to having curiosity around that. I mean, who doesn't want to learn on someone else's dime, right? We should all be sharing with each other. And I know many of you are, but I just wanted to give a few examples of how we've done that and how some of our colleagues have done that. The first is we have created a vineyard, which is a regenerative vineyard designed to be managed by sheep. It's a completely new idea for how to design a vineyard that came from Kelly Mulville and his work. And so we have done this. The whole intent was, in fact, to share this. We have the advantage of being able to do that, of having the resources to be able to do that. It's trellised high, so the sheep can be in all year round. The sheep do all the suckering, they do all the in-pruning, and they do all of the management of the vineyard floor. It hasn't been tilled since it was installed. It's not normally mowed, and it's not weed whacked. So there's many fewer inputs. We manage using a lot of John Kemp's ideas around plant health, and we're really trying to answer the question of, can we grow quality wine grapes while we increase biodiversity and improve soil health? And so far, we're 7 years in, and the answer is a resounding yes. So we just did 25 acres, but we are now hosting workshops and talking about what we're doing here. And we're not saying to anyone that the idea is to put your grapes up in the air like this, but we're trying to get people to see that, to ask themselves in their context, what could they do that would increase biodiversity, that would implement the principles of soil health while they grow grapes, rather than violating every principle of soil health every day, constantly. So it's a prod to try and get people to think differently. And we are very careful to share the challenges that we've had too, the stuff that failed, because that's just as important as what worked. And we have had plenty of failures. This is an agricultural endeavor. The ground squirrels and the voles and gophers. But so we share those things too, and we need help with all of those things. And the more we share, the more people we have come see the vineyard, the more workshops we host, the more people we talk to, the more we learn, because we learn as much from every interaction as people learn from us. And I think that's a key. It's not that we're taking our time to teach other people. We are taking our time to host people that we can learn from. And that's how we think of it. But then we have a lot of other colleagues doing this in completely different ways. A bunch of colleagues, including Joe Morris up and down the coast of California, who have created a program called Rancher to Rancher, where ranchers gather on one ranch, sit in circle, talk, eat a good lunch, walk the land, maybe do a safe to fail trial, and learn from each other. And that program's been going on for a long time, and is really effective at sharing. And even if you don't host, just showing up is sharing with your community. The third example I wanted to give was we've been working with an amazing family in the Central Valley called the Burroughs family. They have the first regenerative organic certified almond orchard, I think, in California, maybe in the world. And 4 years ago, they decided to share this. They took the risk of, they're doing these things that look really quite outlandish in the context of almond production in the Central Valley. They took the risk to open up their farm. They invited people in. They expected to get 50 or 60 people. They got 200 people that first year. They asked their friends for help. They got sponsors. Jonathan Lenger from McDices is there, along with academics from the University of California, natural food companies sponsoring. And this has been an amazing event, and it's growing every year. And they are changing the conversation around how to grow almonds. And it is very, very obvious that this is happening. So really applaud them. And then just the thing is, Benina in particular, who is figuring out how to make this transition there, she is just very open about, she's in this journey with all of her other colleagues, and they do farmer panels and they all stand up and share. And it's just, they say things like, becoming a regenerative almond farmer made us fall in love with farming again. And that seems like that's what's going to happen in order for us to make the change that we want to see. So that's my big thing, is the innovation and sharing. Just the other things that we think about are training. We hire a few seasonal laborers, usually young people or second career farmers, and we think about how we can help them and they can help us. We generally hire people who have a commitment to agriculture. They don't always know, but they think they do, to agriculture or a related field like conservation. So when we hire people, we're thinking about field building. We're thinking about where they're going to go next and what their impact on our whole ecosystem of farmers and ranchers is. We help them find the next place they're going to go usually, and we attempt to stay in touch. We're trying to instill really this culture of innovation, experimentation, observation, and a willingness to fail and to share that failure and to learn from it. The training, and then I think the final thing I would suggest is that we can all think about how to think like an ecosystem in terms of supporting the whole ecosystem with every decision that we make. When we make our holistic goals, we come up with a list of stakeholders. And then when we do our decision making, we think about the social impact of our decisions. Maybe it's human nature, but I think that we too often think about how our decisions are going to irritate someone else. Next slide, please. Rather than how our decisions are going to support. It's to support the larger community. We don't think so much about how our decisions impact our slaughter facility or our meat distribution company. We are financed on our financial return a bit less than we are on the positive impact that our actions and money could have. Next slide, please. So we try to think of the whole ecosystem of farmers and ranchers and technical service providers and finance organizations and food companies as being like this sort of prairie ecosystem. And we all know that we need roots in all different places. We need photosynthesis happening above. And so our decisions can contribute to the system. I'll just give one example. We think there should be a lot more custom grazing in California in vineyards, orchards, and for fire mitigation. We thought about starting a custom grazing company. Nobody really wanted to do that. That's a whole different enterprise. So what we've done is most of our breeding stock goes as trained breeding stock to custom grazers that we know up and down the state of California, and we work with them as well as we can. And then also we do custom grazing just for our neighbors where we can walk, because there's no one else doing this in our neighborhood, and we think it's important. Plus, this way we learn about doing custom grazing. We work with our winemakers in pretty much the same way. We don't make wine. We sell grapes to winemakers, and then we buy it back and sell it in our hospitality venue. And we look for opportunities to support those amazing, mostly young women winemakers starting up in their businesses. So I think just my pitch is that we need to all recognize our interdependence and the complexity of the situation we're in, and to look for opportunities. I think and many times it's about intention. It's about taking an extra few minutes to think about, how can I strengthen the whole ecosystem, and how can I support the change that we're all working to see toward a more regenerative landscape and economy. So anyway, thanks very much for listening. Thanks for exacerbating my imposter syndrome. This is a list of a lot of the organizations that we have invested in and granted to. And so, yeah, thanks very much for being here. And also, not just Jared, anyone who wants to come and visit us, we'd love to have you. Contact us. And hopefully there's some time for questions. I wasn't tracking the time, but.
Yep. Yeah, there are. Thank you so much. What an amazing opportunity to be able to see somebody from who didn't grow up in the industry, who maybe didn't have the paradigms and biases that some of us have of being generational. And why did you feel the call, the urge to be able to make this more of an educational experience rather than just a traditional for-profit ranch?
I
So,
think it was because, like I was saying, when I started this and I wasn't going to be a rancher at first, I was just going to be a landlord. And then once I learned about holistic management, I really got into it. And I did, like Clay said, I went out and I just learned from everyone. I wasn't hard to be humble. I didn't know anything. I went out and learned from everyone and just really got sucked into the whole curiosity and the intellectual challenge of trying to figure out how to be a good land steward. And it's the most fascinating thing I've ever worked on. I mean, I've worked with supposedly the smartest people in the world in Silicon Valley, and that's as simple as falling off a log compared to trying to figure out how to steward land well and then to be in relationship with other people who are stewarding land well. So it's just fascinating.
yeah, wonderful. As you look around at people who come and visit your place and you are familiar with other people's places, what would you say would be like the first step to making that change to being regenerative? It's kind of
I
a broad
really
question.
think it's to be regenerative in terms of land stewardship. I mean, I really think it's about trying to change rethinking the paradigm that you are managing for life. So stop killing things, start promoting life, and be very broad-minded about what life can be.
Yeah, that's an interesting. Can you say that again to
I'd say
reemphasize?
I think the first step is to start managing for life.
Yeah,
Stop killing things, start trying to grow things, and embrace the diversity of what might happen when you do that, whether that's with plants or whether it's with people once you start inviting people in. I mean,
oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, start managing for life, right? So much of what we do in agriculture is combative towards a pest or a weed or a predator. And
right.
and so as you've embraced that on your operation, have there been, certainly we all experience failures, but yeah, just to maybe add some humanity to it, what do you have any
Oh,
epic failures you'd like to share and lessons learned from them?
oh, epic failures. Oh, well, I mean, I've built everything in the wrong place, spent money on the wrong things at the beginning. I should have not done any of that for 10 years. But I mean, one epic failure we always share is we planted phase one of our vineyard, and the first year we lost 2/3 of our plants to ground squirrels and to a flooded nursery. And we didn't realize people had told us if you put those little protectors on the vines, you should be fine with the ground squirrels. Not our ground squirrels. They were smart enough to figure out how to get in there and break every branch. So yeah, I pretty much assume that everything anybody tells me will happen will not happen the way they say it will. I'm
Uh,
pretty skeptical at this point and expect from tiny to epic failure routinely.
yeah, that's awesome. Farmer Dave has a good question here. What role do small farms play in the future of regenerative agriculture?
Well, so the way I think about it is we need a diverse agricultural system, and we are going to need all kinds of farms from 1 acre, 2 acre urban farms to 5 acre farms to I do think there will still be medium to large size farms left, but I think that small farms will continue to be super important and will in fact drive a lot of the change that happens. So it's just they play a key role in the ecosystem. We're working now to try and connect smaller organic farmers in California to schools, as are many people. And those small farms are willing to work with schools a lot of times in ways that the medium and large size farmers can't. So I just think there's no resilient system that doesn't have lots of diversity.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting, right? Diversity, even diversity amongst people builds strength, right?
Right.
And
We sort of
yeah,
manage for chaos and diversity at all scales and across all things. So that's why one reason we have 90 philanthropic grantees is because we don't think there's any one right solution to anything. Right? There's a lot of people with good ideas, a lot of people coming up with great stuff, and we need to support that diversity to get where we need to go.
yep. What would you say is a solution to this a transition that is happening is going to continue to accelerate, whereby current ownership is going to transfer because they're either retire or die? Um, any suggestions you have, anything that you're doing to be able to ensure that there's not further consolidation?
Yes, boy, that's a really hard problem. I wish I had a fantastic answer to that. The only thing we've come up with is to support some land access efforts for new farmers, particularly immigrant farmers. So I think that one thing that we have to have to stop the consolidations. We do have to have farmers who want to take over these operations and are capable of running them. So I guess most of our work is focused on trying to make sure that those people are there. And the policy questions around consolidation are probably above my pay grade at this point. So.
For sure. For sure. Yeah, and I wholeheartedly agree. That's one of the reasons that we're doing these summits and educational events, is to be able to help connect landowners with potential land stewards, and make sure that those stewards have the capacity to be able to step into that stewardship. And so I applaud what you're doing. That's a wonderful.
I think the other thing we have to remember is that, this is a daunting thing. And we all only have to do our little part. I mean, the thing is, there are millions of us. We don't have to solve every problem or do everything. We can do the thing that works for us, the thing that we enjoy, the thing that makes us want to get out of bed in the morning. And if everyone else does that, this change will happen.
Yeah. Thank you. One last question here. This one hits a little close to home to me. And if we commit to stop killing things using all the sides, do you suggest identification of poisonous plants, i.e. hemlock, and fencing them rather than spraying them? Or what do you?
Well, yes, I definitely would fall in the Allen Savory school of that. That plant tells us something. And hemlock, sheep actually like to eat hemlock, it turns out. No, it's not toxic to them. So I think a toxic plant in the context of your operation, yeah, you have to figure out how to manage it. But I believe that they mostly reflect management decisions that we've made, and maybe there is a way to utilize them if they have to be there. We have something called Russian knapweed. It is very invasive in California. It's there. In fact, you can't even kill it. I have a spot where people tried to kill it and nothing grew for 20 years. Wow. And then the Russian knapweed came back. But I'm told all the time I should kill Russian knapweed. It turns out it's green all summer. It has the protein content of good alfalfa hay, and it hosts pollinators when nothing else in Piscinus is green. So I think we kind of need to just flip that on its head. And I know it's easier said than done, but that's what we try to do.
I like it. I like it. Great answer. Yep. Great answer. Well, Sally, thank you so much for joining this summit. We appreciate your contribution, and thank you for being willing, for facing the imposter syndrome, for overcoming it. And you definitely can speak with authority. So we appreciate how you've added to this.
All right. Thank you. Thanks very much for including me.
Absolutely. So, okay. So there's, you've got a link there also that Margot posted. So go check out Sally's offering from the Piscinus Ranch, and I'm grateful that she was able to be here with us and participate. So yeah, you guys know the drill. Share what you've learned in the chat. Let's make this truly educational, and share some of the key insights and things that you learned from Sally. Pretty awesome the approach that she's taken to land regeneration at scale, right? On a large scale. It's not just a backyard experiment. This is actually at scale and being profitable in the process. So cool. Well, we would like to welcome up our next speaker, Michael Kilpatrick, who's here with us. Michael, are you there? Go ahead and we'll unmute and bring you up. All right. We're still
there we go.
There we are, Michael. Hey, yeah. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Yes.
Hey, you are an expert at doing these things, and I follow what you do, meaning educational events, sharing knowledge and things. And so, man, we're honored to have you here. This is a great opportunity to be able to learn from somebody. So yeah, Michael, let's kind of give a little bit of context about like who you are and who you serve, kind of what you do for those who may not know you.
Yeah, so I've been in agriculture now for about 20 years. We started in upstate New York with a pretty large vegetable farm. We managed about 500 acres, did about 40 of cropping, 100 of pasture. We had, cows, goats, sheep at one point. We had a little bit of everything, but the vegetables is what made the money, and that's what the business ran off of. 2015, we moved to Ohio to be near my wife's family after we had our first child. And took a couple of years off farming, did education at that point. We realized just how challenging many farmers have it. In upstate New York, we had great mentors, and so we were very lucky with the amount of truth being spoken into our lives during that period, and just being able to, I had a question, we had an answer, and so many farmers don't have that. So that's why we did education for a number of years. We still have that company. We've taken a little bit of a back seat to that, just because we have a new project called the Farm on Central, which we started in 2020. We bought the property in 2020. And it is an 8-acre urban farm with an on-farm store, on-farm kitchen now. We just finished that this summer. And we serve approximately 3,000 customers. Well, that's how many are in our system at the moment. So, and we keep track of every single one because we're a private membership association, which means that we do business in the private domain, and it helps reduce the amount of government bureaucracy and interference with our business. So it makes marketing sometimes a little bit challenging because it's a little bit more challenging to go out to the general marketplace and pushing product. So we have to do a little bit of education before folks come into our funnel or our journey. So that's kind of what we do. Yeah, we're open 5 days a week, and I would say on a weekly basis, we have about 500 to 600 visits a week into our store.
Nice. And you probably said it. Where are you located again?
Yes, I did not. We're in Southwest Ohio, so about 40 minutes north of Cincinnati, about 20 minutes from Dayton.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. Very good. What, yeah, so as you've learned the marketing principles, kind of tell us a little bit about that journey.
Yeah, absolutely. I started out like so many farmers do with, oh, well, everyone needs to eat. Well, yeah, but not everyone wants to eat a beet or, pay $4 for a head of lettuce, which is for a small farm, probably what a lot of times what they need to get. So really, when we started out, we obviously did some of the right things at the farm. We went to a good farmer's market, and that took us a couple of years to figure out that you want to go to the largest farmer's market nearby, and it may be way more expensive than the local curb market. But at the curb market, you lose money because you make $5 and your stall fee was $5. At the big market, you can make $1,000 and your stall fee was maybe $50. So there's a massive aspect there. So those are the first things we did. And then my brother was into personal development, so he started listening to podcasts and researching people like Seth Godin and different marketing aspects. And then part of this too, because we had a farmer's market stall, we hired someone to manage it. And one of the women that was working with us, she brought in Paco Underhill, who was the father of modern retail. And so he was the first guy that put cameras in retail stores and actually watched customers shop. And we don't quite do that, but I will stand behind the glass in our store now, and I will watch customer flow and just think about, okay, so what could be better? How does this work? But so we have that experience of the brick and mortar, selling actual products to people. But then what happened is because we started the online education business, we got into the online world and started understanding things about funnels and reoccurring revenue and all these other principles of just like, the aspect of like a funnel page that will change a landing page 6 times in 12 hours if we have enough traffic, because we're adjusting the language on the page to speak better to our customer. Now, not saying we bring all those principles into the current farm we have, because we're just not, our farm is a physical farm, people come to it, and we're not focused on the online side. But there is still a lot of aspects of those principles that we bring in. Like on our team now, we have a guy, he's our marketing guy. He focuses on the avatar, and we'll talk about that, the ideal customer, of who our customer is. We spent a lot of time working on that. We spent a lot of time combing through every single customer recommendation or review, and going through the language that they give us and putting that into our marketing. So a lot of those, over the 20 years that we've been farming, we kind of brought all of those into this business. And in our business now, the farm business, not the education business. Education is completely separate. The farm business this year should do about $1 million in sales, and this is year 4 for us. Now, again, I am not here to just throw big numbers out there for the big numbers' sake. What I tell you that is to say that because we're able to bring a lot of these marketing principles, it has allowed our business to scale, which allowed us to feed more people, hire awesome employees, and it really hasn't reduced the stress level in our family yet, but we're getting there. So it's definitely going the right direction. We're starting to bring the people in, the team members, which can really help manage departments of our business and really make things work more smoothly. So that's kind of like, that entire, and then the product of what that marketing journey has given us is a business that's rapidly growing. And at this point, we're starting to look at different divisions and going, okay, is that really important to our long-term plan? And do we need to start shaving that out? Because at the beginning, and in any marketing business, any business, a lot of times you're just trying a bunch of things. I was sitting in here having a conversation with one of our department heads earlier, and we were talking about like the process in our business of doing R&D. And I was like, hey, in our current Square account, which is how we manage our sales, we have 1,000 SKUs. And I said, we only offer like 200 things in the store. But that means that we burned through 600 different or 700 different other items that didn't work in order to find the right ones that are going to allow us to scale and go to the next level. So a lot of trying different things to make that happen and be able to kind of scale that business.
Yeah, cool. So are you actually coaching people that are doing direct to consumer sales and building out marketing, or?
We do a little bit. Again, that's really more the back burner now. Actually, that company only pays about half my salary anymore. The farm business actually now has started to actually pay our salary now that we're starting to scale a little bit faster. So yeah, it's still out there. We still have a lot of training, but it really comes down to, I think, seasons in life. Is that like the season right now is we have this new business, it's scaling rapidly. We have a period we want to bring on the right people in our business and really be able to get them into key positions. And so my time has really been focused 90% on the systems, the processes, the team. And we have 3 young kids now too. So there's only so many, as you know, so many minutes in the day. So, when I was 10 years ago, when I had no kids, I would, 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Now, 5 p.m. to like 8 p.m. when the kids go down, that's kid time. That's daddy and kid time. So last night we took the bike ride to the park. And there's really just not a lot of time to do the one-on-one that I wish. I mean, I enjoy it a lot. That's probably one of my favorite things to do, is to really work on the marketing and the systems and processes around that. But I just don't have the free time anymore.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Well, tell us some of the principles about you call it the lifetime marketing system, is that right?
Yeah. So and really kind of it came back to, you guys are talking about Regenerative Legacy Summit. So to me, and again, I'm sure you went into in some of your sessions on what that means to you. But to me, thinking legacy, thinking long term, thinking things that you build and then it works. If you think about a massive flywheel in like an engine shop or something like that, the thing keeps going, and it's amazing that some of those flywheels will go for a half hour, an hour after it's been powered down, just because of all the momentum that's in there. Yeah. And I think that's what we can build if we do that, especially regenerative. And we look, regenerative to me is about lower cost of inputs, more about working with nature, more about using the land and the solar energy and the animals. And so to me, that marketing is okay. Yes, there's a lot of things that you can do and you should do in some aspects. But how do we start to step back and say, okay, we don't want to have to be doing, the daily grind every single day. So how do we build a long-term system that can just generate income for our different enterprises? Especially starting to think multi-generational as well. And my kids are still young. But my 9-year-old, she has a small little sewing business that she started up. My 7-year-old, he when he decides he wants to do it, he was making some they're like syrups, like simple syrup. So we did a ginger simple syrup and like a mint simple syrup. And to me, that's like the beginnings of a multi-generational business. Obviously, they have no need for that money because we cover things for them most of the time. But you know, if you have a audience of highly engaged, passionate customers, and you have a product that meets one of their needs, you can sell it to them. And that's where, when you start to build this multi-generational, at this stage in our business, we don't have the time to do certain things. But the next generation probably will and can really focus on this. And there's so many different things I can focus on at any one time. So that's why it's really important for us to think about what's the long-term vision. How do we build that group of raving fans, of customers? And so, kind of to start thinking about that is, the first thing is really to know who your customer is. Okay, and we can dive into that a little bit here a little later, because there's a lot to that. But it's knowing who your ICR is, or your ideal customer avatar. And so when we do that, what we do is we just ask a lot of questions about our customers. We stand out in the store and we talk to our customers and say, hey, tell me about yourself. Okay, so like, even to the point of like, where do you go to church? Where do you go to school? What kind of car do you drive? It's really just understanding them and the psyche behind who they are. And even to the point of understanding the political beliefs. I mean, we try to be very agnostic in the aspect of, we don't have a, we have American flags out there, but we're not to the point of, we're picking one or the other, because to us, our customers are equally in two different groups. You have the more liberal, save the earth, we want to eat healthy. But then you also have a lot of the conservative, God gave us this earth as a basically the steward, and so they want to eat well. And so you have those two aspects. So we're going to be very careful with that in our marketing to people. So really knowing that customer and then finding out about them. We do a lot of surveying for that as well. So like this year, we already have 3 different surveys that we'll be putting out in the next 3 months on very specific enterprises in our business, to be able to kind of understand what our customer wants about that. Again, the kitchen is brand new for us. So there's 2 surveys specifically driven by that. And we specifically, in those surveys, ask open-ended questions. And with open-ended questions, you typically have to do slightly more work. So we will pay for the survey or give gift cards out or something. But because it's an open-ended question, they're using their own language and their own words. And so that is gold for us, because then the customer is talking about their problem in their own language. And that gives us incredible insight into them. So we talk about knowing your customer. That's the important part. The customer flywheel. So I actually do have a slide. Do you mind if I share that really quickly here?
Please do. Yep.
Yeah, it's just gonna be one slide. I didn't have the time to do a whole slide deck today. And bear with me for a second as I attempt to share this here. I'm sure it's here. Oh, there it is. Yes. And it's going to take a few. I think this is going to work. All right. Can you guys see this? It says your circle of awesomeness. So what we call this is, we call the flywheel, the marketing flywheel, the circle of awesomeness. There's a couple names we use. But this does work in all different businesses. It particularly works in smaller businesses where you do have a lot of talking between your customers too. So the mom that is going to the Azure drop locally to pick up her order, her friend says, "Oh, you're not buying the lettuce anymore or this anymore." She says, "Yeah, I'm getting it from a local farm. There's this name." And we actually use this a lot at our farmers markets to pull in new customers to our business back then. But we also use this at our store, is that we do a fabulous job of getting our customer a great experience. And so that's what we really focus on. I talked about earlier about that marketing guy that actually had the cameras in the store so you could see the experience. One of the things he taught me was the importance of round tables at a farmer's market, or just in things, because round tables suck people around. And it's little things like that that we started implementing. One of the other things we implemented on our stand to increase the level of awesomeness was what we called purse space. And so this is the space, as a customer comes up to the table, a place for them to set their purse. so that they can set their product down and talk to you and have a conversation. Because what's one of the most important things that a woman takes with her, because again, 90% of our customers in our business are women, is they want to, their purse is very important to them. So they feel their purse is safe, they feel safe. And when they feel safe, they feel they have a positive experience and they're going to buy more. And they're going to, in the long term of that relationship, you are now a safe business to work with. Again, those are just little tiny tweaks that we made in our business and in kind of our process. But what it does is it helps with this circle of awesomeness. Is it helps one person talk to another person, talk to another person, and different levels of connection. So the first level of connection is them shopping in our store. Because we're a private membership now, we make them give us a phone number or an email address. So we now have a second point of contact, which is a way to reach them at home. So obviously we only send them stuff that they opt in, so we're very careful about that. But having those other levels of connection allow us to now, I call it indoctrination. My team calls it, education. But we're trying to educate them on what regenerative, local, small-scale farming should be. Because what the important thing here is the why. And I think that is one of the most important aspects of a legacy marketing is them understanding your why and having a similar why. Because if they are only buying from you transactionally based. So, okay, the other day, I needed a very specific top link for my 3-point for one of my tractors. I literally got online and I found the cheapest one that was going to fit it and I bought it. I didn't care where it came from. That was an incredibly transactional transaction. Is all I needed was a thing. I gave them money. They gave it to me. I don't care anything about that business after that. But if you can get a customer to understand your story, why you do what you do, how you do what you do, imagery of your family, of the farm, and get people to connect with that, come out to the farm. That's what we're really passionate about. That's why we do not do farmers markets. And we really encourage people to come to our farm store, is because our goal is to get them on the farm so they can understand where an eggplant comes from, how a blackberry grows. And so because that level of now trust and that level of them understanding our why, they are a much more loyal customer. They're not, every spring when it comes time to renew their CSA, they're not sitting down and going, all right, Michael, what is which one's cheaper? Is, Mile Creek cheaper or Patchwork cheaper or is Kilpatrick cheaper? They are, Farm on Central, Kilpatrick, we're just going to sign up again because there are people. It's not necessarily transaction anymore. So that why aspect is very important. And part of that why is going to come from you and why you do what you do, but it's understanding again, back to that avatar understanding why they want to shop with you and being able to tap into that as well. So again, going back to that trust, 90% of people trust recommendations from friends. And so that's why it's very important to create a great experience and have your customers as your biggest success stories and as your biggest promoters.
Yeah, I like that. Not all of us on this call here today are direct marketing.
Yes.
But I think all of us have something, even if it's an idea, that we have to sell. We might be selling our kids on doing the chores, right?
Yeah.
Or our spouse. And so marketing, when we think about marketing, we're like, well, no, that's not for me. I'm not a marketer. And kind of as agriculturalists, we pride ourselves on being recluses and not being able to market. And there's some truth to that, right? We chose the occupation because maybe we don't really like people. And we'd rather be alone on a horse or in a tractor. But can you kind of speak to what are some of the key principles, the timeless principles that will help us no matter what in marketing our ideas, marketing our employees to have buy-in in our vision?
Yeah, well, I think it's a lot of it too is being transparent too, because in an age of just fake everything, I mean, fake politicians to fake meat, fake energy reliance, all that kind of stuff. There is that if you actually say, hey guys, our sweet corn isn't as sweet this week. I'm sorry if you guys want to get it, we're selling it for cheaper this week because it's not as sweet. If you want to can it, this is the week for canning. That kind of transparency is something that goes over so far with our customers. I think the other thing too is thinking about the long-term aspects. There's different aspects of our marketing strategy. We talked about, some of the things we did on a day-to-day basis. But one of the things that is long-term with our marketing is our email list. And again, even if you do not want to be the person at the front, if let's say you have a business, you need to sell peppers and you want to be at farmers markets, you do not have to be the person behind the table. It's funny you said that, Jared, because about, not liking people. I can't pull it because it's over here on the other side, but one of my team came up with a cover, and on top of it, it says, "I don't like people." And it had my face on it. It was hilarious. It cracked us all up for like 2 days, because I am that person. And so what I had to do was get out of the way and let the people that do love that join our team, and they're the ones in the store talking to people all day long. So I think, yes, as business owners, you have to do marketing, but you don't have to do marketing. Your business does. And I think that's the aspect of, looking at the E-Myth, looking at some of these other business books that talk about really divisions and how things kind of break down, and just finding someone that loves that and turning them loose. So yeah, that's, I think the important part is, yes, it may not be you. I happen to love marketing, and that's just what I keep getting shoehorned into in the business, so I'm good at it. But we do also have support people that do support me with some of the projects because I can't do it all.
Like it. Yeah, that's really good. For those of us that are intimidated by these software systems and funnels and all this stuff that maybe you do or don't have to do to market, where would you recommend somebody start out? Like if they feel like, okay, I know I need to sell something, and where do we start? Or is there a program that you'd recommend? Maybe it's your own, maybe it's somebody else.
Yeah, so that's a great question. And someone actually does ask in the question, $1 million off a farm store, how on God's green earth is that happening? That's a whole nother talk. I mean, we could break down our entire revenue and exactly where that's coming from. We do some online sales. So we do some online sales. So it's not completely through the farm store, but about 65–70% will be through the farm store this year. But back to kind of what people can start with. I say the first thing to start with is a very simple website. And the reason I say that is, like, let's say we have a Facebook page. You can lose your Facebook tomorrow. And I know so many farmers that have, and they had 10,000 followers. And I said, Michael, it just went gone one day. Fortunately, Facebook's a private company, can do what they want. So have a simple website. And on that simple website, a simple email capture. Anyone that can set up a website can set that up for you. So have that, and literally all you have to do is just have that. If you want to join our newsletter, you can give away something free. Awesome to do that. But just have a box that says join our email list. And you can get email software that's completely 100% free. So MailChimp starts out free. Several of them start out free, so you can start out free. The other thing I highly recommend is a Google page, a Google, I don't know, Jared, what's that called? It's just a Google Place on a map.
Oh, yeah.
Google Business.
Yeah, Google Business. Yeah, thank you. Google Business. So we, till 2 days ago, at a 4.9 star rating. We had, usually when someone doesn't like us, they try to dox us. And so then we'll get several negative 1-star reviews. And so we have to go in there and try to fight those. But we really work on having a really good review there, because if you search on Google for something, 99% of the time, your Google listing will pop up on the right side right there. And that's massive for just, this is a great case in point. A couple of the team wanted to get together and do an off-farm activity, so we went bowling together as a team. And then afterwards, we were standing around like, well, so we go get ice cream or something. And so I Googled and found an ice cream place, and it had 4.8 stars. And I was like, okay, that's the place I'm going to go. But because that, I would not have gone there without their Google review page. And again, if you're going to let's say you're going to a farmer's market and it's at the specific park or something, I would go ahead and drop a pin for your booth at that market, so that your customers, and then have a 8.5 by 11 post on your market stand that says, hey, give us a review. And then someone can scan that, give you a review right there, so that when people in the area are searching fresh vegetables, you are going to come up as the #1 place for fresh, good food, or if you're selling meat or something like that. So that's just a really simple, quick way to start leveraging that anywhere. So I think that two are the most important things, that email list, simple website, and Google review. Those three will get you off to a great start.
Awesome. Cool. I like that. Well, we've only got about 5 minutes left, Michael. Are there any other key things that you'd like to emphasize here around your message?
Yeah, I would say that don't look at what we do and be like, there's no way. We started with a card table, and I remember clearly to that day, I was growing some lettuce. I cut 12 heads for the farmer's market. I was literally giving lettuce away because we couldn't sell it. I was like, if you buy a dozen eggs, I'll give you a whole head of lettuce free. I had no idea what I was doing. And it's literally been, wonderful mentors, events like this. So if you're showing up for this, that's awesome, because you are going out there and getting the information you need to grow your business and build that legacy. So it takes time. Again, I've been very lucky over the years with who I've been able to reach and be in contact with, and just keep looking at those next things that you can do to your business. One of the things we try to do on our farm is, right now, a lot of the times we're sucked in with working in the business, because our business is quite not scaled as much as we would like it to be for us to be working on the business. But I try to at least 15 minutes a day work on the business. And that means setting up a process, a system, or a SOP that allows someone else to take something off my plate, or something else to be automated. And so that is something that we track as well. It's like, okay, how many things are off our plates? How many things have we trained other people for? How many different things like that? So that to me is also very important. And there's no way we'd be where we are today without our team. So the team is where we are. And I really feel that a business needs to be big enough that at least have a team of 5 or 6 to really be truly sustainable. I know people maybe disagree with me, but to prevent burnout, to prevent a lot of those challenges that can happen, I think you desperately need a team.
Yeah, build a team. Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. So yeah, I think you kind of answered the one question. Last question here is, Clay says it always blows my mind that email is more powerful than social media. Is that true in Michael's experience?
Yes. Yeah. I can just give you a really recent example. So our online store, we sell some plant products. Like right now, we just finished up our strawberry plants for the season. Well, our early strawberry plants. And so they turned ads on. I didn't realize the amount they turned ads on, but they spent about $980 on ads for strawberries. I don't have the exact number on how many dollars in revenue that generated, but it wasn't enough for what I would like to see. For I think 8 days, 9 days of those ads. And that was a combination of ads and social media posts and things like that. We sent out 2 emails to our list, and that generated about $6,000 or $8,000 in sales. I don't have the final numbers yet. And you can tell the moment that email goes out, because orders just start coming in.
Huh.
Email is incredibly powerful. And again, it comes back to knowing who your avatar is, what they want, being able to answer their questions they're going to have before they even ask them. But having that email, anyone in the online marketing space would absolutely tell you that a strong email list is gold.
Cool. Very good. Well, Michael, can you share how people get a hold of you? Where do you have
Yeah, so if they want to follow our farm, it's farmoncentral.com. That's just the farm side of things. Our education is growingfarmers.com. Again, it's pretty simple. We don't have a lot of things that we offer there at the moment. We have the Thriving Farmer podcast. So that's if you just want to listen to almost 300 episodes of interviews with so many different people and so many different topics. That's a great place to just kind of, all you guys are out in the field doing things, stick those earbuds in, and away you go.
Like it. Yeah. Well, that's great. And then, we just dropped in the chat the offer that you have for folks. What is that offer, real quick?
Yeah, so it's a farm marketing checklist. So one of the things that in one of the courses we created, it was like, how do we help folks figure out like the top things to go do and then check those off? Because again, in this 30 minutes, I gave you so many ideas. Unfortunately, I'm just a guy. And I probably gave you an idea that we haven't implemented yet. So I think what we did with this checklist is we tried to break it down to like 10 or 12 top things that farmers can do to really help turbocharge their marketing and go to the next level.
Okay, well, thank you for that. What a great addition to this summit. We appreciate your willingness to come here, Michael, to be able to speak to us and have this more of an interview style. But it's been wonderful to maybe get our feet wet for those who might be just getting started. And I'm sure that even if you're down the road and already have a thriving direct marketing business, there are some key insights that people have taken away. So please go ahead and share those in the chat, what you've taken away from Michael. And Michael, thanks. We'd love to have you back again sometime, maybe on a webinar, and we can dive deep into more of the nerdy stuff about marketing.
Yeah, absolutely, Jared. Thanks so much for having me.
Okay. Yep. Take care. Have a blessed day, Michael. Perfect. Yeah. Well, very good, everybody. So what are your insights from this? Yeah, send him some love. The roundtable idea. I like that, huh? Being able to kind of in an organic way, a natural way, help people to be able to come together. Email is powerful. Even, we follow Russell Brunson on the marketing world, and he absolutely says that, that's what works for him. All the other techie glitchy things, and it's kind of back to email. Farm Rebel, they've sponsored us before. They're big on building that email list. Yep. Yeah, good thoughts, good ideas. Appreciate you sharing what your takeaways are. The avatar, was that new? Is that a new term for anybody? An avatar? Certainly that's not new in the marketing world, but yeah, there's some good things. And okay, very good. All right, how's everybody doing? Let's get let's get a little bit of interaction here. So who's brave enough to unmute and share like something that they're going to go and take action on? So just think about that. Raise your virtual hand. If you guys know where your virtual hand is, it's down there on the reaction. I think you can do that. Recognize hand gesture somewhere down there. So like something that you said, man, this already, we're not even to noon on day one, and already I've got a key takeaway. This is what I'm going to do. As we say here, you can either volunteer or you can be voluntold. So we'll just randomly pick people if you don't volunteer. Or, okay, and we tend to reward the ones who have their cameras on, but they also might be seen as picked on. David Stinnett, are you in a place you can unmute?
Finally.
There you are. You found it. You found it. Hey, share something with this great group.
Yeah, the thing that impresses me the most is, Clay's discussion and message on being in alignment with God, because you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that there is a lot of really goofball stuff going on that is anti anything that God stands for. And that's where, his comment was, we don't want to fight this stuff, but yet we don't want to allow things to continue without any blowback, where it is completely out of alignment with God's will. Because if we stop and think and recognize that he created this whole thing and it worked in harmony until, guess who? Man screwed it up. And we got to get back to the point where we acknowledge the wisdom and love that he designed all this stuff with, and continue to operate in that alignment.
Thank you. Thanks, David. Appreciate you being willing to be put on the spot there. Yeah, thanks for joining this. Very good. So with what we're learning here, I'm a big journaler, not in that I write down everything that I do every day, but I really like to write down those things that are key insights, those things that I want to remember. And hopefully it will serve not only me, but serve other people. So again, I encourage you, invite you to break out your journal, take out your notes, be able to document those things that you're learning, and then commit to taking action on them. So this has been a great summit so far. Maybe everybody should just get up and take a stretch real quick. I know we've been going hard, so we'll just, those that are able, that aren't driving, go ahead and stand up for a minute, stretch. Remember to breathe, stretch to the right, stretch to the left. Try to touch your toes. I can't quite do it, but it's all good. So yeah, hey, you know the routine. You've been on these before. You know the old Zach Bush and hey, David, thank you. So we're gonna keep rolling here.
I could.
And yeah, just a reminder, if you guys can stay muted, that'd be great. So next up, I'm going to share for a little bit, and then we've got one more speaker, and then Joel Salatin. So, you know, each of us have our own journey of regeneration, right? And mine started, well, combining those two words that we're talking about here, regenerative and legacy, and even stewardship. You know, much of what we do here at Ag Steward is geared around stewardship. The Profitable Steward podcast is our podcast. If you haven't checked that out on YouTube, preferably, because you can pretty much, all the speakers who speak on that podcast have got slides that they share. It's usually done kind of an interview style, and it's streamed live, so you can be on there. Stewardship is something that's important. We're going to talk more about that tomorrow, but my journey of stewardship and regeneration started, basically from the time I was born. I was born here on our family's ranch in northeastern Nevada. When people think about Nevada, they think of maybe hot desert lights, casinos, Las Vegas. And our Nevada is somewhat different. I'll share a picture here of what, I guess you saw the one at the beginning. But yeah, this is what our Nevada looks like. So it's mountainous. We have 4 seasons. It's a brittle environment. If you're familiar with the Savory's teachings of brittle, non-brittle, we do get a lot of snow in the winter, and we have more of a dry summer. This picture was taken last year, and this is our family again with 9 children, and we've added 2 or 3 to that, 2 grandchildren and a daughter-in-law since we took that picture just over a year ago. So yes, I am a 3rd generation rancher. Knew from the time that I was very young that agriculture, ranching in particular, was what I wanted to do, and felt called to do that. At a very young age, my parents left to serve a series of service missions. And so they entrusted my wife and myself with the stewardship of this ranch, thousands of acres. It is a high desert environment, so our carrying capacity is not like maybe the Midwest and other places. So it takes a lot more acres to run cattle. The ranch started as a sheep operation. In my teens, I actually became a partner with my dad in the commercial sheep operation, began building a cow herd, and then served a mission for our church. And when I got back, I was blessed to meet and marry somebody who loves agriculture and ranching just as much, and maybe even more than I do. And we committed to making that our livelihood. We didn't finish school, meaning college. My dad asked if we could stay home for a semester to be able to help on the ranch, and we never made it back. But we've certainly got an education along the way, and that education has come from the School of Hard Knocks, from experience, and from also others like they're listed here, attending the Ranching for Profit School, being able to meet and work with Bud Williams and get to know him and his family personally. You're going to hear from Richard and Tina later on this summit. Tina is is Bud and Eunice's daughter. Bud or Eunice and Richard and Tina have been on our podcast. I encourage you to go check those guys out. I began to realize that, as I stepped into this I think I was 23, 24 years old, when my mom and dad left. And when we're talking leave, I mean, they were out of the country. It wasn't like they could come home on the weekends and help us out. I mean, they were gone for an 18-month commitment. And they said, just don't screw it up. Well, actually, they said a lot more than that. They asked, are you willing to do this? And they empowered us to be able to step into the role of stewards while they were gone. And so we said, yeah, absolutely. This is what we love to do. We didn't realize how steep the learning curve was going to be. I knew many of the tactical aspects of ranching, but I didn't know the business side. And I needed a mentor and I needed people to be able to help me, but I didn't even know to ask the right questions. I remember sitting down at the lunch table with Bud Williams after our first day of stockmanship class. And much like I felt last week, I don't even know if I remember what my name is, let alone how to be able to articulate a question, because the concepts were so new. But as I began to become more exposed to a holistic style of management, I began to see the connections between everything and the role that I played as a steward in helping things to either come together or to fall apart. And honestly, they've done some of each through our stewardship. Also attended the Savory Institute, kind of went on that quest of learning and became a certified instructor with the Savory Institute. I wrote a book called Searching for Home, Finding Grace, and highly recommend that book. That's a copy of it here. So you can find that on Amazon. And it's a story about my journey and the journey of others who have been on the ranch, and it's told in a fictional way, but it's a way to be able to narrate and condense time into, a couple hundred pages of these experiences that we've had. We are certified with the Land to Market with the Savory Institute as regenerative. Certainly, it doesn't mean that we have everything figured out. We've scored well in some areas. Overall, yes, things are improving. As I talked about in the beginning, we want to be better this year than last year, today than yesterday. We want to look back at the end of the day and, as Bud Williams taught me, be content but not satisfied. Content that we've done our best with what we know, but not satisfied that we can't do better, or apathetic thinking that, oh, that's just how I am, or this is just how it is, or blameful thinking that, well, this is only as good as we can do because of whatever. Also started a podcast a couple years ago after we kicked off Ag Steward with one of these summits in January of 2023. And so for the last 18 months, besides being full-time father, husband, rancher, we are also full-time in the education business. And when you say full-time, what has to give? We're finding that balance. And I think that's how it is in life, right? The last 2 weeks, our lives have been pretty out of balance. We've had some things happen on the ranch, which have required me to reschedule, to be able to step back, and honestly, to show up for this. It was like, how can I do this? But yet I knew that hundreds of people had committed their time, and I knew I needed to be here for you. So we delegated the things on the ranch. Fortunately, we've been blessed with some wonderful help to be able to do that, so that I can be here and be present for you guys. And so we've done now these virtual summits and webinars and trainings, and that's what Ag Steward is all about. Being able to help family-owned farmers and ranchers become profitable, regenerate the land that they steward, and create legacy businesses that will truly last for generations. And it's an honor to be in such a wonderful community of people who are looking for answers and willing to share what they've found and glean what they can from others, regardless of what the source is. Sometimes we think, well, what are their credentials? And those credentials sometimes speak louder than the truth of whether a principle is true or not, right? Are we calling out to that lighthouse that they need to move, when really it's us that needs to readjust and needs to realign and redirect our course? So even though somebody may lack the credentials, they may lack the experience, certainly there are things to be learned from anyone, everyone, everywhere, if we are aware and attentive and are asking the right questions. And thinking about the journey that I've been on, and I'm sure each of you have your own journeys. And at some point, and maybe even during this, we'll get to hear from some of you about your personal journey of regeneration, what that's been like. But as we started out, we had first, we didn't know what we didn't know. And then as we began to learn, we began to realize there's a lot more that we don't know than we actually do know. And we started to learn more about some of these principles. But still, if what we know is represented by a small circle, what we don't know is represented always by a bigger outer circle. And that inner circle will never fill the void of the outer circle, at least not here in this life. Like there are always going to be things that we don't know. And that's part of how it is. And hopefully that's why you're here, is to be able to recognize, there's some areas where I need to make some adjustments. There's some areas that I need to learn. There's maybe I don't know what I don't know, but I'm here, and hopefully those blind spots will be opened up to me. And it does take a large dose of humility, as Clay talked about, like being able to step back and say, is that truth? Is that a lighthouse? Or is that a battleship? Is this something that's true, even though it may come from an unlikely source? That unlikely source in this context may be somebody in the chat who just drops that in there. And that's like, wow, that's a cool principle. Thank you for sharing that. So we hope that you can utilize that and make those connections. Throughout that journey, in our own journey, we go through what is called the trough period. I remember Fred Provenza was the first one who exposed me to that principle of the trough, that when we're here and we want to get over here, I don't know, there's very few things that are absolute, but I think this might be one of them. There is not an absolute direct course to get from where we are to where we want to be. It's going to look zigzaggy, and sometimes we go through what we call the trough. And maybe if I can articulate this, I'm actually just going to draw it on a piece of paper and invite you guys to do the same. So just take out your piece of paper, and on the left-hand side, draw maybe a plateau. And then on the right, and then we're going to come through the valley and up higher on the right-hand side, if that makes sense. So you're actually going to draw a picture of maybe over here, coming down through the valley and up onto the right. Okay, has everybody got that? My blurred back screen, you might not be able to see it, but it's going to look something like this, if you can see that. Sorry if you can't see it. One side down here, through the trough, up onto the other side. The other side is a little bit higher. In all movies and all stories, there are parts to that story. There's usually the come from, there's the catalyst, there's the what do they call that? Kind of the drama, the confrontation, and then there's the resolution. And so in the middle is maybe that climax, and then there's the resolution. And I believe that's how we're created, is to go through that. Like we think about, if you think about an EKG, when it's just a flat line, things are kind of not very good at that point, right? And we want to imagine in life that, we can just be that flat line. We don't want things to be bad. We don't want to go through the challenges or the trials or the experiences that may cause us pain or grief. But we also have to remember that that is the thing that gives a meaning to a story. And it's also the thing that, as we look back, will give meaning to our lives. So sometimes the valleys can be deep and wide, and sometimes the peaks can be high and narrow. But what I'm going to share is that we needn't dwell in that valley. So just as if you're willing to play along with me here, just go ahead and, so we're over here on the right-hand side. We start on our journey. We go through maybe the trough, and in that bottom of the trough, if you are in an area where maybe the fog settles in the spring or fall or winter, sometimes it's foggy, it's deep. We don't really know what direction to go. And then as we climb up out of that fog, we may gain again a sense of direction, but we might not be able to clearly see our goal. All we can see is back to where we came from. And our tendency at that point is to go back to where we came from because there's a sense of comfort and security there. And there's the unknown and the fear of keep climbing to reach the goal that maybe we could see clearly back there. But now that certainly when we're in the fog, we can't see it. And as we come out of that fog, it might be just over the crest of the hill, allowing us not to be able to see it clearly either. So we're pulled almost magnetically back to what we knew, even though what we knew is not comfortable. And we can lose sight of, okay, this is where we're going. It takes a lot of faith, a lot of determination to get through that valley and to climb up to that summit and realize, okay, I can't see it, but I'm trusting that it's there. So I want you guys to go ahead and take out your pen and go ahead and mark an X, like the pin on a map. You are here. Where are you at? Are you just starting out on your regenerative journey on this left-hand side? Are you now in the trough and maybe you don't really know where you're at? Are you climbing up, or have you reached the summit and you can say, okay, now I'm over on this side and I can see? Because where we're at on that journey largely determines the steps that we need to take. If you're on the starting point, and if you're working with us, we may work on creating a vision for what that goal is. If you're down in the trough, it may take some coaching and some help to be able to remind you of what you saw clearly on that side. If you're climbing the summit, it may take some encouragement and a team to be able to help you get to the top. And when you're at the top, we need to realize that really we'll applaud the success that you've had along the way, but that plateau is not necessarily an endless plateau, that there's actually this process is going to repeat itself again. So where are you at on that regenerative journey? Has everybody got it? Everybody put an X on their paper. Go ahead and type it in the chat. Somebody said in the valley, climbing the summit. Where else? Identify where you're at. And intuitively, I think you'll know. You'll know. Are you on the left hand? Are you in the valley? Are you climbing up? Go ahead and share that in the chat. So those experiences, they give us meaning to life, but we don't have to dwell in the valley. It was just over 2 weeks ago, I believe it was on a Thursday. Our crew went and they moved some cattle from the backside of the mountain that we manage, kind of on that same mountain range where the picture was taken, but further to the north, up over the top, and dropped them onto the kind of on the west side of where our summer range is. And as they came up over the top, they saw a sight that's not very good to see, and that was some cattle laying down with their legs in the air on the side hill, and some mother cows. And so we've got about a little over 800 cows in this herd, and we're experimenting with virtual fencing. And so we've been able to get them to stay in areas which previously had been a little bit challenging. So we identified some cattle that had tipped over and died from larkspur poisoning. So Sally's comment earlier is like, that's why it hit so close to home to me. So we scoped things out. We virtually excluded that area where we'd seen those cattle die. Inadvertently sending those cattle to an area where the larkspur was actually thicker. And so as we went and rode, and it's not like you can look out your back window and just say, oh, there's a dead cow. It's a several hour ride up to the top of the mountain through steep, rugged, rough country, a lot of trees. Yes, we have trees in Nevada. So aspen trees and rocks, and pretty treacherous, actually. To be able to scope things out, and as my son and I went back that next day, and we realized, okay, this has gone from bad to worse, and we need to get these cattle out of there. We weren't aware that the larkspur was still in bloom. We'd never been able to use that country early enough, and we'd also changed up some practices and no longer have access to be able to graze sheep ahead of the cattle. So it's kind of a perfect storm. So what do? You get the cattle gathered. We aborted our grazing plan. Obviously, they can't stay there. So these cattle that we'd worked so hard to get up to the top of the mountain, now we had to get them down. And it's, again, challenging because the leaves are still on the trees. It hadn't snowed yet. A lot of these things that help make it easier when we're gathering the cattle off that steep mountain in the fall time, we didn't have access to those tools, the snow or the leaves off the trees. We were able to identify them, on the GPS tracking system. We use drones, and we're able to find them, but actually getting them down has been a challenge, and it's been a kind of all hands on deck for the last 2 weeks to be able to get them. And boy, talk about a dose of humility and imposter syndrome here after going through that experience. And I'm going to talk about profitably ranching when we're facing a huge economic loss, not to mention the devastation of losing cattle that don't belong to us. So we're affecting the livelihoods of others. Boy, ranching is not for the weak of heart. Could it have been prevented? Certainly. Are there things that we would do differently? Absolutely. We will do them differently. What are the lessons that we need to learn from this? And again, one of the best tools that I have as a steward is to take this journal out and to be able to write and process the lessons that I've learned for two reasons. One of them is to be able to get that out so that it's not, my mind isn't just full of the should have done, would have done, could have done. It's all my fault. No, it's all your fault. It's to be able to get it out in black and white and see, okay, this is what happened. And it's more of a history of, okay, this is actually what happened. And these are the lessons that I need to learn so that I don't repeat it again. So one is to be able to get it out. Two is to learn those lessons so that we don't repeat it. And with all that we talk about within this summit, the tools, the tactics, the principles, and the practices, none of that would be of value or of use if we as a steward don't take care of ourselves. And taking care of ourselves, there's some of these things of making sure that, we are in a place of power and even neutrality, in the sense that I'm not going to get sucked in. Thinking about the Rudyard, I think it's Rudyard Kipling's poem, If. And that poem has come to me at different times, including this last week. And I can't remember it. I had it memorized at one point, but if you can risk it all and lose it and not breathe a word about your loss. I'm talking about the loss here in the context that each of us go through it, but not in the context that I need empathy or sympathy or woe is me. I'm grateful that I could learn those lessons, as painful as they are. And I hope that I can teach those principles to others so that they don't have to go through that experience, or when they do, they can realize that they can come out on the other side and be better off because of it. So take a minute and think about an experience that you've gone through. It might be recent, it might be in the past. Identify what that experience is. I'm sure all of us have them. Yeah, If is the name of the poem. All of us have them. Identify that experience. Write it down on a piece of paper. What was the experience? And then write down 1, 2, or 3 things that you're grateful that you learned from that experience. And sometimes, again, in the moment, it's hard to be able to think, well, there's nothing good about it. So identify the experience, identify what you're grateful for that you learned from that experience. I'm going to give you just maybe just 2 minutes to do that. And I'm going to ask for a little vulnerability here. Would somebody be willing to share? You don't have to go into the detail of what the experience is. It might be super personal, and I get that. Would you be willing to and share? Go ahead, and you can share in the chat, but somebody who would be willing to jump on camera with me here, or at least on audio. So raise your virtual hand. Just share what the experience was, and then share what the lessons are that you've learned. Or if you're struggling, like, well, there's no good lessons in there, that's okay too. So a little bit of vulnerability here. If you're willing to do that, go ahead and raise your virtual hand. Let me see if I can acknowledge. Hey, Dave and Pat, thanks for sharing that in the chat. And I'm just going to look down the list here. Okay, Maggie.
Yeah, I could say something. So, something that I've learned recently is that compromise is important, and not everything has to happen at once. I sometimes get, really focused on the details. I don't step back to take a look at, the big picture. And yeah, that's something that I've had to do recently that has improved, some personal relationships and my own goals and path, my own view of it.
Perfect. Thank you for sharing that. So can you say in your heart now that was this caused from an experience that you went through?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, in alignment, it caused about how like our next 10 years should go, and just understanding that like he had a different view of what his future was, and he's been compromising for me all this time. I mean, he lived in the city all of his life, and now I'm bringing home chickens and rabbits and all this sort of thing. And I needed to take a step back and just be, grateful for the fact that he was willing to be open to that, and balance that with, okay, well, I can compromise on some things too. I don't need to have goats, before our kids are in high school.
Got it. Yeah, so good example. Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate that. Thanks for being on here. Thanks for being vulnerable and jumping in front of hundreds of people and sharing. So
No problem.
Cool. Yeah, so those lessons that we go through, those are things that we can treasure. And you think, well, treasure, why would I treasure this experience, of watching cattle die, of working so hard to not be able to resolve it quickly? And it wasn't a quick, well, we see this tomorrow, let's just change it. It's been a process. But sometimes the deeper the valley, the greater joy on the other side. And when we reach that summit and we can look back, and the way that we can do that is to be able to recognize that, okay, those things that we went through are things that are going to be there to serve us and serve our fellow man and serve our posterity. They're things that other people can draw strength from. But if we stay in the victim mentality of like, woe is me and why did this happen, and the blame mentality, then we get to repeat the lesson. And sometimes, myself included, we experience a lesson over and over and over again. And it's kind of like picking up a book. And instead of being able to move to the next chapter of the book, we just get to read that same chapter over again. And we're like, dang it, I've read this already. I just want to move on to the next chapter. Well, we get to move on to the next chapter when we've learned the lessons from the current chapter that we're in. And we learn those lessons by looking at it and recognize it and documenting and sharing and being vulnerable, being human about it. Look, you guys, the fact that we make mistakes makes us human, not failures. We are not a failure unless we quit trying. And if there could be any message to you that I would share and hopefully bring home to each of you, it's that you are more than the mistakes that you've made. You are more than the failures that you're experienced, and that failure, those things that have gone bad, they just add zest and meaning to life, but they need not make you think that you are a failure because of that. It doesn't mean that we, just blow it off and just think, well, that's not good either. Learn the lesson and move on. And the quicker that we can do that, the quicker we can progress. So to be able to, it's almost like we get to write that next chapter as we draw meaning and conclude the chapter that we're currently on. And I get it. It's painful. Tears have been shed these past couple of weeks. Tempers have flared. It's not all gone perfectly. And to add insult to injury, I tipped the side-by-side over. Rarely do we work on Sundays, but the ox was truly in the mire. And 2 weeks ago, went to catch my horse and tipped the side-by-side over. And I was not able to ride for just over a week. And when I did, I had to ride in my slippers or my house shoes because I couldn't put my boots back on. And it caused me to think and to reflect a lot. As I cowboyed from the side-by-side and spotted cattle with the drone for the guys, it wasn't like you could actually do anything other than just help them identify where they were. It gave me some time for some introspection and a lot of thought. And I certainly felt the urge and the tendency to pull in and say, man, woe is me and why. But rather than asking why, it was an asking, what do I need to learn? And then the other part of that is my son asked me, how have you been able to get through that? And I have the advantage that I have a 1-hour commute, and sometimes I get to drive alone. On this particular day, my family was already over there. They stayed the night, and I had to come back to our other location. And so I had an hour to be able to drive by myself. And during that hour, I used the tools that my mentors have taught me to be able to express all those things that I wanted to say to God and to my fellow man and to the cows and to the mountain, to the larkspur, this poisonous plant that took the life from our cattle, and share that in a pretty vocal manner, yelling at the screen or at the windshield and the steering wheel, knowing that nobody else but God could hear me, and knowing that He was merciful and would understand my frustration of being a steward and not feeling like I was a very good steward at that point. And so being able to empty out that morning was very key and very critical, because later in that day, when we had an additional kind of crisis situation, I was able to maintain my calm and stay in a place of neutrality when other people were mad and yelling and I thought fists were going to fly, because it's when you're worn out physically and emotionally, sometimes you're not in your best state. But I felt like I was blessed to be able to manage that from a state of power and neutrality, to say, here's the situation. We don't know exactly what we're going to do, but let's just calm down and let's think about it. Because when we're in that fight or flight mode, we're not thinking clearly. So sometimes in our coaching clients, we'll have them and encourage them and even walk them through what that looks like, that experience that I had. We call it going to the field, and being able to share and express openly and vocally those things that happen to us, so that we can step back and still be in a place of power as we steward. these stewardships. So hopefully this is making sense. I'd love to get some feedback from this. Truly, failure can be used as just as fertilizer. It's just a way to be able to help us to grow. All great people, all successful people have experienced failures in life. And whether you're just starting out on your regenerative journey or you're managing thousands or millions of acres, certainly it's not avoiding failure so much as it is just moving quickly through the failure. Recognize that there's a gap between where we are and where we want to be. Let that gap pull us, but don't dwell in it. Dan Sullivan and Benjamin Hardy wrote the book, The Gap and the Gain. And when we focus on the gap gets bigger. When we focus on what we've learned in the process, we actually shorten that gap. And we're able to speed up that learning process to get through that chapter in the book, go through the next chapter, go through the next chapter and progress. And that's what progression is about. We also, when what we resist tends to persist. If we keep finding that we're confronting something, it's probably being placed in our path for a purpose to serve us, not to knock us down, but actually to strengthen us. But if we say, I don't want to go there, I want to avoid that, then we get to face that again. And it not only persists, but it also gets louder. This was brought home this last week when, working with Bob Kinford and what he calls rebooting the cattle, so that they remember that herd instinct that they're innately born with. And instead of being, 800 individuals, we're dealing with one individual, which is a herd, when we're talking, or however many. And so in the cow herd, there's that many, there's a couple thousand yearlings that we worked with, and we were able to bring them into that herd mentality, not in a negative sense of but it's actually to build strength. So that was brought home to me when I think, sometimes I think, well, I'm not going to go move these cattle. I'm just going to open the gate and put out mineral and let them move themselves, and then I'll go back and close the gate. By doing that, I'm neglecting the opportunity to be able to be with them and teach them in the process. And much like with our children, right? We could just go let them watch and veg out on our phone or watch a movie, or we could take time and read them a story and we could help them. So if we resist that, it's going to persist and it's going to flare up until it gets our attention, and it's there. It's just like pain. When it gets our attention and we take action on it and we address the underlying symptom, then we can experience pain in a new way to teach us. And that's part of the process. All right, so let's get a couple shares here about what we've learned. Mistakes prove that we're human, not a failure. Yeah, thanks, Clay. Being willing to forgive. That's a big part of it. The quicker that you can forgive, Clay talked about that repentance. Repentance just means not that we've sinned, but it means changing our ways, changing our course correction. We're that battleship. That captain had to repent. He was headed towards the shoals and towards danger. He would put his life and his equipment and the whole crew at danger if he had not been humble enough to say, hey, I need to change my course. And how do we get to that place of humility, of being able to do that? Sometimes it takes being knocked down. Sometimes it takes somebody else pointing it out to us. But always it is going to be there to serve us and to help us. And so on this journey, whether you're just starting out, whether you are down the path, whether you're at the first chapter or the last chapter of the book, we all, I believe, have the opportunity to continue to progress and to learn throughout life. And that's the meaning of life, right? That is progression. And I believe that even is, is an eternal principle. It doesn't end with death. When I started out on this journey, I thought I knew what it meant to be a rancher. And then I quickly learned, hey, I don't know. I need to continue and I need to find mentors. And sometimes the mentors found me. And as I've considered the path that I've come down, I realize that each of us are on that same journey. We are there to be able to learn from those that have gone ahead, glean from those that are walking along the path with us, and help those that are behind us. And really at Ag Steward, that's what our hope is. Is like we don't proclaim to be the experts in any one of these principles of land regeneration. We're on the journey right along with you, and we're learning from you, learning with you, and learning from others. Maybe we're further ahead than some, maybe we're behind some, but we embrace where we're at and we accept where we're at, just like that dot on the map that says you are here. That's the first step to any journey, is discovering, like, okay, here's where I am. Next, here's where I want to be. And then you determine the course to how to get there. And so I want to invite you that perhaps the next step would be to work with us. So some of the things that we do at Ag Steward, we do one-on-one coaching with families to be able to build a regenerative business. We also have the virtual Profitable Steward event, which is coming up, and that is happening here in just a couple weeks. Matthew, or if anybody else who've been through that event, if you guys are live, if you are willing to share like a quick testimonial about your experience from that, just raise your virtual hand. If not, I've got a recorded experience that I could share from somebody who's been. And if I can just take a couple minutes and talk about this before we bring up our next speaker, about what the Profitable Steward event is, who it's for, and what you'll walk away with. We're going to do that real quick. So let me share my screen again here. Okay, there we are. So it'll take you to this page. That's the pop-up there. And yeah, so it's happening in 15 days. The purpose of this event is to be able to transfer your farm or ranch to create a truly legacy business. Becoming, in the biblical steward or sense of the word, a profitable steward, meaning that we're able to give an accounting for what we've done. And, certainly being able to answer at the end of the day, I did my best. So we're going to learn how to develop the stewardship mindset. The profitability framework, like was talked about earlier today by Melinda, how to be able to measure what profit truly is, building the right team, cash flow. A lot of us in agriculture are dirt rich and cash poor. And I don't think that that's acceptable. Like, no other business would accept that, of just being like, well, you have to operate at a loss because you get to enjoy the livelihood and you're actually building equity because you continue to appreciate. Well, that doesn't cut it, right? You can't eat net worth. So we're going to talk about what that means to be able to build cash flow and why that trumps net worth. Hopefully our net worth increases as well. So balancing the production and the profitability, like in ranching, we're highly productive. Sometimes we are not very profitable across the industry. And really, truly identifying what those strengths and weak links are within ourselves and our businesses, and developing that stewardship mindset, our growth through stewardship. How, as we grow ourselves, we are able to grow our capacity to steward more things and more people. And that principle, we're going to talk more about that tomorrow and kind of give you an introduction to that, because I wanted you to walk away with actionable steps from this event. And if this is the right next step for you, we encourage you to jump on. So it's a $500 event. We're selling it and offering it for $47 during this. We encourage you to jump on. This is a family pass. It's a business pass. It's an opportunity for you to gather your family members together, or key people within your team, and to work on your business. So are there any questions about that, the Profitable Steward event, or any of the past attendees? Would they be willing to share what their experience has been after going through that event? So this is kind of the cadence that we do at Ag Steward. We do a summit with multiple speakers. We kind of give an introduction, and then this is more high level. The Profitable Steward is working with your businesses one-on-one, and then we do offer the higher level, which would be the coaching experience to be able to really dive deep into your business, and we have different offers for that as well. So I'm going to read here real quick what Ed Sullivan, a past attendee from the summit, had to, or from the Profitable Steward event, had to say. He is from, or no, Ed Mason. He said, I just finished attending the Profitable Steward Sustainable Ranching for the Next Generation program organized by Jared Sorensen and Ag Steward. Wow, 2 information-packed days designed to help me build a solid foundation for my personal and ranching activities. So again, it's the personal side of that is what stood out to me. Jared is one of the best facilitators / presenters I've ever listened to. His holistic and Christian approach to being an ag steward and ag stewardship was inspiring and uplifting. If you ever have the opportunity to listen or interact with Jared, don't pass it up. So thank you, Ed. Appreciate that. Ed's a great man, and we appreciated the contribution that he's had in our community. So would the event be available to watch later? Yes, it will be recorded. You'll have access to it. We highly encourage you. So you saw the dates on it. I think it's the 28th and 29th. Highly encourage you to do the best you can to attend there live, or at least have somebody from your team there. Because I know how it is. You get busy, and I've got things in my inbox that, like, yes, someday I'm going to listen to that, and then you don't. There's nothing like being there to have the experiential, and that's what it's designed for. You're going to glean as much from the fellow participants as you are from the presenters. So, Matthew, go ahead, and love to hear from you.
Okay, sorry, I've switched from my laptop to my phone to come out and do some stuff, and I guess I don't know how to work Zoom on my phone, but anyways, to speak to my own personal experience working with Jared and participating in his events, my wife and I came from basically no ranching background other than my enthusiasm for horsemanship, and also neither of our families were involved in agriculture anymore, distant relatives that we don't have any that are passed and gone. So, we didn't have any friends involved. We didn't have any family. So we were just kind of really winging it. And really, we got started about a year ago. And when we found out about these deals that Jared's been putting on, I was so thrilled with the first summit. I picked up so much and gained so much, including, just the networking with the other participants, as well as appreciating all the information. And it's just faster. We went from starting out basically knowing nothing a year ago, and now we're getting ready to move and find a new place where we can kind of grow our deal and do more. It's been through Jared's help. It's been through feeling a sense of community that we didn't otherwise have through the things that Jared puts on. So yeah, I won't burn up too much time, but really it's been indispensable for us. And, anytime Jared's doing anything, I make sure I can jump on. And I'll also give a quick shout out to Clay, because his podcast has been absolutely phenomenal source of information as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you. We appreciate that. Thanks for being vulnerable and jumping on, kind of put on the spot there twice today. So, but yeah, so we kind of have on two ends of the spectrum, individuals that have gone through that. Matthew was just starting out. We also have generational farmers and ranchers who are refining their businesses. Maybe they've got systems that are already working and they're just looking at, okay, this is the next step for me. And how do we take our businesses to the next level? So really who it's for, you've got to be committed to land regeneration. I would say it's going to be best served for those who are willing to make this a business. We do have other options. If you're a homesteader, backyard gardener, individuals like that, we love you and we welcome you to this community. But it's really geared towards, I already have this as a business and I'm ready to scale it, or I am committed and this is going to be a business which will eventually replace my off-farm income. So if you fit into that category, we would love to work with you for these 2 days coming up. And you guys see the link, super easy to register. You'll get it's going to be on Zoom. And even though it's on Zoom, we found that it can be highly interactive and highly transformational for those who come. All right. Well, with that, everybody take a deep breath and let it out. Okay. It's absolutely proven fact that those who breathe tend to live longer. That's one statistic that they've got right. Okay, so remember to keep breathing. Breathe deep. And we're going to welcome up our next speaker. Doug Peterson is our next speaker. Can you go ahead and unmute and come on up here?
Hey there, Jared. How are you today?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you? Welcome.
Good.
Welcome to the summit. We're grateful to hear from you.
Thank
Tell us
you.
where you're zooming in from today, Doug.
Hey, I'm from Missouri. I'm from
Okay.
North Missouri.
Very, very good. All right.
I
Well,
do
we're
have
going to
some
let you
slides.
run with this.
All right, I'm gonna drive here and get some slides up real quick.
Okay.
Try to anyway.
That is cool.
So, can you see?
Yep, we can see it, Doug. Looks good.
Awesome, very good. So, hey, thanks for the invitation, Jared. Happy to be here. You know, as I said, I'm Doug Peterson. I am from Missouri, North Missouri. There is a North Missouri and a South Missouri, and they're very different. So I'm from North Missouri. That's more the ag land as opposed to the Ozarks in South Missouri. But you know, my background is I did a career with NRCS. I spent much of that time, you know, as a grazing specialist or a soil health specialist, working with producers really all over the country. You know, doing workshops, helping producers implement, you know, the regenerative ag principles and practices. Now, you know, we didn't always call them that, did we? It hadn't always been called regenerative agriculture, but finally, you know, about 4 years ago, I'd had enough of the bureaucracy, and so I kind of decided to hang it up and was kind of hanging out. And I had a couple of fellas named Gabe Brown and Dr. Alan Williams that came calling, and they were starting a venture called Regenified, and they were looking for somebody to help out with it. And so currently I am the science officer for Regenified, but I've also had a lifelong grazing operation here in Missouri where we live. Right now we run a couple hundred mama cows. It's kind of varied in size, been as much as 400, but you know, the conversion of cropland in this part of the world kind of limits grassland quite a bit anymore. So we're down to about a couple hundred mama cows. So anyway, you know, I've always had an interest and a passion kind of for teaching and helping educate folks. And so I kind of want to run through today just a kind of a really quick presentation on, you know, on soil health and economic resilience. And really we're going to kind of focus on the economics a little bit. You know, I heard Jared just a minute ago say that, you know, agriculture has been highly productive, but not always been highly profitable. And boy, that's so true. And so we're gonna kind of touch on a few things in both cropland as well as grassland a little bit. So, and I know it's a quick 30 minutes here, so I'm gonna try to bust on through some of this really fast. You know, there's no doubt in my mind that you know, that these regenerative principles that are taught, and it's a variety of things across the country, right? But there's no doubt that these regenerative principles and you know, that they have an ability to improve soil functions like nutrient cycling and regulating water and filtering and buffering pollutants. Really healthy soils, well-managed healthy soils create this stable platform that we can grow and produce things on, right? That's healthy, that's nutrient dense, but yet also provides tremendous biodiversity in the soil, in plants, in insects, and birds and animals. Leading to all these great environmental benefits. But the question I always get whenever you start talking about regenerative practices is, man, can I make all those practices and principles pay? If you're talking about cropland, they always say, oh, I can't. Can I grow anything if I'm no-tilling or planting a cover crop? Or if you're talking about a grazing operation, um, how can I pay for all that fence and water that you want me to put in? And so again, as he mentioned a while ago, for a long time in agriculture, we've been taught that the only way to make something pay is if it increases yield or we produce more. We very, very seldom are taught to cut expenses as a way to be more profitable. And so we're gonna talk about a couple of things briefly today, mainly about reducing production cost a little bit, but then increasing the price that you receive for your production, for whatever it is that you're producing. So I'll start out a little bit with cropland, and I know a lot of you guys are probably grazers, but I've also found that at least here in the Midwest, from where I'm from, that the vast majority of our grazers also have some cropland as well. So, and honestly, there's probably more room for improvement on a lot of our cropland than there is on our grassland. So we're just going to touch on two or three things right here briefly on cropland. So how do we reduce those costs? That are out there for reducing unwanted plants, whether it be chemical or tillage. How do we reduce those fertilizer needs? And what's the cost associated with that? Are the two we're going to focus on really. So here's a great picture of a bean field with a tremendous amount of residue. It's actually a cover crop, and so the thing you have to understand about this cover crop is it's not just about conservation. It's about a production practice. It's about improving water infiltration, about retaining moisture. It's about weed control. And so all of those things are about production, not just about conservation. And so understanding plant succession is really, to me, the key when it comes to understanding what that cover crop does, particularly from a weed control standpoint. There's three things that really cause any plant to germinate, right? Any seed to germinate: moisture, temperature, and what's the third one? Light. And that's one that a lot of people miss. These annual weeds, generally they're a pretty small seed, and so they need a specific amount of light to germinate. That's their mechanism to know that they're close enough to the surface, so if they germinate, they can make it to the top and be exposed to sunlight, so they can continue to gather sunlight and grow. Here's a great example from North Dakota. This was a pea crop the year before. Then they planted a cover crop, a winter terminating cover crop on the right half, and no cover crop on the left half. The following spring, we've got all these winter annuals, these spring annuals growing right here on that left side. And that's because the soil was bare, and that is God's method of providing ground cover. If the soil is bare, it's going to germinate those seeds that are in that germination zone, and then cover the soil. If we've got a cover crop on the right side, we don't have all those weeds germinating, do we? So here's a great example again of some guys that planted a cover crop, then planted soybeans into it, and you can see the rows are going straight through this field. The right side of the field did not have a cover crop. The left side did, and the reason you can't see the rows to the right is because of all the weeds that are coming up in between the rows, all the pigweed in this case that's coming up between the rows. You don't have that on the left side. So most of our long-term no-tillers and cover croppers are reporting that they can reduce herbicide costs by as much as a third, okay, over conventional methods. So that's just one way of cutting costs. And we're gonna blaze through these really quick here. I'll give you a summary at the end on several things. The next one on cropland is nutrient efficiency. Many people do not understand that in our tilled conventional soils, in our cropland soils, that only 30 to 50% of the nitrogen that's applied in the form of fertilizer ever makes it into that crop. 70% up to 70% of that fertility is actually lost, actually never goes into that crop. It leaches through the soil, it runs off of that field, because even though we're applying that soil, that nutrient cycle in the soil is still a biological system that relies on soil biology to get the nutrient that we apply into that plant. And that's why when we go into these cover crop no-till systems and restore that biological component in the soil, we can dramatically increase that nutrient efficiency, thereby reducing the amount of fertilizer that's needed. Again, we've got operations that are dropping their fertility rates by 50, 60, 70% because now they don't have all this leaching going on. They have a healthy biological component. So the same goes for phosphorus. Again, 50% lost in a conventional system. So just kind of as a summary then here, we've got a potential reduction in cost on cropland from reducing spray, from reducing fertility needs. I also threw in a couple other things here that we haven't really talked about, but just to give us some more valid numbers. When you switch to that kind of a system, you can reduce labor and equipment costs dramatically. And then one that is always been important to me is preventing erosion. And so that's $6 right there. It doesn't seem like a big number, but that's not offsite damage. That's not offsite costs. That is the nutrients, the N, P, and K in the soil that's lost through the typical erosion rates on cropland, on tilled croplands. And then another one that is quickly becoming utilized, more common around the country, is adding supplemental feed from livestock to that cropland in the form of a cover crop. So we can easily drop our costs by $300 an acre on those cropland by using regenerative practices. So we're going to jump gears a little bit to grassland, probably something that's a little more near and dear to most of you guys. Again, kind of the same topics here. So what is grazing management? There's a lot of names out there, isn't there? Holistic management, management intensive grazing, adaptive grazing, prescribed grazing. There's all kinds of names. Honestly, I don't care what you call it, just do it. Basically, it's us controlling those animals similar to what would have happened in those natural systems, right? Here's a picture here of some bison up in North Dakota. What would normally have caused those bison to move around, grazing an area, moving on and resting those plants, right? It would have been predators. We all understand that. In our environment today, we don't necessarily have predators here in Missouri. We become the predator. We control the cattle so that we move them when they need to be moved. We create this animal impact. That animal impact is very, very powerful. We can control weeds with it. We can stimulate nutrient cycling. We can trample seeds into the surface of the soil. We can do a wide variety of things with those cattle if we understand how powerful that tool of animal impact really is. Here's a great example. A friend of mine, Mark Brownlee, down in South Missouri, had a tremendous amount of sumac and some other woodies coming in. He upped his game a little bit on management, started moving a couple times a day, and pretty much the brush went away because those cattle became so aggressive in their grazing that he was able to eliminate that. You know, Charissa lespedeza, kind of the same way, by increasing the management. The Charissa lespedeza is a non-issue, and I know that's something that's causing a lot of problems across Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, even into Kansas a little bit. So, you know, controlling those cattle and understanding how to manage them to create those impacts is very powerful tool. You know, something else is a mineral cycle. You know, from a standpoint of what does it cost us to fertilize pastures? Maybe not rangeland out west, but boy, a lot of our pastures back in this part of the world get fertilized annually. And so this was some research done actually by Jim Garish down at the University of Missouri years ago now, 20, 30, probably 30 years ago, I suppose. They looked at how based on the rotation frequency, how long it would take to get a manure pile on every square yard. And so the numbers in white really are their research. So they showed that if you were on a 2-day rotation frequency or a 2-day grazing period, you could get a manure pile on every single square yard about every 2 years. So what if we up that? What if we change that to, you know, daily moves or multiple moves a day? You know, here's a picture I took several years ago, 15 years ago, it looks like. This was on daily moves or 2-day moves. I don't recall exactly which, but you can take a look at how closely those manure piles are. Well, here's a really cool thing. For every manure pile, there's 5 to 7 urine patches out there. So effectively, as I graze across that field under this daily rotation, daily moves, I'm essentially totally fertilizing that field. It's not ending up under the shade tree. It's not ending up next to the water. It's ending up systematically spread out across this field. And so to me, when I see a picture like this, I think of the old cash registers, you know, just pulling the lever and it goes cha-ching. That's dollars to me. Okay. And we'll touch on those dollars in a minute, just really how much it is. You know, the next one I see all the time when I see different studies, there's some SPA information that shows, you know, that in most operations, the driving force in profitability is the cost of feed. In many operations, 60% of their operating cost is feed. So if we can impact those feed costs, we're going to quickly affect profit. What drives feed cost? Almost always it's two things. It's purchased feed or machinery used for hay. And so in my mind, we've got to do everything we can. We've got to do everything we can to reduce purchase feed and reduce any kind of machinery and any kind of hay. You know, so I'm going to look for a grazing operation, you know, that can do a variety of things to graze all year long. You know, we've been taught for so long that, man, if you don't have grass growing, you got to feed hay. I think technology, even in the form of really nice hay equipment, nice tractors, nice balers, I think that really nice equipment has made much of animal agriculture pretty lazy when it comes to grazing management. You know, every year I just see more and more acres of hay being baled and hauled literally all over the country. I know operations all over the country that feed hay for 6 or 7 months a year. And not only is it costly, but I will tell you from a soils standpoint, from a soil health standpoint, everything I have seen from a soil biology standpoint, from a carbon standpoint, from an infiltration standpoint, tells me that haying is just as degrading to the soil as tillage is. Yep, you heard me right. We see it over and over. Hay fields are just as degraded biologically, just as degraded from an infiltration standpoint as a tilled crop field. So we've got to figure out a way to get out of that. So here's an operation here. This actually is one of ours a few years ago. grazing in December, grazing stockpiled forage that was grown in the middle of the summer. You know, a lot of people would have bailed that. But we just grazed it and moved on. Okay. Here's in Illinois, grazing all winter, grazing in February. This is an innovative one here, grazing in, taking a cash crop. This is Harry Cope over by St. Louis, grazing the cash crop. Harry's getting between 300 and 400 animal days to the acre, grazing standing unharvested milo. Okay. So another March and April grazing, you know, stockpiling some forage. It probably weathered quite a bit over the winter, but tremendous opportunity to graze that weathered down brown residual with a little bit of green coming up through it. Tremendous forage for those cattle. Same goes on the crop field. We mentioned that a while ago. So just some quick numbers. You know, if we know that a lot of pastures are sprayed, and a lot are sprayed for weeds or brush, we can eliminate that. We can eliminate that fertility that I showed you a while ago, the manure spread out across that field. That's the equivalent of about $124 per grazing event that is spread across that field. It's up to you to choose where that is spread. Cheaper livestock feed and reduced hay equipment. You know, $250, $300 easily. Okay. The next one that I just want to quickly touch on is increasing price for your product, right? You know, there's a lot of opportunities to do direct marketing. You know, we probably got one of the best direct marketers going to speak next. And so a lot of opportunities to do that. Farmers market, you've heard about that already. On farm markets, wholesale products directly through a retail outlet. Right now, there's a tremendous opportunity in agriculture for some marketing like this. And so, what are the consumers saying? Here's kind of some stuff from Spins a little bit. It shows that, you know, regenerative products have been growing by 20% over the last year. That, you know, 54% of consumers are really interested in trying something that is regenerative, trying a product. You know, consumers are really drawn to those regenerative practices. They want to choose a product that is not only good for them, but also a product that supports farmers, that takes care of the environment. It's kind of at the same time. And so we also know that 75% of consumers, because they don't know exactly what regenerative means, 75% of those consumers are looking for some type of a certification when buying those products. And that's kind of where we were at when Gabe and Alan came to me and said, hey, you know, we know there's this momentum, but man, we have this opportunity to change production in agriculture to really produce high value, high nutrient dense foods. But like everything, there's going to be a lot of advertisement. There's going to be a lot of claims being made that really aren't necessarily true. And so they started Regenified as a certification company that has good common sense approach to an in-field verification and a certification that goes on a product. You know, it's been approved by Whole Foods. It's been approved by USDA, by other organizations. And so we see this as a way for farms that maybe don't necessarily want to do all their own marketing, as a way to participate in a program that has some validation, some verification that can then go into a company like Whole Foods and say, okay, we have a product that has been approved. It has these standards behind it. And so, you know, our progress today, we're in a lot of different countries, primarily North America. We're focusing on our home country, no doubt. But any kind of product anywhere, row crops, vegetables, grains, vineyards, even a little bit of wild harvest in Africa. The thing from a producer standpoint, from you guys' standpoint, is on the right side there. We have been able to, because of this certification, because of that process that we go through, we have been able to get anywhere from 5 to 250% premiums for some products across the country. Not on all of them, but certainly on a significant amount of them, we can absolutely get a premium for many producers across the country. And I know to finish up here, we got a couple of minutes maybe for questions, but one of the things that we always offer for folks is the opportunity to have a one-on-one with our farmer success team, to see if there's something that we can offer you. We can tailor feedback directly to you for your type of operation, for the context of your operation, for whatever practices you're doing. If you just hit regenify.com, hit the contact us button, mention the regenerative legacy, and somebody will get a hold of you and head down that road. So any questions? I'm gonna stop sharing here and answer any questions.
Wonderful. That is wonderful. Thank you so much for that. Yeah. So everybody got their contact information for Regenified, and
I'll put it in the chat here too.
okay, yeah, if you could do that, that would be great. That would be great. Is there I know when we talked about it, is there a specific scale at which people qualify to work with you? What
No, anybody in any scale. Obviously, if it's an operation that already has a tremendous clientele and a direct marketing business already, I don't know that we're probably going to be able to add much value to an operation like that. Joel Salatin, for example, I doubt we're going to add much of a benefit to an operation like that. But operations that have some scale, some size, that don't necessarily want to go down the road from a marketing standpoint, we're building out both the supply side as well as the retail side. We've got producers. We've also got retailers coming to us saying, "Hey, we need beef, we need grain for flour, we need grain for chicken feed." So we are coming at it kind of from both ends and trying to meet everybody in the middle.
Like it. That's great. Yeah, well, wonderful. We appreciate that. Any other quick questions? Yeah, and please, as we always do, share in the chat what your epiphanies, what your takeaways are from Doug's presentation. Let's take the opportunity to teach each other. And
I'm happy to answer any questions in the chat too. I know 30 minutes is pretty fast.
Yep, it was pretty rapid fire here. Somebody's asking, let me scroll back up. Where can I access the information about the impact of haymaking being similar to tilling? I want to share that with my family team.
Oh, have to look. There's some research out there. I'll be honest, the vast majority of that is just years of soil testing, years of doing infiltration rates. I can just about always guarantee if I go into a operation that has hay fields that's been hayed a long time, those will be the poorest infiltration rates on the farm.
Interesting. And is that, are they integrating livestock, or are they feeding it back on?
If they're integrating livestock and feeding that hay back there, it's not as bad. But from just a quick scenario. So if you think about it, you go in and hay a field off. We're always looking for the hot, warm day, aren't we? So that the hay will cure. We don't ever do it on a cool, cloudy day. We do it on a hot day, and so we remove all that vegetation off of that field. What did we just do to that soil from a temperature standpoint? we spiked it very, very quickly. So that soil, those organisms in the soil, that's really considered an aquatic ecosystem. Those organisms in the soil, they move in the films of water on the surfaces of those aggregates. The bacteria, the fungi, they're swimmers. They don't walk. And so when we heat it up really fast, they all die. They don't have the opportunity to go dormant or move away. In a grazing operation where we graze it, we may graze it down over the course of 2 or 3 or 4 days, or even a day, but generally it's not as much plant biomass removal as that haying operation. And so that soil ecosystem has a chance to slow down and go dormant at its own pace, as opposed to that very unnatural pace of total plant removal, no residual left whatsoever. And our hay equipment today has just gotten, boy, it is they take it pretty short. There's not much left. So
Yep. Yeah. That's all about efficiency with maybe without counting the ancillary costs. So Doug,
you bet.
thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you being part of this summit and the value that you've added to the participants here. And yes, please go ahead and send him some gratitude in the chat. Let him know. There might be a question or two, Doug, if you want to answer those in the chat.
I'll be here for a while. You bet. Thanks for putting these on.
You bet. You bet. Well, great. Well, yeah, this has been awesome. We appreciate those that are here participating. You've jumped on. We've got Thomas in his tractor over there. We've got Willie in the savannah. Mark's out in his pasture. We get to pick on all these people who have their cameras on, but don't let that deter you from hitting the camera on button. You get more of the immersive experience if you're able to do that. So our next speaker here, I don't know that we need any introduction. Joe Salatin, we are grateful that you're here with us.
Thank you. It's great to be with you. It's an honor and a privilege. Thank you, Jared.
You bet. You bet. So yeah, I think this topic kind of fits, we're talking about building a legacy business that's regenerative, and we're going to choose to do that with animals and crops and livestock. And so if we could vote, we would vote you in as Secretary of Agriculture, but since we can't, we just get to read your books and listen to your podcasts and glean some of the knowledge vicariously that way. So we're grateful to have you here.
Thank you.
We'll just let you run with it. Do you have a presentation you want to share? Do you?
Yeah, I do. I made some notes here. So what my marching orders here from you all was the idea. So my title here is I love working with these old people, and the average American farmer is now 60 years old. We have a real crisis of succession, as you know, in agriculture. In the next 15 years, some half of all America's farm equity, that's buildings, land, equipment, is going to change hands. And the question is, whose hands is it going to go into? And so I want to focus on something that's really near and heart, and that is this whole generational succession and how you have a habitat that nurtures and attracts young people. If anybody comes to visit our farm here, you'll come in, and I'm the old geezer, and I'm surrounded by a plethora of these 20 and 30 somethings young people who are just excited and enthusiastic to be here. Some are obviously on staff. We have about 22 salaries generated here by the farm now, and almost everybody is 40 or younger. And so I'm by far and away the old guy in the group, and by the way, probably the most dispensable at this point. And so I've made mistakes, but I've made some successes. And so I want to drill down a little bit on how to create a habitat that really that's magnetic for young people. And so I'm going to start with the attitude of the older generation. And I think there's a couple of characteristics here about attitude, and that is constant discovery. Am I living like every day is a new beginning? Am I living every day as if, what can I discover today? This is about, what can I improve? What can I innovate? What can I be creative about? We farmers, especially once you get past, 40 or 50, you get kind of, stuck in your ways. I've been doing it this way all my life. You've got this kind of notion that this is just the way it is. And we get kind of squeamish about trying new things. In fact, there's a psychological and a physical reason why that's true, is because new things require failure. You're not successful when you try new things. You have to beat around and do some experimentation before you can actually be successful. And as you get older, you don't want to have as many failures, because it's harder to pick yourself up when it fails. And so I get all that, but exuding, but just living in an attitude, a spirit of improvement, innovation, creativity. I'm wanting to discover, what can you teach me? What can I learn today? That is an attitude that is magnetic for young people. They want to be around older people who are still excited and enthusiastic about learning and discovering and finding new things. Next part of attitude I would call mentoring. And that's just where, as a mentor, we have to be patient with ignorance. I don't know how many older farmers I've talked to, and, well, I don't want anybody, a young person around here yapping at my heels. I can't imagine something, worse than having a young person yapping at my heels. And all I can say there is, okay, so you really do want to age alone? Most farmers my age now are lonelier than they've ever been in their life. The kids are up and gone, and now it's just, the wife and I, and we and we're really alone. And so if we're going to change that trajectory, we have to become patient with ignorance. We have to embrace novice and lack of understanding. And it's really exciting to have these young people here who just love doing what I do. I've gathered eggs all my life, but you get a young 20-year-old that says, "Oh, I get to gather eggs today? Oh, really? Do I get to gather eggs? You mean I actually get to pack a box of green peppers? We get to put those in a box. Yeah, we do." And it suddenly, as an old person, an older person who's been doing this, all their life, this suddenly brings on a new energy and a new passion for, yeah, what I do is special. It is cool, and very few people in the world get to do this. How many people in the world get to pick up chicks? How many people in the world get to, gut a chicken, or pick up firewood, cut a tree? And so the feedback here from mentoring is valuable, for the older generation as much as it is being mentored, being mentored to the young people. And it creates, the importance of your experience leveraged on the young generation. And then the third attitude I would say, so we've got, an idea of, it's always beginning. There's always a beginning, constant discovery. We've got mentoring. And then I would say the third element in attitude is delegation. And boy, this is tough. Most old farmers, they don't trust young people. They don't spend all my life trying to hold this place together, and you're just gonna, you know, sell it down, sell it down the river. These new harebrained, newfangled ideas. And the fact is that you never get to expand, to grow, even to grow as an individual, unless you can get people alongside you with complementary skills. Otherwise, you're spending a lot of time doing things you're not good at. And so finding people who are good at things that you're not good at is really powerful. And I mean, I still remember with fondness the day we finally got to where I didn't have to change the oil in the car. I didn't like changing oil in the car, and boy, it was a big day when I was able to delegate that to Jiffy Lube. And took that car to Jiffy Lube, and I was able to read a magazine article while the oil was changed. That was a big deal. It's also important, the delegation in duplicating your skills, so that you can duplicate a lot of your skill, and then you can focus your attention on some things that you um, that are more difficult. And so, I love pulling chicken shelters, for example. I love moving chickens. I know it makes them happy. It's good exercise. It's just wonderful. I got muscle memory. I can do it without thinking. I can think about other things. But I don't move a lot of chicken shelters now because I'm doing other things. And so, if you want to progress as a person, as a farmer, and you want to do some new things, getting your skills duplicated is a big deal. And finally, I would just say that delegation frees you up to do more what you enjoy. My mentor, Alan Nation, the founder of Stockman Grass Farmer, always used to say that everybody should aspire to arrive at a point in their life when they get up in the morning, they don't have to do anything they don't want to do. And you can only get there if you begin delegating a lot of that, those other things, so that you can then concentrate on the things that you're really good at, where your knowledge, your skill, and your love intersect, the things that you love to do, you're good at, and you really enjoy. So that's kind of the what I would say the old person's attitude is. And I'm concentrating here on the old person because, see, I don't think that the problem with young people's interest in farming is a young people problem. I think it's an old people problem. I definitely think it's an old people problem. And if you create a habitat that is attractive, young people will come. There are plenty of young people who want to, work hard and enjoy the farm lifestyle. And it's up to us old geezers to create a germination tray that can make that happen. So my second point here, idea behind attitude, is practice. So how do you practice this, in real terms? So the first one is to create spheres of responsibility. You have to, with whether it's your children or with non-family members, but you have to carve out, establish trustworthy places where different parties can flourish and make decisions. You can't have a completely tyrannical top down, and you also can't farm by committee. If you have spheres of responsibility carved out, okay, you're in charge of the equipment, you're in charge of the marketing, you're in charge of the the fertility, the agronomy, those guys. You're in charge of the pigs, you're in charge of the chickens, you're in charge of the cows, you're in charge of the tomatoes. By carving those out, you begin gradually establishing a track record. One of the reasons that older farmers don't want to relinquish control is because they've never allowed the next generation, again, related or unrelated, they've never allowed the next generation to actually sink or swim on their own responsibilities. And if we're, I find routinely, when I do successional consulting type stuff, the older generation says, well, they're just gonna mess it up. They're gonna lose it. They're gonna, and it's this mentality. And it's clear that the old generation cannot trust the young generation. Well, whose fault is that? The fault is in the older generation not carving out spheres of responsibility that allow a young person to create their own track record, to have their own profit and loss, to make their own success and failure. dad's thumb all the time, and they're never able to have the freedom to fail. They've got to have the freedom to fail, and they've got to have clearly articulated job descriptions. What's my where can I make decisions, and they've got to be able to do that. Secondly, performance compensation. So we don't do, all the 22 people who make their living here, nobody works hourly. I don't believe in hourly pay. I want either salary with clear expectations, or I want performance-based compensation. What I want is shared risk. That's the idea. Always shared risk. I don't want to get somebody paid just for showing up. And so we have memorandums of understanding, we call them MOUs, that clearly explain our expectations to them, their expectations to us. What will we provide? What will you provide? And the compensation plan. That way, if we've got somebody, for example, running an egg mobile and gathering eggs, and they failed to close it up, and a fox kills 12 chickens tonight, well, they just lost egg production, and their paycheck just went down. Those are the kind of people we want to work with us, who have enough self-confidence to take a performance-oriented compensation package. And then you've got to have SOPs, standard operating procedures. A lot of people don't realize that for example, our chicken shelter, when I say, let's go move chicken shelters, that phrase, move chicken shelters, we have a 6-page standard operating procedure written out for that phrase, move chicken shelters. 6 pages of SOPs. This creates accountability. It makes sure that things are standardized to performance. And I would suggest it's the prerequisite for innovation. So here's what we tell our young people. We want to hear your ideas. We want to hear your creativity. But if you do our SOP and meet our benchmarks first, then we're ready to listen to all the innovation and creativity you want. Do it our way first, and then you can do other things. And remember, this includes a why. Every procedure needs to have a why. Why do we put the waterers at 4 o'clock? Why do we put the feeders, 18 inches in from the edge? There are all sorts of whys. And so an SOP gives you a chance to articulate the actual how to, as well as the why. And then my final and third point here on how to create this habitat to attract young people is about energy. Is just overall energy. A lot of farms you visit, and it's just kind of sad. It's just kind of sad, and you can tell that there's just it's lacking in energy. Well, chances are, in that kind of situation, there aren't any young people around. And so how do we create energy? How do we create a farm that has energy to move it forward? And I would say, first of all, it requires a mission statement. And, most of us on this call, I'm sure, know Alan Savory. And I think if Alan Savory is remembered for just one thing, it would be the single sentence mission statement. And if you don't have one or can't recite yours, shame on you. That's something that you need to do. Ours is to develop economically, ecologically, and emotionally enhancing agricultural prototypes and facilitate their duplication throughout the world. We have all of our young people memorize that mission statement. We want them, if a visitor comes into the farm and asks, we want our young people to be able to, here's the mission statement, because the mission statement defines your destination, it defines your vision, and as a result of having a clear destination and a vision, that then makes your farm magnetically, it makes it magnetically attractive, okay, to young people. They're still attracted to great mission statements, which brings me to the second point of energy, and that's purpose. That's your why, your purpose. And, for all the issues and dysfunctionality in our world, young people are still attracted to sacredness. They're still attracted to great causes, to righteous things, to things that are bigger than I am. And so, define your farm or talk about your farm in terms that are elevated to that extent, that are energetically elevated. Don't say, well, we produce calves. Don't say, we produce alfalfa or tomatoes. Rather, think about, are we healing the land? Are we building the soil? Are we making a legacy for, the next generation, that they'll have more commons, more water, more soil, more biodiversity, more breathable air, than we have. Elevate your mission, and that brings an energy to it that young people are attracted to. And then the last energy is just your feedback loop. Your feedback loop is your customers. That's one of the reasons I love direct marketing, is because from day one, our customers would come in here, and when our kids were small, and they'd tweak their cheeks and say, "Oh, our family completely depends on you for our food, and and if you don't keep producing food, we're all gonna die," those kind of things. And so the kids grew up with this affirmation, and that customer, that patron affirmation is just huge. And then your relationships that you work on, the relationships on the farm with your young people, with neighbors, with obviously with customers, and with people that are part of your infrastructure base. A person that hauls cattle, or a person that where you buy your tractor or get your chainsaw serviced, that sort of thing. Those relationships. Young people are very social, which brings me to the last point of the feedback loop, is just the social vitality, creating things like that. Probably one of the best things that we ever did was many years ago. We jumped off the cliff. I mean, it was shocking, the cost of it, but for our team here that lives on the farm, so there's about 25 of us now who live on the farm, and we began doing on-farm dinners. So we actually hire a chef for the summer, when all the stewards and everything are here, and so many visitors are coming by, and so we can all eat together, as a full farm family in the evenings, weekday evenings, not weekends, weekday evenings. And it makes a wonderful kind of bow tie, on the end of the day, to tie it off. We all come together, we eat together, we eat the food that we've been, working hard all day to produce. And it gives us a time to, talk about the day, talk about tomorrow, decompress, and have a just an enjoyable time of fellowship as a farm family. And that social vitality, I can tell you, we are right now today doing our interviews for who's going to stay on as an apprentice next year, and every one of these young people, they just are blown away by the social vitality of the farm here. Farms should not be lonely places. They should be centers, hubs of activity and energy, and and social relational complexity. And too many times our farms are too quiet. There's nobody around. Everybody's working in town, to support the farm addiction. And what we want to see is full-time folks generating additional incomes on a farm, so that we can be surrounded at my stage of life by youthful energy and youthful enthusiasm. And having seen too many farmers on the other side, I'm just so grateful and blessed to have these young people around me, living here, being in my life, where I can say, "Hey, let's go move this mountain," and they say, "How far?" And that's an exciting thing to be able to do. And so I'm very thankful and blessed. But those are things that I think are kind of characteristics of developing a germination tray or a habitat that is attractive to young people and will make them want to work with an old geezer like me.
I like it. That's good. And so yeah, let's open it up for some questions here. And one of the questions that I consistently get, and I know you've spoken at length about this, is how does a young person get started? And we'll not say young person. How does any person get started when they feel that bug? Because they're
Yeah. Yeah. Well, how do you get started? Well, Dave Ramsey, the financial guru, talks about the proximity principle. You have to get as close to what you want to do or be as you can possibly get or be. And so, you have to start with what you can, with where you are, and do something. I mean, maybe it's just a quart jar of mung beans on the windowsill, but if you can't be faithful in little, you won't be faithful in much. And so a lot of times, here the tension, Jared, the tension is that the old person doesn't feel like the young person deserves what they got, and the young person feels like the old person doesn't trust them to get anywhere. And so you have this constant tension between the two. And so I've focused here on old people because that's where I am now, and what I've seen and learned and grown in my own life. But for the young person, you have to be content to be faithful, to not be in a hurry, to be patient, and to let the incremental movement develop a little over time. And if you can be patient in that, then chances are it'll come. Now, I mean, are there things you can do? Absolutely. I mean, you can go on your time off from your town job, whatever, go find a farmer. Doesn't have to be, an organic farmer. Doesn't have just help him build fence, help him sort cows, plant tomatoes, whatever. Just give yourself up. Forget the Caribbean cruise, forget Netflix, forget all that stuff. If you want it bad enough, uh, you've got to you've got to go after it. I mean, people love to talk about, where we are now, but they don't like to hear me talking about sleeping out in the chick brooder with a baseball bat to keep the rats out when we had a rat infestation. They don't like to hear me talking about 2 o'clock in the morning putting hay in the chicken shelters because we had a flood, keep the chickens up out of the dampness. I could go on and on like this, but this is not a whiner kind of thing. The fact is, you have to get after it, and put yourself where you think you can get those opportunities. And those opportunities aren't going to come down at the local pub or the local bar. They're going to come as you devote yourself to people that you'd like to be like.
yeah, thank you. That's good. Yep, I like that proximity principle. Question here from Jim, and looks like somebody else agreed with it. How do you get the old geezer to change their attitude?
Yeah. So this is something that I do more and more now, where I'm consulting for these multi-generational issue things. And so here's my answer to that. The problem is dad and mom are afraid forget dad and mom. The older generation is afraid that the younger generation is going to bankrupt the operation. The young generation, they're frustrated because they can't try anything new on the older generation's place. The older generation has the capital, they haven't died yet. All right. So there's no inheritance yet. And so both generations have a valid problem with trust. I don't trust them to let me make any decisions, and I don't trust them with any decisions because they're going to lose it. And so both generations have to come together, and the younger generation has to ask the older generation, how much can you offer that that I can control. 1 acre, 2 acres, this $2,000 enterprise, this $1,000 enterprise, what would you allow me to take charge of? I'll take full charge of it. I'll fix it. I'll sell it. I'll whatever, I got to do. I'll take full charge of it. What will you let me have? And then when the old generation says, okay, you can have this corner or this enterprise or this thing, the younger generation cannot say, well, that's not enough. The young generation has to say, thanks, that's just fine. And then you be content with that and show yourself faithful in that. That's how you develop trust.
Yeah, well said. Clay asked a question, what's your strategy for continuing to learn from your everyday experiences?
Well, I do a lot of reading. That's one thing. Just reading other people and other people's experiences. Another one is actually, listening to the ideas of my young people. I do a quarterly marketing brainstorming with our marketing crew, constantly, listening to my young people. And I want, here's the thing. When I hear a new idea, when I hear a new idea, I want my first reaction to be, tell me more, not that won't work. And as an older person, you can really audit yourself. What's your first, when somebody comes to you with an idea, a new idea, and look, my fingers are pointing back at me because I've caught myself. My first reaction is, that'll never work. No. Your first reaction is, tell me more. Tell me more. And if I can cultivate that spirit, tell me more, that will really attract young people because I may not embrace it and there may be reasons why it'll never work. But the first thing that the new generation needs to hear from the older generation is, tell me more. Tell me your idea. I want to hear it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which takes, we talked about this already today a couple of times, a big dose of humility.
Yeah.
To recognize that, hey, you may not know everything.
Yeah.
Somebody asked here, legal protection when you're bringing for mentoring, bringing people. I mean, you're exposing yourself quite a bit by everything that you're doing. Can you talk briefly about that? How you make sure that somebody else isn't going to own your farm, Joel?
Yeah. So we do have workman's comp, and so I mean, just from a practical standpoint, and yeah, we do understand that we are risking, but that means that you put a lot of time and attention on training. So, for example, nobody drives a tractor until our head mechanic has certified them that they're able to drive the tractor. Nobody even drives a four-wheeler until they've been checked out and okay to drive a four-wheeler. So we have echelons of capabilities here. Some people can drive a four-wheeler that can't drive a tractor. Some people can drive a four-wheeler and a tractor that aren't okay certified to drive a pickup truck towing a cattle trailer. But we have these echelons and we put a lot of attention. Listen, if anybody listening here is thinking that what I'm describing is a way to get cheap or free labor, it ain't. It's not free or cheap labor. But you have to have the heart of a teacher, the heart of a mentor, the patience of Job, and the grace of God to go through this. When people say, "Oh, you got all this free help," I say, "All right, do you buy gloves? Do you buy gloves 50 pair at a time? Do you buy earplugs 500 at a time? Do you buy sledgehammers 6 at a time? Do you buy channel lock pliers 6 at a time?" It just happens. But there's something so powerful and profound about seeing these young people sprout, germinate, and succeed that I just, it's worth it. yeah, could something go haywire? And yeah, welcome to life. Welcome to life. Anything in life can do that. But we put a lot of emphasis on training, so that we minimize minimize catastrophes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We
That's
don't,
good.
by the way, we don't allow any steward, these 5-month stewards, who then can become apprentices. And then that's what feeds into our actual salaried or subcontractor farm team. We don't allow any of them to run a chainsaw.
Okay.
All right. So we do have some prohibitions, just for self-protection, and that's one of them.
Cool. Yeah, these are some good questions that are coming in the chat here, and we might need a little clarification, Crystal, on this one, but I think it has to do with empowering that next generation to be a steward, or your mentees, your new employees. She asked, does the young person take ownership or just management? Is there an upside potential? Is there a base wage? How do you?
Yeah.
I think that's where you're going with that question, Crystal.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
specifically
great.
talking about, the next generation, especially your children, basically.
Oh, do I have any books about that? So I have one book, Family Friendly Farming, is all about what I'm just describing here. The other one is Fields of Farmers, which is more about the apprenticeship apprenticeship program and the subcontractor memorandum of understanding program. So as far as ownership, so it's all over the board. Some people don't want to take any, they don't have any money, and they don't want to take any ownership, but they're willing to own. They're confident enough to say, I'm willing to share risk and I'll take charge of something. All right. So maybe we own the chickens, we own the egg mobile, we own the feed, but they're going to take charge of that egg mobile and take care of the eggs and all that. Another might say, well, I want to, I'll own the chickens and own the feed and own the egg mobile, and I'll bring you the eggs. Well, so then they obviously get a higher compensation. So your compensation plan recognizes the various risks and values that folks are bringing to it.
Yes.
Okay, somebody there needs to mute. Maybe Margot, if you can find them. Usually they pop up. Thank you. Maybe.
How'd you do that?
Another thing that we do is, even for our salaried people, who of course have a very clear MOU of expectation, all of them know that if they can conceive of another enterprise, a complementary enterprise that we're not doing, we embrace that. Side hustles. We love side hustles. So we have 3 team members, for example, that are salaried, that are raising sheep, and they're all collaborating. We market all the lambs through us, makes marketing real easy. We sell all the lambs in like 24 hours when we put it on the website. And they're each doing it a little bit differently, but they collaborate, and they're just getting a lot of energy from each other in the different ways that they're raising their lambs. And so so that's a side hustle. Another couple, they're doing a tiny stay. They came to us and said, we'd like to dabble in hospitality. We've never had, we never had a overnight stays here. Could we dabble in that? So they outfitted a tiny house. We picked a site up on a hill, set it up there, and they're running a tiny stay, and it's a multi-$1,000, tens of thousands of dollars actually, side hustle now. It's not Airbnb, it's not VR, it's just on our website, but we get a royalty. Obviously, if it weren't for us, they wouldn't have any business, and so it's just been a great way for them to have ownership. They own it, and handle it all. We have another a lady who does all of our grass stains tours, and she's done this now for almost 10 years. and she's up to, I don't know what, 130 tours a year. These are private tours, but somebody wants to come and see. And we've got another guy did mushrooms on the side. We've got another one that taps maple trees. He taps about 100 taps a year, makes, 30 to 40 gallons of maple syrup. So it's a little it's a little $3,500 side hustle, but he enjoys doing it. He owns it. He's the maple syrup man. And so actually cultivating or encouraging these side hustles and having a habitat that all of our people know, hey, if I can come up with something. And we had one that raised bloody butcher corn and made heritage cornmeal out of an old 1900 small mill, and it was wonderful. Sold it, and it was great. And so there's lots of opportunities for other things that people can do, and we're totally open to that.
Yeah. Good questions. I'm not sure if I know what this acronym is, the ACTS, for those starting out. What are your thoughts on it? Do you know what that is? ACTS? Chris, if you're there, you can clarify maybe.
Yeah,
it's ACTS, decentralized real estate with
it's
TJ.
ag community.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I became involved with them. I'm a little bit getting into this a little bit later in life, coming up on 48. But I've been entrenched in your Farm Like a Lunatic and your books, and even getting into the dairy grazing apprenticeship, preparing for my transition. And I just wanted to get your thoughts on, I know that you're aware of ACTS, just wanted to get your thoughts on that avenue into farming, especially for those who have no experience.
Yeah, so there are all sorts of agri-hoods. I mean, there's this comes under different guises, and there are all sorts of different. I mean, it's almost like an agriculture homeowners association, where somebody buys a piece of land and then it's chopped up. Some of them, all the houses are on one side to preserve the big open land. Other, it's chopped up into 10-acre lots, and everybody has their own. These are all different kinds of systems. The future is gonna show how they go. I think in general, the bugaboo for all these things is going to be relational, not actually practical. How do you grow stuff? Because people can always figure out how to grow stuff. The problem is how to get along doing it. And so I think time will tell, but certainly agricultural communities, I think, are definitely a way in for a lot of people. And you'll have somebody there with expertise, hopefully somebody that knows plumbing, somebody that knows electrical, somebody that knows small engine. And so I think we're still fairly early in what's going to be the model that actually works. And I think just time will tell. Yeah, I'm not ready to say yay or nay or pass judgment. I think they're early, and I'm excited to see the creativity in this space of trying to create a plop down agricultural community. Just boom. I think that's a neat concept.
Thanks for the answer.
Yep. Thanks, Chris. Robert asked a question. Do you recommend programs like AmeriCorps for internships? Says he works with Land Grant University and has put 28 students through a research program. If you want to add anything to that, Robert, you can. But are there programs out there who help supply you with interns, whether that be universities or wolfing programs, other places like that?
Yeah. We don't collaborate with anyone. We have found that the stipulations on woofers are not very acceptable. We've tried different things, and we've just learned, for us, we need somebody for 5 months, because the first month they lose you money. The second month they they break even, and you need a couple to feel good about it and get your money back. You know, a lot of these things, you know, they're just viewed as um, peasant help. And we want people to leave here and actually be able to make a living farming. And so, you know, that takes lectures, it takes field trips, it takes a lot of mentoring and a lot of show me and just, yeah, we put, I don't think most people realize how much time and effort we put into investing in these young people to make it an eclectic, comprehensive, and really, really meaningful experience. So many of these programs are just, you know, do a kind of a simple task and do it over and over and over again. You know, weed the beans. You know, measure the raindrops in the, you know, in the plastic, whatever. And so we've just kind of gone our own way. We would love to have our program endorsed by some accredited university that would give a, you know, a semester's credit or something for a young person being here. But so far we haven't been able to make anything like that work.
What a shame. Should be more than a semester. That should be a master's degree, I think, Joel.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, certainly the apprenticeship.
Yeah.
We had one steward, he had an ag degree, and he said, I've learned more, he said, learned more here in a week than I learned in my whole degree in, you know, in ag college. So generally, we shy away from colleges just because they tend to view everything as an academic question. And we're not, we don't mind academics, but we got to get work done. We can't sit here and have an academic focus group discussion on everything that we do. So we find that there's a kind of inverse relationship. The more education you have, the less likely you will be to succeed here, and the less education you have, the more likely you'll be to succeed here.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Good question. What is the appropriate size or scale of a farm or ranch operation, Joel? And I know that depends, but I mean, just based on your experience, there's, I guess we consult with people who are thousands and even millions of acres. We consult with people that are just starting out. And if you could pick a sweet spot, where would that be?
Oh, well, a lot of it depends on where you are. I mean, a 25 acre, a 25 acre acre farm in Eastern Virginia is a whole lot different than a 25 acre farm in, you know, at 8,000 feet elevation in the Rocky Mountains in Colorado. So, you know, a lot of it depends on where you are. Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. I mean, I think, and a lot of times the best thing is to not own any land. You know, one of the beauties of what we do here is with all the portable infrastructure, mobile infrastructure, we feel like one of the things that we can offer the young farmer germination movement is a mobile farm. And if you can move your infrastructure around, you don't have to own the land, which is the single largest capital investment that a farmer makes. And there's not a square foot of farmland in the world that wouldn't benefit, for example, from pastured poultry, you know, chickens, eggs, turkeys, ducks. And so, so when you have a mobile infrastructure set up, you can place it as a stackable, you know, permaculture stackable enterprise on a vineyard, an orchard, a beef cattle, dairy, you know, any kind of place. And so the mobile infrastructure is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I like that. Clay's got a question. You want to unmute and ask it, Clay? The podcaster can't find the unmute button. Oh. Okay, I'll ask it for him.
You caught me multitasking again.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay.
Changed the battery in a pickup while I was listening, and I was washing up after that. So I guess, how do you help young people find their passion? You got so many different young people coming there. How do you help them find out where they fit on your place?
How do we help them find out where they fit? Well, I mean, they wouldn't come
What they're
here.
passionate about. Well, specifically what they are passionate about.
But you've got a variety of different things happening on the operation.
Well,
And so I'm sure there's things that they like better than others. I just didn't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Even in the in the chicken processing, they do a lot of chicken processing, and by the end of the summer, some really enjoy the killing, some enjoy the quality control, some enjoy the gutting, some enjoy the packaging, and so I think the answer to that is that's why you have to try so many things. That's why I think one of the things that we can offer with our forestry work and our different animals and all the different things that we do, um, it's we're always trying to think of another thing that even if it's small, just to dip your toe in that water and see if it floats somebody's boat. And for sure, uh, they tend to find things. Obviously, most of the young people who come here are interested in livestock. We have very few gardeners, who want to come, and generally people gravitate either toward plants or animals, or even in plants they gravitate toward either perennials, like berries and fruit trees, or vegetables and produce, annuals, and so you even have those spectrums. Most people are not expert at everything. They kind of pick their pathway, but the way you find the pathway that floats your boat is to ride in a whole lot of boats. And so so our mission statement for the 5-month stewardship program, our mission statement is come for 5 months and find out if you have what it takes to be a farmer. So it's a very simple mission statement. Do you have what it takes? Do you like getting up early in the morning? Do you like working hard? Do you like being dirty? Do you like being outside? Do you like, good physical, labor? And then for the apprenticeship program, which is 12 months beyond the stewardship program, that mission statement is come for 12 months, learn the polyface way and how to duplicate it anywhere in the world. And so we have very, very different mission statements for the two different programs.
Yeah. That was a great question, Clay. Appreciate that. So let's say that you are appointed Secretary of Agriculture. What changes would you make to policy to make and why?
So I would do one thing, and I'm a simple guy. I can't think about 20 things. So I'm gonna just say one thing. The one thing that I would do is I would push through a constitutional amendment that would give every American citizen the right to the food of their choice from the source of their choice. And what that would do is give people standing similar to um, and I hate to even use it, but it's, we're talking about life and death here. So let's talk about, if we talk about abortion right now, if a state allows abortion, nobody can keep me from going to a clinic and get an abortion. Okay. That is a right that is conferred. And so right now, a lot of people don't realize you don't have a right to choose the food of your choice. You don't have that right. You only have the right to choose the food that the government says is okay for you to acquire. Now, there is a black market. Yes, there is. But the problem is, if you want to come to my farm and buy something that the government says is illegal, I can't sell it to you because you don't have a standing to acquire the food of your choice. So if I want to sell you homemade charcuterie that's unlicensed and outside the government prerogative, stamp of approval, Right now, I can't sell that to you. But if we had a right of food acquisition among, consenting adults, you could come to my farm, and if a bureaucrat got in the way and said, no, you can't buy that guy's milk or that guy's charcuterie, you could say, no, I have a right to the food of my choice from the cut, just like I have a right to go get an abortion. You can't stop me. And if we did that, listen, I meet thousands of farmers every year, thousands, who aren't doing things because it's illegal, because licensing is too expensive, because compliance is too expensive. And and the result is, A, the farmer can't make a living, and B, a consumer is unable to acquire the food of their choice. They're now required to go to some other place and pay more or get an inferior product. And so the one thing that I would do is get that hurdle off so that we could actually have freedom of food choice among consenting adults, so that if you want to come to my farm, ask around, smell around, look around, make a voluntary choice as a consenting adult, we should be able to transact food commerce without a bureaucrat getting involved. I'm not talking about being able to sell to Walmart. I'm not talking about being able to sell to Piggly Wiggly or Sam's Club. I'm just saying direct farmer to producer commerce should be able to be transacted without a bureaucrat involved. That level of freedom. And if we did that, it would right now we've got people who are complaining about the oligarchy, the centralization in the food system, the oligarchy of the big meat packers, the oligarchy of the big canneries, whatever. The only reason we have those oligarchies and they have so much power, 4 companies control 85% of America's meat supply. The only reason we have that is because we don't have ease of competition in the marketplace. The day we open up market opportunities will be the day that those big centralized outfits get competition, and we begin to actively defund a lot of those big centralized outfits that are the most insecure, unsafe, and unstable food sources around, as proven by the 2020 COVID crisis. And so if we really want stability, security, and safety in our food system, the shorter the chain of custody, the better off we'll all be. And the more responsibility both producer and consumer assume in the transaction. In other words, I'm responsible for producing it, you're responsible for buying it. We'll assume responsibility. We're not gonna divest that responsibility off to a bureaucrat. The more responsibility we assume, the more transparency and the more chances there are of the food system actually working.
Cool. Yeah, I like that. We all know what a challenge that would be and the pushback that we would get, but
Yeah.
imagine that. So, well, Joel, thank you. It's been an honor to have you part of this summit. It's we're talking about building lasting businesses here in the agriculture space, and yeah, certainly you exemplify that. You walk the walk, and we're grateful that you would take time out of your day to be here with us. So,
sure.
Any last thought, Joel, before we sign off here?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a last parting thought before we sign off?
Last parting thought is, there's a lot of dysfunction in our culture right now, I'll just say, a lot of concerns and frustrations. And so if you want to make a list to be angry about, you can make it. Go ahead and make that list, but let's invert it so that we take all of that energy and friction in our insides about things that are frustrating and to be angry about, and invert it to proactive solutions so that we become help and hope when society becomes helpless and hopeless. That's where we need to head. Be positive.
Amen. Amen. All right. There's a few amens in the comments too. So yeah. Thank you. Please send Joel some love in the comments, and appreciate you being part of this event, Joel.
Great.
Sure hope you have a blessed day, and look forward to shaking your hand again here someday.
You too. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, cool. Okay, you guys. Well, we are a little more than halfway through our day. We're grateful for those who've participated so far, and man, just some great takeaways there. Grateful that Joel was able and willing to be our keynote speaker. I think he is able to really tie things in with the focus of this summit. So we're going to keep going. As always, if you need to, stand up, go get a drink, take a break. As you could see, they brought me food. I had anybody else share in the chat what you had for lunch, but I had fajitas minus the tortillas. It's pretty good too. And thank you, William, for growing the tomatoes and our own homegrown grass-fed meat there. So, okay, our next speaker that we've got coming up here is Brian Dowdery. Brian, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Hey, great to see you. Great to see you. Welcome to this event. We're privileged to have you here.
Yeah,
look at that. You're just like a pro. You're just jumping right in, screen sharing and everything.
So, yeah, I appreciate the chance to be here. So
you bet. So you come representing Understanding Ag, and what part of the country where are you zooming in from, Brian?
I do. So yeah, I am in Fitchburg, Wisconsin right now, but yeah, we all work remotely, so kind of working all over the country.
Sure. Okay. Well, good. Well, let's run with your presentation. Thanks.
Great. You seeing my slides there?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay. So yeah, I'm Brian Doherty. I'm a consultant with Understanding Ag. So I'm assuming a lot of you are familiar with our company. If you're not, I would encourage you to just go to understandingag.com, our website. You can check out everything we do there and what we're all about. So I'm a former dairy farmer, and I like to say recovering agricultural engineer, and now I'm working with Understanding Ag. So for the sake of time, I'm just going to jump right into the presentation here. Got a lot to cover. So this is going to be a little bit different, I'm guessing, than what you would typically see at this type of a get-together, but strap on your seatbelts, and we're going to go for a ride here. And we're going to take a look at just a big picture look globally, what's going on with energy and materials, and some potential, bottlenecks or roadblocks we might run into in the future. And then what can you do to prepare yourself, your farm, your ranch for the future? So I'm typically doing this with a live audience. So I like to throw up this graph and just ask people just to take a guess at what you think this is. Well, I'll cut to the chase here since we're on Zoom. This is a graph of human population growth over time. Now you can see just incredibly fast exponential growth happening very rapidly. And as humans, we're absolutely terrible, if we got to be honest with ourselves, at understanding or getting our heads around exponential growth. It just kind of breaks our brains. And we have a hard time coming to terms with what this can mean for us. And this causes us a lot of problems. So that first graph, that was population growth. Now we're going to look at energy. So the blue line here is population. Again, the red line is energy. It's growing even faster than population growth. So this graph only goes through the year 2000. You can see it's about 15 terawatts. In 2021, we use 19 terawatts of energy globally. If you don't know what a terawatt is, it's a gigantic number. It doesn't really matter. But we've already blown clean off the top of this graph here just in the last 20 years. About 8 billion population now. But long term, we're talking, relying on more renewable sources of energy, less fossil fuel, maybe something like 5 to 10 terawatts is actually sustainable, well into the future. And we're way beyond that right now. So what is that going to mean for us? And how have we been able to do this? What this, influx of fossil fuels the last couple hundred years has allowed us to do is take our entire civilization and turn it into what I call a linear input-output system. So we take this thing called civilization and we cram our 19 terawatts of energy into it and something like 100 billion tons of raw materials every year, and out the other end, about 43 billion tons of CO2 into the atmosphere every year, a couple billion tons we chuck into the landfill. 95,000 square miles of dead zones globally now, 9 million tons of plastic in the ocean. And these numbers are predicted to double by 2050. So we have to ask ourselves, is that even possible? Where would we get 38 terawatts of energy and 200 billion tons of raw materials? So let's look at agriculture now. Same deal. We've turned it into a linear system. We take about 200 million tons of fertilizer, 4.2 million tons of pesticides. About 30% of energy globally is used for food production and getting food onto somebody's plate. And again, out the other end, we've got the CO2, throw in 75 billion tons of soil erosion for good measure. We've got pesticide buildup. It's everywhere. It's in our food. It's in our water. It's in our bodies. You know, a majority of those dead zones are due to agriculture. And these numbers are predicted to increase by 60% by 2050, these input numbers. So again, we have to ask ourselves, is that possible or feasible? So our food system, and this is a little depressing to think about, but it's essentially designed, it's an extraction industry. It's designed to extract things in one end and move the wealth and the waste accumulation out the other end. It exports nutrients, it exports soil, it exports people from our rural communities. We've been seeing this for decades now, and it drives farmers out of business. So as a food producer, as a farmer or rancher, basically you're on the wrong end of the line here. You're on the extraction end of the line, and that a lot of that wealth accumulation is going elsewhere. So, but we've told ourselves a story that, well, that's okay, because our modern system is so much more efficient. We've liberated all these people from the drudgery of having to do farm work and grow food, and they can go live in cities. Lots of benefits from that. I'm not saying that's all bad. There's definitely some benefits, but let's look at how efficient our food production system actually is now. You may have heard the claim that we have the most efficient food production system in the history of humanity right now. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but let's take a look at the numbers. So pre-industrial era, we're talking muscle power here. Draft animals, human muscle power. It took about a calorie of energy to produce 5 calories of food for consumption. Now that number in the US is about 13.3 calories of energy to produce 1 calorie of food that actually makes it onto someone's plate. Now at the farm gate, it's not that bad. It's about 2 to 1. Still a lot of work to do there. The next 8 is all the energy that we use to package and transport and freeze and, you know, reheat, and all this energy we use to actually get that food onto a consumer's plate, because they no longer live where the food is produced. So if we look at efficiency that way, our current food system is 66 times less efficient at converting energy to food. And the way we've been able to do that is with fossil fuels, because we use that to replace labor, essentially. But can we do this in the long run? In nature, any organisms that requires more energy to find food than that food contains will die. So we got to think about this longer term if we can actually keep doing this. So what do the numbers look like? This was kind of a shocker when I first saw this. So just take a guess in your head, throw it in the chat box, whatever. How many years do you think it takes to form the coal that we burn in 1 year? For the sake of time, I'm just going to run through the numbers. It takes about 200,000 years to form the coal that we burn every year. And if you think that's bad, it's about 2.5 million years for oil and 3.4 million years for natural gas. So you've probably all heard of, you know, Moore's law of computing power. You know, it doubles every so many months. Well, there's also this thing called Stein's law, and it's very simple. And so what Stein's law says is, if something cannot go on forever, it will stop. You know, pretty radical thought there, huh? So let's look at oil specifically. Oil extraction. Now, it's always dangerous talking about peak oil and when that's going to happen. People have been talking about that for 30 years. But let's just look at our conventional oil here. You know, this is your Jed Clampett oil. You poke a hole in the ground and out it comes. Challenge you're running into there is conventional wells have about a 6% decline rate every year, meaning every year you have to drill 6% more wells just to stand still, let alone increase production. So we may have peaked It's hard to tell when the peak is because you don't really know until several years after the fact that it actually happened. With fracking, our decline rate is like 30 to 40% first year on those wells. And fracking, we're essentially extracting oil out of the source rock itself. Not a lot of other places to look for oil after that. There's talk about artificial intelligence and how that's going to, make this more efficient or find newer sources of oil, but there's probably not a whole lot of, conventional easy stuff out there that we don't already know about. Then we get into our tar sands or really heavy crude, maybe 2030 global all liquids. That's basically throwing the kitchen sink at it every conceivable way we know right now how to produce something resembling a liquid that we can burn. So that's your ethanol, that's coal to oil conversion technologies, the whole works, about 2040. And as you can see on the right there, the challenge with this, it's not that we're going to run out or there's none left. It's just that as we move our way down the graph here, our energy return on energy invested goes down significantly. Conventional oil was way over 100 to 1 return on investment. When we first started drilling, it's down to 20 now. And this is irreversible. There's nothing we can do about this as a species. And this is something that's hard for people to get their head around, but that return on investment is just going to keep going down. I don't care who you vote for or what party you want to blame for this. Not a lot we can do about it. So this is going to be kind of an irreversible process into the future. Now, it's always tricky picking when this is going to happen because this is essentially an economic number, at least in part, because if you're willing to pay, let's say $500 a barrel for oil, well, now all of a sudden we can throw more money at the problem and we can drill in places that we couldn't before. But again, the point is it's just going to be much more expensive to do that. So when the actual peak is, it doesn't really matter that much. It's just going to keep getting more expensive. Now, if we look at materials, same deal. So this is materials use as of 2015, something like 90 gigatons per year. Again, giant number. And there's this idea out there that we're going to decouple. So we're going to take our economic growth, or GDP, and we're going to decouple that from materials and energy use. In other words, we can grow our economy without using any more stuff. But this is basically a fantasy. There's some research out there saying we've done it in certain industries, but basically we just ship our manufacturing overseas and they burn the fuel, they make the stuff, we buy it back, looks like economic growth. The materials and energy still got used, they just got used somewhere else. They're pretty much a one-to-one correlation. If you double GDP, you're going to double energy use, you're going to double materials extraction. And, our expectation, for decades now has been, 2 to 3% annual growth. That keeps the economy humming along. That's what my entire lifetime, most of my dad's lifetime was in this world where this was a reasonable expectation. But when that happens, you double every 25 to 35 years. So if we project that out to 2050, we very quickly go from our 90 gigatons a year here to absurd, to ridiculous, to completely bananas. I mean, this is going to be incredibly hard for us to be able to get this much stuff out of the ground. So sustainable growth, what is it? This is our UN Sustainable Development Goals, and they say about 2% is a sustainable target. They want about 7% for developing countries. So if we project that out to the year 2100, this is what it looks like. Now, here again, this is where we have a hard time getting our heads around this exponential growth and how rapidly things change. And I don't know if we got any economists in the crowd. I'll probably rub a few people the wrong way, but perpetual growth is simply incompatible with reality, and it's incompatible with life on a finite planet, which we happen to live on. But it's all going to be okay because a magical thing is going to happen in the year 2100. Time is just going to magically stop. I mean, if you think about it, have you ever seen a graph that goes beyond the year 2100? I've never actually seen one. So it's like we just, what, me worry? We'll let somebody else deal with that, right? So then the argument is, well, technology, innovation, efficiency, we'll just innovate our way around this problem. This isn't really something we have to worry about. This is a concept from Dr. Nate Hagens. I really encourage you to check out his paper, Beyond the Superorganism. Fascinating read. But he basically says that technology, what it really is just energy and materials. If you think about it, what is technology? Name one that doesn't use either energy or materials or both. It doesn't really exist. We run into with efficiency this thing called Jevons paradox. Basically, the more efficient it is to make something, the more resources we end up using, not less, because the price goes down, we buy more of it. It happens across a whole bunch of different industries. So technology is really just an expression of how much energy we can exploit. We can kick the can down the road, but it doesn't really remove biophysical limits to what we can extract out of the earth. So essentially what we have is more of a problem. It's more of a collective action problem and an overshoot problem, and you really can't fix that with technology. So just to kind of summarize where we're at here, if we look at exponential growth into the future, at current trends, we will need to extract more oil, more energy, more materials in the next 30 years than we've used since the beginning of human civilization. So just let that sink in for a minute. And even if we pulled that magic trick out of our hat, then what do we do the 30 years after that? Then you need everything we've used since the beginning of civilization times 2. So in engineering, we have a technical term for this, and that's ain't gonna happen. It is all but biophysically impossible that we're gonna be able to get that much stuff out of the ground that fast and keep doing it long into the future. The stuff just isn't there. There are limits to what humans are capable of doing. And it's not just energy, not to make a depressing topic even worse, but we have all these other issues, hunger, lagging productivity, nutrient efficiencies in crops, planetary boundaries for NP, freshwater use, sustainable food production shifting. So the question then is, well, if things are this bleak, where does that leave us? Well, I'm sure you've all been through an airport or, shopping mall. They have those little kiosks with the map on them, and they have the little arrow and it says you are here. Well, I put together a helpful map for us so we know where we're at right now. And we find ourselves right about here, unfortunately. Merv and Sam are fixing to get together here pretty soon. So the question is, then what do we do about it? So we have this linear system right now. And really, our job, as humanity in the 21st century, our fundamental challenge is going to be, can we take that linear system and bend it into a circle and make a sustainable civilization? And the real question is, can we do it without completely breaking society? That is going to be the challenge for all of us moving forward. We have to figure out how to make a more circular farming system that's more in harmony with nature, because nature recycles and moves in circles and reuses everything. So what does that look like in agriculture? Well, it looks a lot like this. Again, everything being reused. Now, 100% recycling rate is pretty much impossible. But right now we're like 10. It's not good. We can do a lot better. We need to be reusing everything, including our human manure, much more photosynthesis, getting our CO2 to recycle and not ending up in the atmosphere, recycling our nutrients. And the beautiful thing about a system like this is the numbers don't really matter. If you think about a linear system, the numbers are huge because that basically is a clock. When you have a linear system, that tells you, okay, you got X amount of stuff out there, and you know how long you're faster using it, when you're going to run out. Well, in a circular system, everything's just going around, so the numbers aren't as important. But what this really reminds me of, if I look at this graph, is this thing we call regenerative agriculture. So I have a little bit different take on what regenerative agriculture actually is. What it really is, to me, it's just the local solution to our global problem. So this is happening around the world. This is not just a US thing. So what regenerative agriculture does is it uses biological principles to reconnect our broken energy, nutrient, and water cycles. Now, if you look at the Latin root of biology, it's the logic of life. That's pretty beautiful, isn't it? It's the logic of life. That's what biology is. But it goes beyond that, because regenerative agriculture isn't just what happens on the farm. It's what happens beyond the farm gate. How does that farm connect to its local community? How does it affect the wider world. So we're also looking at social principles to reconnect land and people in their communities and do this on a more local and regional level versus the global system that we have right now. So how do we do this transition? Well, we simply need to work together, again, social, using the logic of life to completely transform how we support our farmers, our ranchers, and our local communities. So I know I've been all doom and gloom up to this point, but I just want to kind of lay out where we're at. But this is, I can't emphasize enough what an incredible opportunity this is for agriculture and for everyone on this Zoom call, because people still have to eat. I don't care what happens with energy. Some of it will go towards agriculture because we have to eat. And it all starts with the soil. You know, Doug Peterson talked about this, healthy soil. It is absolutely the foundation of resilient farms, healthy people, revitalized communities, and ultimately a livable planet. So we have to start with the soil. Doug also showed this, our 6 principles of soil health. This is where we start. Why? Because it fixes the broken links, the broken carbon, the broken water, and the broken nutrient cycles. It grows healthier plants. It improves aggregation. It feeds biology. It does all the things we need to do to get our soil to work the way it should. So this is how nature really should function or should look. There's absolutely a 100% direct tie between soil, plant, animal, and human health. Everyone on here, I think, knows that, and between the health of our ecosystems. But when we created these linear systems that we currently have, we break every single one of these links. And we need to start the work. And a lot of you are probably already doing this. We need to keep at the work of reconnecting these broken links. And the way we do that is with regenerative agriculture and the 6 principles of soil health to heal Mother Nature and to heal these broken links and heal the disconnectedness that we have right now between people and land. So just preparing for an energy constrained future, what do you do? So you don't have to run away from the computer screaming, hair on fire, oh my gosh, the world's coming to an end. That's not what I'm saying. But just start thinking about some of this stuff. What would you do in the future? You don't have to do it today, but how, you'll start some back of the envelope calculations and thinking this through. How would you operate your farm or your ranch if you had 10% or 30% or even 50% less diesel fuel and propane and oil and electricity and purchase fertility? Could you do it? And how would you do it? Start planning now. Don't wait for Sam and Merv to get together and cause problems. So on-farm biofuels, I think will be more of a thing in the future. No, I'm not a huge fan of ethanol. I'll just come out and say it, but there's a lot of very localized production, reusing it right on the farm. That makes sense. If you're going to want to run 300 horsepower tractors and drag tillage equipment around in the future, you're probably going to need to make a lot of your own fuel. That's just going to be a very expensive proposition. Electricity, same deal. There's absolutely problems and challenges and constraints with wind and solar and battery. I fully understand that, but it's probably going to be a bigger part of the mix in the future, and it's going to need to be. Purchase fertility, especially for your row croppers out there. We can really make a difference here with those 6 principles of soil health. This is what I work on a lot as a consultant, is helping people dial back on some of these input costs, because that's, at the end of the day, that's just fossil fuel to mine that stuff out of the ground and get it to your farm. Making on-farm biofertilizers is going to be very important, I think, in the future to replace some of those purchase inputs. There's a lot you can do on-farm with composting and other methods. And then obviously adaptive grazing, integrating more livestock into the operation to reduce some of those needs for external fertility. We need to be catching every single ray of sunshine that lands on your land with continuous plant growth. If you look at soil and how it actually functions on a chemical level, it works just like a battery. Your plants are solar panels, they're catching energy and they're pumping it into the soil and they're charging your soil battery. That is your energy source in the future. You need to charge your soil battery and you need to catch every drop of water that touches your land, because water is what makes the whole system work to rehydrate your landscape. Again, I talked about renewable energy on farm. We need to recycle all of our nutrients locally. Right now, we ship food 2,000 miles away, and those nutrients never come back. That's why we have this linear system right now. But there's a lot we can do with healthy soil, with biofertilizers, composting, livestock integration to tighten up those nutrient cycles so we don't have to ship so much stuff around. And then lastly, and probably most importantly, we've got to build community. We're going to need local connections, not only people to sell your products to, but where are you going to buy things from? I just don't see our global supply chains in the long run really holding together like they do now. We just had a little taste of that with COVID and all the supply chain disruptions. As energy gets more and more expensive, those global supply chains are going to make less and less sense. So what won't make sense in the future is this. I'm not saying we won't still have confinement animal production. I get it. I did this as a dairy farmer. We had a confinement dairy, but these only make sense with cheap energy and cheap materials, especially with ruminants, where we could have those animals out on the landscape grazing, harvesting their own forage, spreading their own manure. That is real energy efficiency. And that's what we're going to need to see much more of in the future. These types of operations, not saying they won't be there, they're just going to make a whole lot less sense. They're going to be a whole lot harder to make pencil economically. What will make sense in the future is operations like this: polycropping, agroforestry, integrated livestock systems. This is real energy efficiency. This takes much less fossil fuel to produce a calorie of food and get it on somebody's plate if you can do this in a more local and regional manner. So I just want to wrap up and say that we absolutely can do this. It's a very daunting challenge, but the reason I'm in regenerative agriculture, the reason I'm so passionate about this, is because I'm convinced it is absolutely the best response. It's not the only one, but it is the best tool we have in the toolbox. We're going to need a lot of tools. It's the best one we have to respond to this food, water, energy polycrisis that we're going to find ourselves in. If you care about human health, if you care about community health, if you care about ecosystem health, if you care about planetary health, you need to care about soil and how we manage it. And you need to think, about regenerative agriculture principles and how you can implement those. So just parting thought, at the end of the day or whenever you get a chance, I want everybody to go outside and just scoop up a handful of soil and just hold it in your hands and look at that soil and realize that right there in your hands, you hold the future in your hands. So I encourage everyone, just use the power of regenerative agriculture to change it. So appreciate your time. Hopefully I stayed with the clock there. My contact.
You did awesome. You did awesome, Brian. You're spot on. Okay, perfect. So you see his contact information there. And then so tell us about I guess it's kind of a drawing for a chance to win.
Yeah, so you go to our website. I believe the link is up there. Yeah, just sign up for our newsletter. We'll give it a few days here, but sign up for newsletter and we'll draw somebody from that for your choice, either free Regen Ag 101 online course or free hour of consulting. So whichever you prefer.
Yeah, super valuable. That's you can tell you're a big picture thinker and way to really tie it together. Appreciate that. We've got maybe time for one or two quick questions here. If anybody has one, go ahead and throw it up in the chat. But
I do have to drop off a bit later, but I'll hang out here for a little bit. And if there's any questions people want to pop in the chat box, I'm happy to try to answer those, or send me an email. Reach out. Happy to chat.
Yeah, Carla's asking the first steps to making this happen.
Yeah, that's a big question. First steps, I guess, our first principle is context. So you got to think about what's your situation and what can you do? And I think, Joel Salatin kind of touched on this. You got to start somewhere, what's manageable for you. So it's easy to get completely overwhelmed and look at the global picture, but we got to each do our own little part, and then working together again, collectively, we can make a huge difference. So, start by what I always say is, if you don't know where your food's coming from, find out. If you have any little patch of ground, grow your own food, plant a garden, support your local producers, buy food from them if you can, find people who are doing things regeneratively and support them. That's the best place you can start.
Cool. Sean asked the question, have you read the book Superabundance?
Superabundance? No, I haven't seen that one. I'll have to check that out.
Okay. Any context for that, Sean, you want to add?
Probably says everything I just said is wrong, right?
Well, not necessarily. I actually really like your presentation, but they do make a good point that more people in the world is bringing about a greater abundance for everyone, mostly because of our collective ability to think through problems and to work together. So they have a lot more optimistic view of the future. So I thought it might be interesting. I think you'd enjoy it. It's pretty it's pretty scientific. They bring together a lot of studies from all over the world. But I think you'd enjoy it. I think it would fit.
Yeah,
I think
appreciate that.
really appreciate what they have to say.
Yeah, and I'm not really
with,
yeah, I don't really think population growth is necessarily the problem. It's just the amount of stuff that we use is going to become the bottleneck. So yeah, the more brilliant minds we can put to the problem, the better. And I know that presentation probably came off as a little bit of doom and gloom, like I said, but I have a very optimistic view of the future. I think we can solve these challenges we have, and we can heal our ecosystems.
Yep. And I appreciate that you
agree with that. Sure.
tied it together with how to do that. And that is perfect. All right. So yeah, Margot, through the link back up there. If any of you are having trouble accessing that, it might just be the device that you're on. So just copy, maybe text it to yourself, and you can open it on a different device or email it to yourself. We'll also be sending it out in the emails for everyone who's registered. So it's not like you missed the link and shame on you and you don't get another chance. So we'll have that open probably through the rest of the week. So, all right, Brian, thank you very much for being part of this.
Great addition. Thanks for having me.
You bet. Yep. Hope to see you again soon on one of these. You can tell that we scratched the surface of a big depth of knowledge there. So yeah, we'll get more of that at some point. So, okay. Our next speaker up is going to be Alex. Alex, are you there?
I'm here.
Hey, there you are. All right. Perfect.
Hey, guys.
Hey, welcome. Welcome. Where are you calling in from today?
Thank you. I'm calling in from Charleston, South Carolina.
Okay.
And we've had one of your classic farming days today. Radiator hoses have blown. Thunderstorms have come at the wrong time.
Looks like you're still out in it. It looks like.
Yeah, I could get dumped on any second, but I was planning on being on a nice computer at a quiet location, and the farming world throws crazy things at you sometimes. So here I am in a parking lot on my phone instead.
Okay, well, we're glad that you made it work. Yeah,
Thank you.
We definitely know how to be adaptable in this industry, right? We wouldn't survive if we weren't. So
yeah,
but
we have to adapt.
We will we'll alter your presentation, but let's run with it, Alex.
Yeah, thank you. So I won't have any fancy slides or anything for you guys, but I have a heart full of desire to see farmers succeed, and something that I've been able to tap into over the last couple of years is sales and marketing strategies, and that really work for farm to consumer type of folks, direct to consumer farms that sell directly. So that's what I'd love to talk about today.
Yeah.
I just apologize. I don't have my fancy slides, so I'm going to be going off the rip here today. The first thing that I wanted to talk about is, if you're going to be selling direct to consumer, you need to know your top customer, your most ideal customer, and how you're going to market to them and not waste a lot of time marketing to people who want to be nitpicky about, let's say, what kind of cuts you have, if you're in the protein game, what kind of vegetables you have in season. But the main thing is about price. If you have customers that are complaining about prices and comparing you to grocery stores, then those are not going to be our ideal customers. Those are not going to be the kinds of people that we want to really be spending a lot of time marketing to. So I have my top three marketing folks that I try to spend most of my energy on. My number one customer is about 85% of my business goes to this one person. I call her Suburban Sally. She's a 35 to 55-year-old mother. She has young children in elementary and middle school. And she wants to feed her family the most nutrient dense presentation possible. Sorry guys, I don't have the presentation on my phone and I'm in a parking lot, so I'll have to send the presentation later. I apologize about that.
Yeah, that's fine. And if you get it to me, we can share it with those. And probably if you want the presentation, go ahead and text back to the group chat and the team will pick up on that and we can send it back to you. So if you're in a Google Drive, whatever we need to do, we'll make it available, Alex.
Yeah. Okay. When I get it, when I get back to the farm, I will send.
Yeah. We get it.
Yeah.
You're
I'm outside
good.
of our farmers market right now. So my team is running the market stand for me. So I'm all the way in town right now.
I like it.
So, okay. So, I find that if I spend most or all of my marketing energy on the mothers of young children, then I'm going to be wasting very little time. Okay. In my marketing efforts, I'm going to be hitting some other outside groups that will want to buy from me as well. The main ones that we have, like my number 2 customer is the CrossFit couple, I like to call them. These are people who take care of their bodies. They put a lot of attention into their diet. And so they end up caring a lot about the kind of food that they eat. So they're going to be looking for clean, local sources of food that's going to help them grow physically. And so if sometimes I will talk to farmers in some consulting sessions and we'll talk about different places that we can strategically put materials. I'm talking about flyers, brochures, business cards, email sign-up sheets, things like that. And my main place that we want to put stuff in is where those suburban moms are going to be going. So if you have a suburban mom, she's looking for local food, she's probably going to be shopping. We can't do advertising at places like Whole Foods, but we can find independently owned grocery stores in towns that are usually very small. They probably have some supplements and some local produce, and these are kind of like hippie grocery stores. Each town usually has 2 or 3 of these places, as long as they're big enough. Big town, small city, they're going to have places like this. That's my favorite place to put marketing materials in. My second favorite place is a gym. If it's a locally owned, all your CrossFit gyms are locally owned. You're not going to go to Gold's Gym. You're not going to go to these big places. But if you can find Orange Theory, CrossFit, locally owned gyms, these people are usually very receptive and love having relationships with farmers. The nice thing about once you start building these relationships with these local businesses where you're going to be placing your marketing materials is that you may be able to use them as a pickup location. If you've got a direct to consumer business where you're selling proteins or produce, having pickup locations in town is very convenient. It'll get you a lot more customers because you're not going to have to ask all these people to come out to you. So those are my. I'm go back to my top 3 customers, we have the suburban mom is number 1. She's the ultimate customer you could ever have. She's going to spend the most money with you consistently. Second of all, you've got your CrossFit couple. Then you have your chefs as your number 3. We use chefs sparingly because we're a pretty small farm. Revenue wise, just to give you guys some context, we're at about $500,000 in revenue each year right now. So we're definitely not way up there polyphase size, but we're not a homestead either. We're somewhere in between. So we try not to do as much wholesale because it really shrinks your margins down even more. And we all know if we're a direct to consumer business, we're dealing with pretty tight margins anyway. So we've got chefs and we just use them for, let's say we have 1,000 pounds of beef bones that came back from the processor, or if we have a ton of livers and hearts and organ meats, if we've got, several hundred pounds of chicken drumsticks, stuff that, suburban moms don't usually buy. You're going to be sold out of chicken breast all the time because chicken thighs, chicken breast, ground beef, pork chops, the kind of regular cuts that people want to eat. You're going to be sold out of those a lot, but you will have off cuts. And one of the hardest things to do is to move those off cuts, especially if you're in the protein game, or if you're in produce, you'll have ugly produce that you need to move as well. So we rely on chefs for those kind of situations. And I have a golden rule for finding chefs that want to work with you at farm to table restaurants. My rule is that you're going to have to call 16 restaurants to get 1 sale through a chef. So you have to put a lot of work in on these cold calls. If you have the chef's number, that's great. But if you don't have the chef's phone number, you're going to have to make cold calls to the restaurant. And here's my golden rule. You're going to call the restaurant Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, and you're going to call them from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Any other time, they're either not at the restaurant or they're prepping for a dinner service and they do not want to be talked to. So if you call during those hours, you should be able to get about 1 sale for every 16 phone calls. It's not a great ratio. That's why they're not my number 1 customer, but they will help you move a lot of your ugly produce and your off cuts. And it is a useful relationship to have. Okay. So we have our top customers. I'm just checking my time. I'm doing good. Okay. Then we want to talk about what's important to these customers. And I'm going to be spending the rest of my time talking about these suburban moms, and the way that they shop and the things that they want to buy. When you're a suburban mom, you're busy and your life is pretty hectic. You got a lot going on, but you really care about nourishing your family. So you're going to try to find the healthiest food possible, but also you're going to prioritize convenience. So when you're making your cut sheets or when you're making your crop plans, you're going to want to prioritize different cuts and different types of produce that are going to be easy to work with. I know we can tend, as the farmers, we kind of want to always be expanding and growing our operations and what we produce and what we sell. But sometimes we can do ourselves damage if we want to try to have 30 different tomato varieties and some kind of squashes that people have never heard of before and get really wild at different types of things. Or maybe we want to try to do buffalo. So we like to prioritize easy to work with cuts. So we're not going to get a bunch of crazy options. We're going to stick to very basic cuts. We're talking about chuck roast and all of the steaks that your ribeyes, your New York strips, a lot of ground beef, a lot of chicken breast and chicken thighs. You don't want to try to ask too much of your customers because you're trying to attract a very certain type of customer. And this lady, whoever she is, I call her Sally, whoever she is, she wants convenient, easy to work with clean food. She doesn't need it to be fancy. She doesn't need it to be exotic. She needs it to be something that she can defrost at 3 p.m. because she forgot that she was doing dinner prep. And she needs to make spaghetti and meatballs for the kids that night, but she doesn't want to use Walmart ground beef. She wants to use your ground beef. So we want to be able to make sure we have options for her. Next, we want in our marketing efforts, we want to use words that are going to ring home with our customers. We like to think about our farms in our own terms. But we need to be able to switch our mindset to be able to think about what's going to be important to the suburban mom when she wants to shop with me. Okay. Is she going to care that I'm biodynamic? Or is she going to care that I am no spray? Is she going to care that I rotationally graze? Or is she going to care that we do grass-fed beef? Okay. Is she going to care that we use a different kind of chicken, like a Freedom Ranger or a more like exotic type of broiler? Or does she just want a Cornish cross that wasn't fed a bunch of antibiotics and raised in a factory somewhere? I find that a lot of farmers end up trying to get the fringe customers instead of honing in on this base of people who cook at home, who want to support a local farm, but they don't want to cook a chicken that has really tough breast meat because it's a heritage exotic type of chicken. Okay. They want clean food from a regenerative farm that is going to be easy to work with. That's the thing I hammer home with a lot of my clients that I do consulting with is you got to just stick to the numbers. If you want to do exotic stuff on the side, that's fine, but make your baseline, make your main thing that you do stuff that a mom could work with. Moms care about the words local, organic, no spray. They care about sustainable, and there's probably 2 or 3 other words on my presentation that I can't remember.
Is regenerative a word that they understand?
I'm starting to see it.
Okay.
Yep. We're starting to see, I think, thanks to a lot of the documentaries that have come out in the last probably 3 or 4 years, regenerative has really been a word that hones in with people. And I love using that as my main word now because it tells people that what you do is good for the animals, good for the soil, good for the environment, and it's a healthy product for people to eat. It works with ecosystems, and it's beneficial in every area of your whole agricultural practice. I'm seeing regenerative work now, and I even have people who can't pronounce the word regenerative trying to use it because they feel like that's the word to use right now because we all know organic's been messed with, it's been co-opted, and organic is losing trust with people. And it seems like regenerative is kind of taking its place. People are figuring out that you can have an organic Tyson chicken house. And so they're leaving organic as an important word, and they're more leaning towards regenerative, pasture raised, sustainable, no spray, even just saying no chemicals, no spray. If you've got broilers, pork and chicken like I do, those words alone can be great. So when we make our marketing materials or we do our social media or our newsletters, we want to use those words on a very consistent basis. I find the temptation because I do a weekly newsletter, which we can talk about if we have time. I find that if I stick to the basics on what I do on my newsletters, social media, and I have consistency across the board on my messaging, that if I continually use the words local and regenerative, those are my 2 words that seem to be the most powerful and with the most punch for me. It answers 100 questions that people might have. And so those are the words that I like to use. And I always keep in mind with one note on social media, it seems like, especially Instagram and Facebook, these guys are only showing your content to about 5 to 10% of your followers. Now, it may be a different 5 to 10% each post, but don't be afraid to repeat yourself. I find that when I look at the Instagram accounts that have over, let's say, 500,000 followers, it's almost the same thing over and over and over again. And what these people are doing is they're mastering the art of marketing to a specific customer base that they are looking for, and they're using repetitive verbiage to reach new people. It's counterintuitive because you would expect that you'd have to come up with something different and new every time. But if you think about it, Instagram showing your content to only 5% of your followers, and then the next post you get a different 5%, and then the next post you get a different 5%. The third group never saw your first post. The second group never saw your third post. So don't be afraid to repeat yourself and have a message that you send in your social media. Okay, I'm checking my time. I got 10 minutes. Okay. The last thing I really wanted to hone in on, and I'd love to do questions too. So I want to make sure I save some time for that. I use a software called Barn to Door for my sales. It's a very, very beneficial software for farms selling direct to consumer. And the main thing that we use on there is subscriptions. I'm not here to talk about Barn to Door, but I want to talk about the value of adding subscriptions onto your farm. I know Gray's Cart can do it as well, and there's probably a couple other software options that people can use. When I first heard about meat subscriptions, the only thing I knew was ButcherBox. And I thought it was a lazy idea because I had friends that had signed up for ButcherBox. And if they lived in the cities, it was okay. But if they lived in the country, all their meat always came thawed out, and they had to spend an hour on the phone with customer service, and they said it wasn't worth their time. So I'd only really heard a decent amount of negative stuff for subscriptions. But I heard a lot of advisors and marketing folks keep pushing subscriptions over and over and over again, kind of like I am right now. So I ended up giving it a try. And this was early on. Our business is only 5 years old. And so we've had a lot of learning that we've gone on in these last 5 years. And I'm still every single day learning what works, what doesn't work, and how to hone in on the right type of customer. When I first started my subscriptions online, I had 3 different ones. I had one that I called the Primo box, one that was the family box, and one that was the kind of a basic level box with, the basic level box had like ground beef and cheap chicken cuts. The family box had bigger cuts. We're talking roasts and slow cookers. And then the Primo box had filet mignon, chicken breast, ribeyes, boneless pork chops. You get the idea. After 6 months, I had 2 people signed up, and I was so discouraged, and I just couldn't figure out why more people weren't signing up for them. I was marketing them on social media, in my newsletters, and nobody was interested. What I found out after talking to some of my customers is that they were kind of confused. And this is one of the biggest things I've had to learn with marketing your farm products is when you confuse your customers even a little bit, they give up and they do not pick whatever option you're trying to funnel them down into. They will not choose it. And so we have to become confusion free in our efforts to get our products into the refrigerators of our customers. So what I ended up doing was I made one box that people can get three different in three different increments. They could get it every week, they could get it every other week, or they could get it once a month. The one box was the kind of cuts that we talked about in the beginning with thinking about our ideal customer. I only made a box for Suburban Sally. She wants chicken breast, ground beef, pork chops, sausage, bacon, chicken thighs, stuff that she can thaw out quickly, whip up. It's not difficult. Steak tips is another really popular one. Things that she can just, it doesn't take a lot of prep. It's not going to need any curing. It's not going to need any kind of long, elaborate preparations. It's going to be easy stuff. We're talking about like chuck roast that can go in a crock pot, boneless things. Those were selling really well. So I decided to make a subscription and really hone in on those products. This is about 2 years ago. Now we have over 55 subscribers to our boxes. We've got some on weekly, we've got some on bi-weekly, and we have some on monthly. It's very evenly spread across the board. It's mostly based off of family size. I also learned that it's American households are pretty much split up in three different ways: single households, people with two folks in their house, and people with three or more. It's almost 33% as the population goes in America. So I'm finding that those three household sizes are actually relaying into my subscription boxes, and people are finding out how much food they cook each week and how much they need, and they're finding the right box for them. This now has become about 70% of our revenue year over year. We do one farmer's market, we do some home deliveries, we do some quarter cows every now and then. But for the main thing is that we are delivering food to our customers' houses every week or every other week, depending on what box they want. And it really aligns with the way that your customers shop. I've seen a lot of farms struggle with revenue because they're only offering once a month options for like a delivery option. Or if they're asking people to come out there to their farm to pick up the food, they're really struggling because a lot of people are very used to things being delivered to them. So I always encourage my farmers, if you can, get a delivery system going. Try to get an online software that will work for you, that's easy to use, it's easy for your customers. And really think about subscriptions, because I think this is the way that marketing and food is going to go forward. People are very happy to do the Netflix thing where they sign up one time, they give you their credit card one time, and then from week after week after week, they are charged on their cards. They don't have to think about it. They don't have to do anything. Food just shows up at their house. And it seems like if you can add the convenience to the scenario, if you can add the convenience of subscriptions and home deliveries to your system and to your marketing and sales efforts, that it really people see the value in that, and they're willing to pay extra for it, and they're willing to sign up and give you a try.
Cool. Well, that's awesome, Alex. Way to adapt and be able to bring home the message. There's a lot of comments in the chat like this is just what I needed to hear. This is for me. Margot's taking down people's email addresses, and so talk a little bit about. Well, let's see. Let's do either Facebook page or website contact information to get a hold of you. Or is that are you offering a free 1.5 hour to anyone that signs up, or are you limiting that? Like
I was hoping Margot would figure out how to give it to one person. I don't know, a hat drawing of some sort.
Okay. So we're gonna have to do that. Why don't we do that with Steve Campbell's tomorrow? So Margot, if you want to make note of that, we'll because you might be booked for the next year if we open it up for everybody.
Yeah, I don't have a website for my consulting work yet. So this is
Okay.
I'm grassroots on my consulting work, and so I didn't know how to make that logistically happen.
Okay. Okay. So we'll just connect you. We'll just connect you with them. We'll just draw one person. Why don't we go ahead and
Thank
do
you.
that right now? So just go ahead. Selena, are you up there? Can you have one of the kids pick? Hopefully she's still available. Yep, she's up there. So go ahead and raise your hand virtually if you would be interested in, I mean, this is a pretty doggone generous offer, like an hour and a half, and you saw what he did in half an hour. So go ahead and raise your virtual hand if you would be interested in meeting with Alex one-on-one. So we've got, okay, so this is very unbiased. My kids are just going to point. It might be slightly weighted if your video's on. Just a hint.
Yep.
Here, and Selena's going to announce who the winner is. So we're going to give people just another second. So we need to raise your virtual hand if you can figure that out. I know there's some things in the chat going on as well. Okay.
I like that we're doing it this way.
Who's the picker up there? Selena? Are you there? So my wife.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you now. Who's the one doing the? Well, maybe we shouldn't tell, because then there'll be bad karma towards the ones. No, if you're not the winner, just say I'm really grateful that the other person won because they needed it.
Ben Stevens in the chat.
Okay, so go ahead
Raise their hands.
and
Raise their hands.
the kids are very randomly picking who the winner is.
Smile.
Steven,
you guys are awesome. Do you have it? Do you have it on gallery view so you can see everybody? There we go. All right. And 3, 2, 1.
Candy with their video on.
All right. Everybody give Candy a big round of applause. Way to go, Candy.
Congrats, Candy.
Okay. So why don't you guys just share your contact information in the chat here, Candy and Alex, and then we're going to roll on to our next speaker. But thanks, Alex. I appreciate you adapting and making this work. And so again, anybody that wants the slides, just message Margot. We'll get the slides over to you, and pretty awesome opportunity. So, hey,
thanks for having me, guys.
Alex, thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and bring up our next speaker. Thanks everybody for participating in that. Our next speaker is Steve Campbell. And Steve, let's go ahead and have you unmute, and we'll bring you up here to the front and get you.
I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Get you set. Yes, we can. All right. So we're going to do this. Okay. There you are. Cool. Welcome, Steve. Sounds like you're traveling. We appreciate you. We're glad you made it safely to your motel, and you're here and you're ready. And I wish we had 3 days to listen to you.
I made it to a motel, but they didn't have internet. I'm sitting in a Pizza Hut because they had internet.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So
are you going to use the pizza cup?
Well, I'll probably use that a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
So do you want me to say anything about, you said introduce yourself. I live in Idaho. I've been around cattle my whole life. 10 years ago, 4 out of 5 people that called me for consulting were wanting to know how to do grass finished beef. 4 out of 5 today are commercial cattlemen wanting to know how to have a more fertile cow that costs less to run. And so the subject today is the solo cup cow. I think this will be the shortest version of the solo cup cow that I've ever presented. Let me get how do I share screen here? Share.
Should be, down there at the bottom, then just select wherever you've got your presentation. Looks like it's coming up.
And I got to there we go, slideshow from the beginning. Anyway, everybody can read what's on here. will you be able to share these slides with everyone when this is over, Jared? Is that going to be possible?
Yeah, why don't we just do this? Why don't we just make Alex's slides and Steve's slides available? I think we've got the ability to do that. Just send them out. I know it may not apply to everybody. That might be easier, Margot, than trying to, unless you've got to, we'll figure it out. Yep, we'll
Okay.
figure it out.
Okay. Well, there's a lot. I'm going to go fast. Anyway, the sex hormones shut off long bone growth. We've been breeding cattle to work in the feedlot. The steers, so the heifers, the taller and longer we get them, the less fertile they are. And that's a problem. So we've got a teeter-totter here of growth versus fertility. Chip Hines, in one of his books, trying to put an old head on young shoulders. I've made a lot of mistakes. I've wasted a lot of my own money, but I've had some pretty good mentors along the way. So a fertile bull, the bull's head would be on the bull end of that cup. Everything's getting bigger as you go forward. In a fertile cow, everything's getting bigger as you go back. That's as short as I can make it. Jared, was that short enough?
You got it. We covered it. We're good.
All right. Thank you. A fellow from Kentucky obviously sent me this, but we've lost a lot of information that our granddads and great granddads knew. I think limited resources favor the smaller animal. I can't remember who said that. Maybe you would, but we've had all this drought, and if people were honest and knew what the frame score of their cows were before the drought started and what they wound up with, the ones that were easy keepers, the ones that could eat enough for 3 in a dry year, they'd find they probably had a frame score half to 3/4 of a frame score shorter, just because nature says, hey, when things are scarce, drought, these other ones don't get bred, they get skinny, they go to town. So here we've got Curly back there on the fence, and Billy Crystal's City Slickers is sitting on the horse, and Curly's trying to tell him what it is that he's looking for, and it just sounds like a bunch of gobbledygook. And if you haven't heard me before, some of the things I'm going to talk about, old-timey things, they may not be something you've heard before. So what shape's the most efficient? A larger gut is actually more efficient. So if the cow's head's on this end, she slopes downhill on the bottom. That bigger gut is more efficient than the small gut. She digests a greater percent of what she ingests. Don Faulkner, the University of Arizona, said we're getting really good at predicting percent of body weight that a group of dry cows would eat depending on what we fed them. But what we can't tell you is what individuals in that group are eating. Some are eating twice as much as others. So if they're averaging 3%, that means some are eating 2% of their body weight and some are eating 4%. I propose that the ones eating 2% of their body weight, cows' heads on this end, are the ones with the big guts. The reverse wedge, those are the ones that are eating 4% of their body weight. In I think that was 2013 when I heard that. But Anibal Pordomingo got his PhD at New Mexico State in '95. And the average beef cow in the U.S. at that time was digesting 55% of what she ingested, but the range was from 70 to 40. These fellows didn't know each other, but they came up with almost the same data. So we need to try to develop the kind of cows that'll be most frugal with your grass. Slide here in a little bit. Michael McDonald, 40% of the profit is fertility, having a calf every year. 30% is what does it cost to run the cow. 20% is growth, 10% carcass traits. Focus on the 70% that just the top 2 tiers. Everything else being equal, I get a lot of questions. It depends. I'm trying to leave the cow the same, and I'm going to change something on her head or back end or whatever. you just take one thing, you kind of got to leave everything else constant. First time I worked with Gerald Fry, we sorted through 1,400 head, linear measured, ultrasounded some of them, and 3 days later, the guy had 225 that might work for this meat program, and the other 1,175, the fellow wormed those. He couldn't worm or vaccinate the ones for the meat program. Anyway, he called Gerald up 3.5 months later and said, I just sold 900 of those cows you didn't like because I could see all they were going to do is cost me money the rest of their life. So the hair coat, when I go into a herd, we've got glandular function, we've got shape, and we've got butter fat. Those are the three main things I tend to look at. It's always glandular function first, but then it depends on, do we have enough volume and we need more quality? Well, then I focus in on the butter fat. Do we just have skinny cows and we've just got to get some volume there before we can work on anything else? Michael Davis from New Mexico, one time we were talking, he said, if I wanted you to buy me a bull for my cows, which one would you buy? I started asking questions. He said, no, I'm not going to answer any of that. You can look at my cows. Finally, I said, well, I'd figure out what the biggest problem in your herd was, and I would buy a bull that would most correct that problem. And he said, that was exactly what I'm looking for. So Gene Meitner bred Herefords in Lucas, Kansas for 47 years in the Bondsma fashion. And the early shedders typically tend to be the most fertile animals. This is right out of a couple of Bondsma's books. When you see let me see, can you see on the screen that I'm using my cursor to point to the pituitary, Jared?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's talking to all the other glands in the body. And some arrows are going both directions. Well, estrogen, a sex hormone, shut off long bone growth, I said earlier, but estrogen shuts it off in the front end of the cow. So cows that look like they're walking downhill on level ground are more fertile than cows that are flat, and especially more fertile than cows that would be walking uphill. Reverse for the bull, testosterone shuts it off in the back end of the bull first. If you find a bull that's walking uphill at 2, he's going to be a man. Usually you won't see it till they're about 3, and if you don't see it by 3, they're probably not going to be walking uphill. The pituitary, which I was pointing to before, it and the testes and the ovaries are all developed at the same time during gestation. So if you see a problem here, instead of a star, like the bottom of this water bottle where the hair is going 360 degrees, you see a scar, a part, a water buffalo look, that's a period. No, that's lower fertility, less motility in the semen. And of course, he's got hair standing on the pole. Well, similarly, this cow has got this scar across her face. She might look great, but she's telling you somewhere inside me, I'm not quite as fertile as I could be. More on that a little later. I have no clue where all these little tick marks came from. Anyway, what I'm trying to get to here is this thymus after the hair coat. The best indicator of overall health is this black area where this hair is all running uphill inside of the cursor here. Okay. So that's just a very large one. Here's another one that's really large. And here's another one that's really large. On all of those animals in the middle of winter, that thymus will be smaller because they're typically not on the best feed for the year. All right. The check marks, Jared, were those questions or comments, or what am I seeing on the screen? Is that something I need to...
I don't know. Somebody might be doodling, but
Okay.
I'm trying to clean it up. It's not me this time.
We're good. We're good. So back to Burl Winchester, who kind of helped start linear measuring cattle. They adapted it from sheep. They were linear measuring sheep in mass before they were linear measuring in cattle. But that shedding of the hair down the back is kind of the first thing to look for in the spring. Those will typically tend to be your your healthier, more fertile animals. This cow really has a star in her forehead as opposed to the star we were looking at earlier. So just looking at the back end of the cow, if the hooks are level with the backbone, more on that a little bit later, and then we're sloped down to the pins, that's very good. But this mashed in tail and a small diameter tail is more butterfat, where the large diameter tail that goes out and then just hangs down is less butterfat. More on that later. The broom handle tail. I left off handle there. A big switch, more fertile. All right. You can't really see it on her. We'll have other pictures, but typically we've got a lot of cattle out there that right here at the hook bones, the backbone just jumps up like this. And people call it the grow bone. Well, I call it the anti-fertility bone to try to get people's attention. If you are selecting for growth, you are selecting against fertility. You're selecting for 20% of your profit and giving up 40% of your profit if you're going for growth. Longer-winded story to explain about grass finishing and why that doesn't have to go away. So a cow, I'm just gonna kind of go around the world on her. Her thymus is quite a bit smaller, maybe 4 inches wide and 20 inches long. An adrenal hair whorl. So back to that star, like we were looking at in the forehead, there'll be a place on their back. You want it here. Usually you're going to find it back here. But when a heifer first starts cycling, there'll be 3, 4, 5 hairs stick up in the middle of that adrenal hair whorl. Estrogen is involved. And they'll remain standing until 3 weeks to a month after she gets pregnant, at which point they'll lay down. About 5.5 or 6 months after she gets pregnant, they'll stand back up. A pointed pole, that's just fine bones, butter fats associated with that. A big stifle muscle. The earlier in life you see that bull or a heifer calf, the more fertile they tend to be. You want the hook bone up level with the backbone. I see so many cows where the hook bone is down here and then you give up rump slope. More on that in a little bit. So walking downhill on level ground, we're kind of cheating in this picture because she's actually standing slightly downhill. Slope from hooks to pins. Really, really important. More on that in a little bit. The more vertical hides. A bald udder, number 1 for butterfat, but the more vertical hides there, vertical folds in the hide there are, the more butterfat she's producing. The further back they go, the more butterfat she's producing. If you find a heifer calf or a cow with a lot of vertical folds from the vulva down to the udder, they almost always turn into really good cows. A bull that would give you daughters who have a lot of vertical folds. It's just some more examples of vertical folds. That's number 2 for both tender meat and a butterfat in the cow. Now I'm back to that same cow, but I want to talk about this cannon bone from the knee down. You want a small cannon bone, and then coming over here ever so slowly, it widens out just to the width of the ankle. That's number 1 for meat quality, fine bones. It's about number 3 for butterfat. So I wonder if Abraham was using that as his selection criteria. Anyway, I'm going to just go right on by that. We've got a cow in the center that's got pretty good cannon bones here. If I had to choose between these 2 heifers, I would choose this one solely on the cannon bone because it's so much smaller than this cannon bone over here. The slope of the hoof, and then you want those 2 toes going parallel. I like this cow. Her leg is real straight, but she's not small enough right here underneath the knee. I wish she were narrower there. And then I got to looking, she's very well mineralized, hardly any lines in her hoof. This is a picture right out of a book called The Milch Cow, written in the early 1800s by Francois Guinan, and he doesn't have any EPDs in here. You can tell with certainty if a cow is a good milker. There need be no doubt as to the raising of an animal if there would be profit involved. It's a pretty good book. If you, Jared, I think you've got it, but I can get it to you if you want me to get it to people, or you can go online and buy it, PDF of it, something like that. This little black line I have here, Gerald Fry found that if there's a little bit of an up angle, he was using the ultrasound. If there's a little bit of an up angle, that's even an indicator of more butter fat. That yellow in the ear, that's more butter fat. On this case, it's running out into the ear. So right here, we've got you want a vertical vulva, and this was so sloped, I had to take a picture of it. She's telling you, I've got a reproduction problem. Remember that cow earlier with the scar? She's also telling you, sooner or later, I'm going to disappoint you. And then a cow with just the wrong pelvis here. The hooks are down and she's sloping up, and then that raised tail process or ski jump back there, not what you want, the anti-fertility bone sticking up. So Ken Redmond, I don't know how many tens of thousands of cows he linear measured. He only used 9,500, all one breed, anywhere from Mexico to Canada. 3 commonalities with cows that had 10 or 11 calves in a row without skipping: a big belly, they could eat and digest enough for 3 in a dry year or after they'd lost their teeth, a wide butt, fleshing ability, and calving ease. And then the one they had to have to get the 9th, 10th, 11th calf out was more slope from hooks to pins. The hardest bull to find is a bull that his hook bones are up level with his backbone, and a lot of slope. If you think about these being the hook bones and the head's over this direction, this the backbone. As they walk, if you see those hook bones rocking up above the backbone, he's definitely one you want to look at. So Michael McDonald, 40% of the profit is in fertility, 30% is in maintenance costs, 20 in growth, 10% carcass traits. How am I doing on time, Jared? Where are we at?
You got about right at 10 minutes, Steve.
Okay. So linear measurement, we want a wedge shape. So that's what you got. If you were looking from the top, we still want a wedge shape. So that's what you got. Slope from hooks to pins. Can't say it enough. The more you have to pull calves or cesarean, the fewer of them you're going to get pregnant for that second calf. Just there's the data. You'll get the slides. This is one of my favorite slides right here. If you were to look at both of them, you stretch height over this cow and you stretch height over this, they kind of look the same. Look at the cross section, that big diameter tail versus the broom handle tail, and how much of that opening it's taking up. We've got quite a slope on the one on the right and not on the left. Bondsma drew in a dotted line here saying you get to use this much more. I would be arguing in class, get thrown out or getting an F. I want to put this dotted line over here saying that thick tail is taking up this part of the pelvic opening. I'm going to go past that. So we're back to see the 2 skeletons up here. See this skeleton and this skeleton? That's the difference in the back end of those 2 cows. That's what you would get if you were seeing it with the hide on, all right? You've got problems you're trying to fix. On the left is the milk beast. On the right is the beef beast. We need the wedge. We need the cow that's sloped like this. So I would want that last rib to angle between the hock and the ankle. I have a bunch of little cards, the plastic cards that I now use for business cards. They were not inexpensive, but it's the cheat sheet for the field. I want that rib angle back. If they're vertical like this one, she looks great year round and raises a dinky calf. So the first thing I want is that last rib angle back. Got to take some of her depth of her chest out. If you were to think about swinging those ribs back, that chest would raise up, but she's walking uphill. We got to have her walking downhill to be more fertile. You can see the angle of the last rib on this cow right here. She's a little bit hungry here in the flank. It's real easy to see the angle of the last rib. This bull, it was hard to get a picture, but that last rib is pointing right at his prepuce. If you want cows, got to go back. If you want cows that do, one more. If you want cows that do this, you need your bulls for ribs to look like this. All right. So I don't know, slope from hooks to pins, vertical folds with shoulders level with the backbone. This is right out of Drayson, herd bull fertility. You want the testicles shaped like a football. You don't want teats on the neck of the scrotum. If you do, you're going to get tilted udders and misshapen teats. This circle's in the wrong place. This is shaped like a funnel. You'll get daughters with funnel-shaped teats if you use him. So if you want this, don't buy a bull that's got teats on the neck of the scrotum like this. You can get them too fat to rebreed. One, that cow that was the beef beast back there, we were looking at the skeleton, she'll get too fat to rebreed. I've seen 2- and 3-year-olds that were already too fat to breed because they wanted a deep chest. Different horses for different horses. Reading assignment, I don't know if you can take a screenshot of that or whatever, you just want to give it to everybody, Jared. I'm trying to get to the end of this so there's room for questions. Anyway, I'll come back to that. I'm going to go past that. Solo cup shape, she sheds early, wedge shape, butterfat indicators. That's the 3 main things. Glandular function, wedge shape, butterfat indicators. Fertile bull, it's getting bigger as you go forward. Fertile cow, getting bigger as you go back. I'm going to go back up to the reading assignment and questions, Jared.
That was pretty rapid fire, Steve. I think that's probably your probably a new record for getting through the Red Solo Cup cow in 25 minutes. Yeah, that was awesome. And your presentations
next time.
your presentations consistently get the most comments and the most views when I post them. It's just like you've looked at cattle your whole life, and it's just you just like put a new set of eyes on people. So if you got time for a couple quick questions, you can either just unmute and holler it out, or you can type it in the chat. But talk about a drink from a fire hose. We're grateful for that. Where do people go to learn more about what you do and consult with you if they feel like they've got a herd that they want to have do some work with?
Okay, I'll just get to the end of this. There you go. So my website, Taylor with an I, tailormadecattle.com, and there's my cell number. Jared, I'm busy in the morning. I can't come back, but I would like on this 3 hour-long consults that I offered for you to pick them tomorrow at the end of the day for people that have been there through the whole thing. They've been there. You've seen that they've been there and listened to the whole thing. So, you know, they're if they're willing to spend the time to listen to everybody talk, I'm willing to. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So we're going to do that. That's the drawing, is a 1 hour consultation with Steve. And yeah, we're just kind of making note of who's here, giving bonus points for people who have cameras on, people that are really participating. And also if it's applicable, like, you know, we'll have you raise your hand and we'll probably choose like we did from the people who, because if you're raising chickens, Steve would still love to talk to you, but probably not your guy to talk about chicken production. So we'll
I've done chickens.
You talk chicken?
I've done chickens.
Okay, well, I take that back. Does a Red Solo Cup concept apply to sheep?
Yes, absolute. I mean, Burl Winchester was measuring sheep, and you want that. They're getting bigger as they go back, and you've got that slope. from the hooks down to the pins. Yes. The less slope you've got, the harder lambing, the harder calving you've got.
Cool.
Doesn't mean they can't have them, but if you want to put the profit back, 40% fertility, having a calf every year, and 30% is what's it cost to run them.
Yeah. Yeah. So on our YouTube page, we've got other recordings from Steve Campbell, and he's got some on his website as well. So
Jared,
this Red Solo Cup presentation is a good one.
If they're looking for an article about that, the one and only time I went to Australia, I wrote an article called Big Butts, Wide Butts, Big Butts, Barebacks, Bald Udders, and I can't remember what the rest was. And it's on your thumb drive. So you should be able to share that, or people could email me and ask for that article, which it's this presentation in words. No,
Yeah.
no pictures really.
Yeah, I like it. All right. I know maybe one last question, kind of wrap it up, and
Hey, Jared.
yeah, go for it. You overrode me. Do it.
Steve, I missed the part about the bald udders. What's the point on the bald udders?
It's the very best indicator of butter fat in the cow. A close number 2 would be the vertical folds. There's going to be more hair on a bald udder of a cow in Bismarck than there is at the Mexican border. But what would be considered a bald udder in your environment, that everything else being equal? And then the third thing would be the fine bones. So that pointed pole, the cannon bone, the small diameter tail. You go to bull sales and they feed them up and you really don't know what you're looking at. Well, they can't feed in a blocky head. They can't feed in a small diameter tail.
Right. Thank you.
I like it. Yeah, perfect, Steve. Well, thanks. Appreciate you jumping on here from your remote office at Pizza Hut. Well, we like it. Okay, yeah, so we'll make those slides available. I think probably the easiest thing to do would be just to send out a mass email to everybody that registered with the slides. So if you want to email
One more
those
thing
to me.
here, if I may, there's a schedule on my website, and I kind of keep where I'm going and when, and you can kind of figure out I might be in the area. I just drive everywhere for reasons. But then there's a videos tab, and any videos that we've done plus others, there's talks more on this, there's more on the mineral toxin epigenetic, bunch of videos there.
Cool. We like it.
All right.
Okay, there we go. Somebody just put it in the chat. Thank you. Thank you. So you can just open it up from there. Very good. Well, Steve, thanks for being with us. We appreciate you're always a great contributor to these events, and I'm sure if you're willing, we will have you back again. So,
well, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I hope it was helpful. At the end of the day, if it was helpful with people having healthier calves and healthier lives, that's great.
yeah, lots of comments in the chat, and just saying that this was a great and very timely, appropriate presentation for this group. So we're going to jump to our next speaker. We've got Regen Ray coming up as our next speaker. Are you there, Ray? Hey, there you are. Awesome.
Thank you so much for great presentation. I've been hanging out. It's early mornings here in Australia, so good morning.
I was gonna wonder, man. You were up in the middle of the night.
I was checking the links and making sure they were working, and you go into bed with the anxiety of having to wake up and present. You always want to make sure that everything's there and working. So I'm glad it was all there. I saw people in the room. So yeah, it was good.
Yeah, well, good. Well, let's jump right in. Introduce yourself. Tell them where you're from, what you do, and we'll jump right into your presentation, Ray.
And this is the last presentation for the day, is that right?
It is. Yep, it is.
Well, thanks everyone for. Oh, I've shared the wrong screen. Thanks everyone for your patience. I think it's a great to see everyone's attention and so many people still in the room, given it's winding up. So you can see my screen. And today I'm going to be talking a little bit about my journey and how I got so excited about soil mainly. But for me, it's all about the paddock between our ears. So just as a bit of a feedback loop, has anyone in the room, just pop a yes in the chat, have you heard of this thing called the paddock between our ears? And want to just know if it's just me or if everyone is kind of starting to catch on to this important paddock that doesn't exist in the real world, but it does exist. And so if you haven't caught on, I can see some yeses and I see some notes, but I'm talking about this precious paddock between our ears called the brain. And over the many years of me being around soil and the regenerative movement, and full disclaimer, I'm not the farmer. I'm a city folk here in Melbourne, Australia, that caught the bug of soil. And the more I kept digging deeper, the more I was just wowed about this resource that was just unheard of. And so I come from the business world. So I worked really hard to work on personal development and the brain and mindset. And that's kind of where my presentation is going. And so much so that I wanted to nurture people's brains. And so my call to action to kind of hang out with me is at the front to say, go and get a little bit distracted. Don't listen to the podcast, but go and subscribe and go and have a look at some of the speakers there. And the link is also in the chat. But Secrets of the Soil was a podcast that I created purely out of passion. I'm not here to sell anything. I don't have a business around the podcast or anything like that. But I definitely got really excited about soil and decided to launch a podcast. And so now I'm like 90 episodes in, really excited to get to 100th episode, hundreds of thousands of downloads and listeners across the world. And so Secrets of the Soil was my way of nurturing people's paddock between their ears. So I thought there was nothing more powerful than this medium of having conversations. And really, every time I jump on the microphone and record a guest to just geek out about soil, doesn't matter what it is, I'm learning something every single time. And it's such a great gift to then be able to gift that to everyone as a listener. So Secrets of the Soil has been a passion project of mine for many years. So as mentioned, I'm Regenerative. That's kind of a bit of a stage name that was given to me. I've hosted webinars and lots of different learning classrooms and virtually for many years now. But this is what keeps me busy at the moment. Soil Connect is my digital marketing agency around connecting my marketing world and the soil world together, helping businesses all around the world grow their marketing that are doing good by the planet is kind of our ideal clients. And recently got merged and acquired by SGD. So that's been able to grow the team and grow the projects that we work. And so Soil Connect, I'm very honored to be acquired by SGD so that way we can take it to the next level. Trees was a project I did during COVID and when the NFT hype happened, but we created an NFT series that plants trees. So there's a digital tree and there's a physical tree, and those trees have been planted in a farm in New South Wales. And then there's the podcast. But when I'm not busy, I'm trying to get my hands dirty, and I call myself a soil lover. So if that's someone that you want to become, I've become a soil ambassador and not a farmer, but someone who loves the soil. So that has been my business. So with the years of me being in the space, I've bought microscopes, I've looked at soil, I've geeked out, I've done online classes, I've been able to hang out with some amazing thought leaders, either virtually in Zoom rooms like this or in person. And so that's been a real honor of mine to be able to really just hang around some awesome people. But where did it all come from? This is my grandparents who came from Italy in the 60s, and they set up a backyard, which is kind of visible here. But, I grew up in a family where we make our own salami, we make our own sauce and passata. I had access to some farmland in my kind of 20s, I guess, and 30s. And I just was very curious of being in the backyard. And my grandparents taught me that things are seasonal, that things take time, that there's a process to grow food and to cure and to preserve. And I didn't really realize and appreciate how awesome that childhood was until I got older. So that was that was me. But Zach Bush, I always like to honor him in all my presentations because he has been someone who I really, Dr. Zach Bush got me curious about the links between our soil biome and then our gut biome. And over the years, a lot of pennies have dropped. But hanging out in a room with Dr. Zach Bush, and if you haven't heard of him, please Google his name. He's got loads of content on the internet. But he, comes doc the world, goes into the gut world, and then discovers that soil is so linked to our gut biome. And, isn't it ironic that the quality of the soils has linked, it has correlation to the quality of our human species and the disease that we're kind of dealing with in today's society. So in 2017, I was doing the marketing for Farming Secrets. They're an online community for soil education. And I was watching the videos and my mind was just blowing, going, how is this content? Why am I looking at content from like Elaine Ingham and Gabe Brown and Joel Salatin? And I'm like, why is this such a secret? Like, why is this not taught at schools? And that is in 2017 is when I just started my curiosity for soil. During COVID, we moved a lot of their DVD programs because Farming Secrets started as a DVD subscription service, and we turned that into a Soil Learning Center, which still exists today. I'm not involved actively in these projects anymore, but these were the foundations of what created my curiosity for soil, and absolutely, honored to be able to digitalize during a time of COVID, to run webinars and sessions like this, but to create a soil learning center with online digital information for people to go and learn from. And then that's when I came out of those projects and when I really love marketing, I love growth, I love business, I love the hustle, and I love soil. So that's where Soil Connect came into it. So over the years, I've hung out with a lot of people who talk about these regenerative principles. And I know, and I've seen some of the presentations today, that's being honed in. I know everyone in this room knows the word regenerative. And I heard everyone talking before, like, are we using the word regenerative in our marketing? And that is 100% true. I want to second that the marketplace is hearing these words. We just run the risk that if we create too many ticks and labels, that the consumer will get confused. And that was also mentioned before, where there is confusion, there is inaction. And that's very true as well. But I kind of zoomed out and then zoomed back in and went, if we're really going to create regenerative systems, regenerative business, the common denominator is us as humans. And so I went down this pathway of exploring the regenerative human movement. And what does it look like to be a regenerative human? So while a lot of maybe the talks today have been talking about what's happening in the paddocks and what's happening outside, for me, it's about our mindset and the way that we look at the world. And how do we build systems that are regenerating themselves? And how are we regenerating ourselves in many different aspects? So I came up with this kind of little model. Obviously, I was playing around with all the rewords. And this was kind of like my 6 stages of being a regenerative human, where the first step is to just rethink what we're currently doing. Maybe it's presentations like this, maybe it's something that you've heard today where you've thought, hang on, I've always been told for 4 generations that this is the way it was. And now there's this new idea, this new concept. And so we need to rethink it. And I'm also a big believer of don't believe anything you've heard today and go fact find it yourself. Because when it comes from self-discovery, the retention and the reason to learn it is just increased. And so that moves us into stage 2, which is research things. So come across an idea, question it, think about, hang on, I want to explore that further, and you go research. Then you start rediscovering this new side of the coin that maybe you've never seen before. And I think that's where the magic for me really happens. Being able to see things from multiple different sides of a situation, being able to see the coin from both sides, and also importantly, the edge. The edge of the coin is always forgotten. We always talk about heads and tails, but the edge is the most exciting part of the coin. And so, it's just changing those paradigms to think, is there more than just the surface? What's inside it? Can I cut it? Can I, cross-section it? And so you just rediscover and go into the world and play in the sandpit and make mistakes and learn from that. I think that's really beautiful. And then restore our beliefs, restore our landscapes, restore our mindset, restore our health. We go through this process of now I know. So if I choose to ignore, I'm making that choice. And so sometimes this is where ignorance is bliss. What I didn't know was easier to deal with. And I saw one of the conversations before about, maybe it's a bit doom and gloomy, but maybe that's just where we are in a civilization at the moment. And we just need to hear those harsh realities, to know that, okay, this is the dip of despair. This is where we're kind of at. And what does that look like moving forward? And that's what got me really excited about regenerative everything, is that there's these spirals that go up. And I'll touch about that in a moment. And so when you start, restoring a landscape or restoring your health or going to the gym, whatever that regenerative process looks like, then you start seeing the results. And the most important thing, which I don't think we do enough, and maybe it's got to do with our education system, is we don't celebrate, we don't rejoice, and we definitely don't share a lot. I think this is one of the things that's great about being in a room with hundreds of people, is that we get to share the energy, we get to share the experience. And, I don't know if it's the same in America, but in Australia, we go through an education system that we have this thing called the tall poppy syndrome. And so if you're doing something too great, you kind of get cut down. You've got to stay average and mediocre and stay with the crowd. If you get put up a classroom, you're kind of like the nerd or the odd student, and we're not celebrated for being unique and glowing in different areas. And so I just always want to, do a check-in to go, where have there been systems in the past where maybe I wasn't allowed to shine, or I was told that, act my age, or I was told to, be more responsible because you're an adult, where maybe those systems work in a certain area, but when it comes to learning, we have to make it fun, and we definitely have to share it. So, with everyone in the room and people watching the replay, like, make sure you share the resources that you download, make sure you share the speakers, take one gold nugget and be an advocate of that to someone in your days this evening or tomorrow. So this is the upward and downward spiral. Maybe people have seen this a lot in regenerative systems as well. A system's either regenerating itself, or it's degenerating, or it's sustainable and it's flatline. So I'm going to play around with this as well. In the business world, I came across this model a long time ago called the 3 futures, and I've used it and adapted it from the regenerative movement as well. I think it's okay to say that a system that's regenerating is on an upwards trend, a system that's sustainable is staying flatlined, and a system that's degenerating is going down. And so I like this model because it gives people a choice to either do more of something or less of something, or it's okay to stay the same. Like, sometimes we need to accept that maybe our landscapes are the best we've done, or maybe we're doing the best with the finances that we have available. But pick one thing and apply it. There is another QR code here. This will take you to a presentation or a video that I really enjoyed about explaining this diagram, because in 30 minutes, it's more about sprinkling some ideas with you all today, so that way you can go down that discovery path yourself. But the regenerative spiral comes from this slide, and it talks about these different levels. Down the bottom, it's a little bit more negative. There's trauma. This is kind of like maybe civilizations where there is war, there's control, and then when we start regenerating, we start looking at things a little bit more holistic and integrated. But what stood out to me, and that really hit me, is I like playing with words. I think there's lots of clues in our language and spelling, and I love the fact that if you flip the system upside down, you turn me into we. And that's exactly what this model does. This down here is a lot of I statements, and this is mine, and there's ownership, and there's boundaries, and it's me. And then this system here turns into we, us, and ours. And, and I've heard speakers talk about this today, like, how do we build communities? How do we support local farmers? How do we, buy more locally? How do we know where our produce is coming from? And that is more of an inclusive, how do we work together? And again, I feel like the education system sits here where it's like, if you share your answers, you're a cheater and you fail. In fact, you both fail. Then we go into the real world and we kind of struggle because we're like, I don't have to do this alone, but I haven't been taught how to ask for help, and so that's kind of what goes on in my brain when I see something like this. So, when I was in my younger ages, pre-2000, I kind of thought that the world was going to be this utopia in the future. I was promised all these, technology advancements and all these things, but all I've seen is that governments feel like they're spiraling down, our food quality is spiraling down, our education seems to be losing its place. They're too busy arguing about social media and AI rather than teaching. Faith has definitely been on the decline, and a lot of people are feeling lost. Finances, are definitely near and dear to a lot of people. You have people at, supermarkets here in Australia who can't even afford to buy where they work's produce anymore. But they're buying the $1.99 McDonald's burger because that's what they can afford on their way home. So something is letting us down in this downward spiral. Another model that I love is the wheel of life, and this will kind of make sense in a way as well, because this was put together in the 60s, and it still is true. And if you haven't come across the wheel of life, it's a way of just doing a check. Spirituality is normally on this wheel, and I don't know why it's been removed, but that's another idea of where maybe things are spiraling down, where we take the spirituality thing out of systems because it rubs people the wrong way. But in the original model and some of the other diagrams, but this is the only one I could make this work, where I could toggle between the two. So I chose this one. But the whole idea is with the wheel of life is that you look at different elements and you give it a score on a 1 to 10. And either the system is regenerating and you're going up, or a system is degrading and it's going down. So I kind of like the fact that there's this up and down scale on this system as well. So I've tried to merge these two ideas together. But the whole idea of the wheel of life is that if you join all the dots of where you self-grade yourself on these kind of metrics, can you rotate the wheel and is it a smooth ride? And I think this is what I love about this, is that sometimes maybe you're just a 3 at everything, and that's okay. Because as you move forward, you're experiencing a smooth life. Your finances are okay, your business is okay, your health is okay, and that's okay. It's a smooth journey. Where it's not okay is when some metric is really high, and I think this is what happens if we focus too much on, say, food nutrient density, and that spirals really high, but no one's taking a check in the finance. Like, can we actually do this affordably? So we can apply this wheel of life or this concept to a lot of different things. Even like maybe you can do a check on your businesses or your farms by looking at your values. How much are we doing this particular value as opposed to this value? And the goal is just to get this smooth. It's okay to be number 5 and 6 for everything, and the wheel moves really nicely. If some things are 10 and some things are 1, it's going to be a very bumpy ride. And so that's the analogy that I like to explain with this, to give people just some tools to help themselves make some better decisions as they go through their days. So I showed this before, where it was like, again, a bit doom and gloomy. Everything is on the downward, but there is hope. We can move things into the spiral of up, and I think that's where I get really excited, because I think, as one of the other speakers said before, there's been a lot of documentaries talking about regenerative agriculture, talking about different ways of sourcing food. The pandemic also made people realize that the supermarkets aren't always going to have shelves stocked, and they needed to explore different options, subscription boxes. And so I think we are at a point now in civilization where we can make these choices to go, let's choose a system that actually spirals things up, and it's regenerative, from faith, from government, from social, but maybe some of these systems need to break down first. Like maybe the financial system needs to do what it needs to do to find its new equilibrium and new way forward. And there will be some kind of maybe pain that is faced in those situations, but I think we can maybe even avoid it if we work together. One that I didn't put on here, which I should have, was community. I think the spirit of community has been lost over the years, from campaigns of stranger danger. And, we don't ask our neighbors. We're definitely here in Australia, we don't ask our neighbors for sugar anymore. We go onto an app. If we run out of flour or run out of eggs, we don't go to the neighbor and say, hey, can I borrow some eggs? In the cities, the world is very different. They get on an app and they order some eggs, and someone on a bike delivers it to your door. So we don't know thy neighbor anymore, and we don't know thyself anymore as much as we used to. So I think that is interesting. So the concept of these three futures, and this story is near and dear for me, because Soil Connect, while I was out doing really good for the planet, and I thought, this is it, I found my why. I've got these, this Venn diagram where everything's clashing together. The journey of Soil Connect was one that regenerated. So initially, Soil Connect started, and I was building websites and marketing and business for people. And then I was hiring staff, and everything was going great. And I depicted this for a reason, is because I think sometimes people think that this is the entire life, like this is start to end. And what I want to make a point here is that at any point, the three futures is always used in a way to say that if you go down the wrong path too far, it's very hard to jump to the regenerative movement. It was very hard to jump to the right thing. And I think that's what's broken with this model, is that at any point you can start a new one. You can say, I've regenerated this business, and then all of a sudden it's degenerating and I'm not really happy with where things are going. And this leap of faith is not that big, because I can just make a decision today to go, I'm going to do something differently. And I'm going to pick a new path and start regenerating it. And that's what I did. I reached out to some of my network and I spoke to them and said, hey, these are the things that are going wrong in my business. I've hired staff. It doesn't feel very regenerative. I feel like I'm filling up everyone else's cup and my cup's becoming empty. And I felt like a degenerative human. And this leap back to the regenerative path just felt really, really big. And we started speaking with SGD and we came up with a plan to acquire the business, tap into the team, and now we're back onto this regenerative approach. So I depict this because I look at these models sometimes and feel like this leap to regenerative is just so large. And this is how this model is normally pitched, is that if you go too far down the regenerative path, it's very hard to get back on track and get regenerative. And I think I'm calling BS on that and going, at any point you can make a choice and divert your course back to the new way. Maybe you need to rebrand yourself. Maybe you need to reinvent yourself, or whatever that maybe we need to delete social media and start again with a new platform. You know, there's a lot of different things that we can do to get ourselves back onto that regenerative journey. So my question to you is, will you become a regenerative human and start looking at the world in this new lens that all systems around us, not just our paddocks, are either regenerating or degenerating? So just, yeah, thank you very much. The gift that I have for you, because I said I'm not selling anything, I don't have a course, I don't do anything like that, but I've got my podcast call to action, which is the 7 ways to supercharge your soil and save the planet. I have a lot of fun with that. I've kind of like rebranded what that looks like. So, you know, I like to, you know, party with your companion planning, go natural with fertilizers, embrace the regenerative mindset. So I've always been very large on the mind stuff, get jiggy with cover crops. So we have a lot of fun with that. And so those QR codes will stay on the screen. Actually, this is part of the gift link as well. So if you go to the gift link, it is there. But my bonus guide, because I just quickly slid this in before, we're talking about documentaries that have been, you know, hitting consumerism at the moment that are changing things. And I do also have a guide of my 6 must-watch documentaries, and Kiss the Ground's on here, and 2040 and My Biggest Little Farm. But if you want a PDF summary of all those and it looks like this, then that is the bonus QR code that you can scan for being here till the end of day 1. So thank you very much, everyone. You know, my main thing to hang out with me is the podcast. Like, it is a passion project. You know, the downloads do hurt my ego. You know, if reflect my ego. So the more listeners I get, the more I know that I'm doing something in the right direction. And that's my North Star for my passion project of the podcast. So that's the website that you'll get taken to if you go to the podcast. And the guide's also up here as well. But there's, you know, 89 episodes. We talk about all things from composting to regenerative agriculture to holistic grazing to everything and anything in between. So thanks very much for hanging out, and happy to do Q&As. And I'm very surprised I did that in the perfect amount of time.
You're perfect. Thank you, Ray. That's awesome. Great presentation. Yeah, if anybody has a quick question, you can either unmute or you can type it in the chat, and we'll facilitate that to Ray. But I really like that circle of life. I had the idea to try to create something like that, and it's neat to know that somebody already has. So
yeah, well, I haven't. And that's why I think the circle of life can be applied to any business, or, you know, you grab your missions or your values and pop them in and go, you know, on a daily basis, how much are we leaning into this value? And the number one thing I always love to say with those frameworks is it's okay to be bad, like, because then you know. And we can't be perfect 100% of the time. That would be wild, you know. So more permission to be okay with, today I'm a 1 and I'm okay with that. Tomorrow I'll work to be a 2, you know. So we don't have to be A++ students or eBay reviews.
sure. Yeah, no, that is great. With the interviews that you've done so far on your podcast, I guess is there anyone in particular, anyone's story that stood out as like, that was just really inspirational?
Yeah, there's one story that just brought me to tears during the interview, and you'll see this happen live on the show because I kept it all in, but it was, talking about a community garden set up in New South Wales during COVID, when all the odds were stacked against, you weren't allowed to meet, you weren't allowed to do anything, especially here in Australia. And so being able to build a community garden when all the odds were stacked against, and then, bringing, veteran soldiers into the community garden, setting up paddock to plate programs, parents would come to the community garden with kids that had disabilities or learning difficulties, and said, my child has never behaved so calm than after going to the community garden. And it's like, that's right, because we're putting people in boxes and squares and unnatural environments to learn, and yet the answer is right underneath our feet. And so when these kids were able to play with soil and do nature play, and touch soil and touch the seeds and reap the rewards of their benefit of planting, carrots and beetroot, their whole world changed. And that was just from a community garden. So that interview is very like, I tear up during it because it hit the heart.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. That's awesome.
But lots of good episodes. I'm a bit biased, but I've loved every episode because they're all different. There's no script. You've been a guest. Yeah. We just have a yarn and a conversation. It's very from the heart and less from the head. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because that's where true transformation happens, right? It's not an intellectual thing. We know a lot, but until we have a strong feeling, an emotion, we're not going to take action. So that emotion is the fuel that fuels the action that we need to take. And so, very good. Very good.
Awesome.
So
Thanks very
Margot,
much.
Yep, Margot, put that in the chat. Encourage you to go ahead and jump on that gift page. Blessings to you, Ray. Thanks for being part of this. Appreciate you tuning in from the other side of the world and where it's already tomorrow. So
yes, it is. The future does exist.
It does, yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone. I've loved all the thanks in the chats. Much appreciated. Lots of love. And until we meet again, get outside, get your hands dirty, and keep digging deeper into our wonderful world of soil, which is my catchphrase. And you'll get used to hearing that if you subscribe to the podcast. Thanks, everyone.
Okay. Take care, Ray. Very, very good. Yeah, send Ray some love in the chat. Let him know what your epiphanies are. Share those with each other, and just send him some thank yous. He's from Australia, and so it's all of the presenters have been amazing. What do you guys think about the presenters today? We just give a collective thank you to everyone who's been here today. And if we were in a room, I'd tell you to reach out and hug the person next to you and thank them for being here. So virtually, just then, lots of good love and lots of appreciation to the people, our fellow presenters that have been here. You guys are awesome. This has been a truly amazing day. I know we're all busy. There's always things to do. If we say yes to something, we have to say no to something else. I appreciate that you've said yes to you. It's not so much about what we do at Ag Steward or any of the presenters. It's saying yes to you, yes to who you were created to be, who that person is inside of you. And this is this is the first day of the new future you, of who you are self-creating here. So we're gonna start back up same time in the morning. It's 9 o'clock Pacific time. Translate that to whatever time zone, whatever the part of the world you're in. Just a couple of wrap-ups here. So tomorrow it's going to be the same format. Encourage you to jump on live. The recordings will be available, but you're going to get so much more out of it. I would like to hear, has anybody reached the intention for which they set out this morning? Has there been anybody who's been like, wow, that was what I needed to hear, and I'm grateful that I tuned in because of that?
Absolutely.
What do you got, Maggie?
Well, one of the things that I wanted to do today was connect with, a couple of other people and kind of network, and I was able to do that and kind of exchange some contact information and just kind of branch out. And I'm excited to kind of invite my boss into the loop and explain some of the leaders here and kind of get her connected with them too. So super excited about that.
Awesome. 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 Well, we're grateful. Yeah, we're grateful. It's amazing when we set out those intentions, like our fellow man, the universe, that responds. And it's like, yeah, now that you're clear on what you want, we can help you with that. Yeah, thanks for the chats that are pouring in. We'll take time to read those later. There have been some, questions about like what is the next step in working with Ag Steward? How do we do that? What do we do? Really being here today and participating today and tomorrow, that's the best thing that you could do. You're going to gain some context for what we do at Ag Steward. You're going to so I'll just kind of roll through some of these things that we have. Let me share my screen. Yeah, first of all, the gift page, you guys can all see it there.
I got sidetracked.
Basically, you just go here. You will click on a link. It'll redirect you. Oh, sorry about that. So it'll redirect you. So that's that. Hopefully you guys can see. Can you guys see my screen still?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So that's that. For those who have offers either today or tomorrow, those are going to be there. We also want to remind you that, let's see, where's the other tab? There we are. Okay, so remember, you're rewarded for action. Register for the 2-day event if that's the right next step for you. Again, this is for businesses, especially family-owned businesses that are striving to truly become regenerative and build a legacy business that lasts for generations. So that is happening here in just a couple of weeks. So it's a good way to be able to take everything that you've learned and really apply it to your business. That's August 29th and 30th. And then the last thing, if you want to screenshot this, I think we'll go here. Here's some ways to be able to take the next steps with us. I don't actually have the next webinar up, but I'm going to put in here, book a call. So some of the ways that you can connect with us, our YouTube page, you've got the gift page there, the 2-day virtual event. To be able to book a call, you'd go here. I'm going to copy that back over here. Okay. So that's what that is if you like, okay, we're ready to work or explore what it looks like to work one-on-one with the Ag Steward team. Just jump on there and one of our people, likely it'll be me or Amy or Austin. We'll walk you through what it looks like to work with this pricing, commitment, and all that. And then last, our Facebook page. So you guys can screenshot that. Those are the ways to take the next step. All right. Is there any questions that we have? Anything that oh, yep. Margot's got it. That's a lot more user friendly. Just copy and paste it from there. Way to go, Margot. Thanks, Margot, for being in the back of the room. I have no idea what time it is in your time zone, but you are man, you've been super attentive. Thank you for doing that. Okay, so what is the $47? So that is actually the 2-day event. That's the VIP experience. That's going to be the 2-day event where we work specifically on your business, helping you on your regenerative journey. And so we'll talk more about that tomorrow again and kind of bring that up, but that's what we call the Profitable Steward event. And yeah, absolutely. Okay. So we have a super good lineup of speakers tomorrow. Yeah, how many of you have learned more than one thing here? So if you guys just take a quick mental note, put in the chat, like if you can estimate how many epiphanies you had today from being in the summit, those aha moments. Candy had 20. You got some things to do. Yeah, at least 5. Absolutely. And even as, I've heard a lot of these people present before, And even Steve Campbell, I've heard him, and he's been to our ranch, and I've heard him in person, and I still gained some things. It's like, okay, I'm starting to understand what it means when he says that a cow should be walking downhill. Okay, I got it. So it was downhill, not uphill, right? You get it. So yeah, about a dozen. So yeah, absolutely. We've gained some insights here today. Tomorrow, stick around, be there for the full session. And as kind of it's kind of a bonus right at the end of it. We're going to stay on for just a few extra minutes tomorrow too. We're going to do just a little brief mastermind and some key takeaways from what we learned. Any of the presenters that are able to stay on, we're gonna keep them on and give it an opportunity to be able to ask some specific questions from them. So, all right, any questions, comments? I know there's lots in the chat, but anything that anybody wants to unmute and say before we jump off relevant to questions about the technicalities, how to be able to jump on tomorrow or anything along those lines.
Hey, this is Farmer Dave.
Hey, Farmer Dave.
One thing. Right before we're done, give people a few minutes. If they go to the meeting chat room, the top 3 dots, if they click that, they can save the entire chat section, all the text.
Okay, so the top 3 dots, you're going to hover over it. It's going to say more.
Should say save chats or merge to window.
Oh, gotcha. I didn't know that. Thank you.
Yes, very
okay.
handy.
Cool. And then where does that go from there, Dave?
At the bottom of that chat window, you'll see show in folder, and it puts it in a folder under Zoom.
I like it. Okay. Okay. That is good to know. That is good to know. Way to go. So yeah, lots of good information was shared there in the chat. As the organizer, I can go back and kind of read your comments and make sure that we're serving you in the best way possible. So we always love testimonials. Thanks for those who've shared their testimonials in the chat. With your permission, actually, if you would be willing, like I like to reward people that take action. For the first 5 people that write a testimonial for the summit, I'm going to send them an autographed copy of my book. As long as you're in the United States. If you're outside the United States, I'll have to have Amazon do it because shipping is prohibitive to be able to send from here. So the first 5 testimonials that come in to the reminder chat, that's the 775 number. Just reply to that, and then we'll monitor that. We're going to send you a free copy of our book. And the reason for testimonials is it's to be able to help other people to know, like, man, is this for me? Because you get lots of opportunities to sign up for things. Being able to say, okay, yeah, this helped my family ranch. This is how this helped me and our business, or I gained this from the summit. Those things are going to be really powerful to help spread the word. So we have another summit coming up in October, and then again in January. And it's just a way to kind of pay it forward to the next person.
Hey, one more note on your
Yes.
gift page. Vanessa Wood, the bottom corner, her link is broken.
Okay. Very good. We'll work on that tonight.
All right.
And look forward to hearing from her tomorrow. So yeah, thanks for bringing that to our attention. So, yep, we're figuring this out, you guys. This is the 4th one that we've done. Everyone gets a little bit easier on the technical side, but I tell you, I'm always, as you can tell, we're prayerful around here. We're also careful to not just make this a Christian event, or, we welcome you, whether you believe or you don't believe. The cause of regeneration is for everyone. I do make it a matter of prayer, praying for you as attendees, praying that I'll be able to share the message, praying for the participants, praying for the technology, and also offering prayers of gratitude for the transformations that we've seen and witnessed here. Truly, this is an amazing opportunity to be involved with a wonderful community. I'm honored to be a steward when I started Ag Steward, we didn't really know. Like, we had an idea. We were standing on one side of the canyon, looking across at the summit on the other side. Well, I think we're probably still a little bit in the valley and still a little bit determining, okay, what will this be when it's created? We just keep doing our part. And I think that's all that all of us can do as stewards. I honestly and firmly believe that the next step will be given you if you ask the question. And as you take that, the way will be opened. Sometimes you'll get the fog will lift and you'll be able to see a little bit more clearly. But a lot of times you just have to walk for sometimes days and weeks and months and years with faith, trusting that, you know, when you set out, that was the direction I needed to go. And if God hasn't turned me around yet, I'm going to keep going. And I'm grateful for that knowledge. I'm grateful for all of you participating and joining on this journey. Those who've stuck it out to the end, you guys get a special thanks, and wish I could reward and award you all for being here. But I think the reward is what you've gained, what you've learned, and as has been said, you know, the connections that we've made here. So yeah, it's a great community to be a part of. And whether you're just starting out, whether you're seasoned and down the road a little bit, it really doesn't matter. We don't need to compare ourselves to anyone else or what anyone else is doing. Look for who we can learn from. And again, I know that those people that we can learn from, they're right around us. All we have to do is reach out and ask for help. If that's us at Ag Steward, we'd love to be a part of that. If it's anyone who's been presenting here today, I think you know, if it comes up twice, like, hey, I need to do that, take action on it. I mean, if you miss it the first time and you get it the second time, write it down and commit to take action on it, put a date to it, and get it done. That's the way to get increased inspiration, and that's the way to be able to truly create miracles in our lives and in our communities. So with that, we'll see you all. What time tomorrow? Somebody put it in the chat. What time we're going to be here? We'll open the Zoom room up a little bit early. Yeah, Matthew, 9 o'clock Pacific. Translate that to whatever time zone that is for you guys. And we sure love and appreciate you and the good work that you guys are doing in your own communities, within your families and your businesses. And we will see you all tomorrow.
Have a good night. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maggie. Thanks, everybody.